racing has passed by. We have under 16 hours to go, the usual traditional, and I'm so pleased to see that the fans were let down to the track again. We started off in decent weather, a jump start by the outside of the front row Lamborghini, the number 130 apt racing car. Didn't jump before the lights, but the start line's been moved much further down and crossed the start line in front of the pole sitter. Got a penalty for that. Dan Harper was the billiard ball. Lovely plant, actually, and he got turned around. At the front of the field, that's apt Lamborghini was carving its way through traffic, trying to make the best and get some gap between itself and its pursuers that it knew it was going to make. It had to make up some time. Lamborghinis have showed speed down the Donegal all day, including that Conrad car I was telling you about. Max Verstappen took over from Danny Juncadella, who started the number 3 car, and almost had the mother and father of all accidents of Wibberman when the front of his AMG got airborne and stayed airborne for a long time. The safety features, the louvers on top of the wheels bleeding the air away. Unfortunately, that did come down. Got rather too close, I'm sure, for everybody's comfort in that pit and Max in the car to the right-hand barrier. The AT1 leader, the number 75 Audi, right rear puncture and a huge accident at the top of the hill at Swedenkreuz. And then the Ferrari, the Condor realised Ferrari, that just getting a tyre onto the grass going past one of the Cup 4 cars. It's been very, very wet this week, and that was another big impact and another one of the fancied runners that was out all early on. Bizarre incident for Alexander Sims when some cars checked up ahead of him and the clamshell bonnet on the Shearer PHX Audi popped up and he had to look underneath it. We've been talking about the star of the show, the BMW Touring. The star driver is the rookie to the 24 hours. Max Verstappen. It's his first 24 hours. He's impressed. He's been right on the pace. Did a double stint early on. He admitted to us in an interview that it wasn't that hard to do the double because of all the slow zones, but he has been right there. Drama for Grello. A little bit of contamination on the track at Brunchen. Kevin Estre looked like he caught it for a moment. It was a lazy speed. I've got it, I don't got it. And it just drifted off and into the barriers backwards. And at the same point, a few minutes later, Arjun Maini, who was charging in the Ford Mustang number 64, exactly the same thing, but that being a front-engine car, that went in full forwards, and it was the end of both of those cars' days. Just a little bit of contamination that had been laid down earlier on. Some great battles. Conor De Filippi hanging with the leaders. He was enjoying that, even though he wasn't on the right tyres at various times. Jules Gounon took the car over in the lead from Max Verstappen, then caught a lot of yellows and got stuck behind the Dacia Logan. And the Dacia was not keeping up with the single yellow flag speed. When it could have been doing 120, it was still doing 60, and that cost 20 seconds. And ultimately then the lead in more traffic changed hands. Little showers of rain have been popping in and out all the way through. Lucas out side by side with his teammate for the lead of the race, but the two Winward cars have since swapped back, and as the sun has gone down, they've been in control for a little while with the number 80 Ravenol car ahead of the Red Bull livery car. Raffaele Marciello's number 1 BMW, the winner from last year, in the pit lane after an accident with the Z4. High-class racing now in the pits as well. Anders Fjordbach brought that car in, and they're looking under the right front of the number 86 car. 8 laps though, so that's been a standard run for them. Those little highlights and sort of refreshers that we've been doing, we're trying to keep them to about 3 or 4 minutes. But frankly, fair play to the guys who are putting those together, because quite honestly, we could have had half an hour of highlights from the first few hours of the race.
We were talking to Jochen from Frozen Speed about choosing his 12 favourite pictures for his calendars. Choose your favourite incidents to cram into 5 minutes of highlights. How do we summarise the first, certainly the first 6 hours was one of the most craziest 24-hour race starts to a 24-hour race I think I've ever seen, and I've seen quite a lot.
Just another update, thanks to Declan and the rest of the team at Brakel. Martin Rich was driving the car, got hit by another car, and we saw the car stranded at the side of the road. The Cayman is on its way back. The better news is that Martin is okay. The car's coming back on a flatbed, and we had Aidan here in the earlier part of the race, living a double life. By day, a mild-mannered and cooled voice airline captain, and by night, a racing driver on the hardest track in the world. I mean, it's a compelling story. He's just gone out on his first ever night stint in the race. A year ago, he was racing Irish Ford Fiesta Championship in a front-wheel drive 1.25 litre Ford Fiesta.
Tremendous.
And now he's in a BMW M240i on the Nordschleifer.
Tremendous. You did. There was another rookie I want to tell you, but I'm going to quickly tell you about the #1 BMW that's slipping down the order. He's down in 24th now. That's the Marciello Rover Racing M4. That's the car that we saw. We saw him hit the back of a Z4. Clearly,
40.
That is much more damage than we perhaps perceived from that, what was rather an innocuous kind of hit. Still in the pits, still having attention. It kind of was. We've seen much worse than that.
It lifted the back of the Z4 off the ground, though, Brothers.
Well, he did, yeah, but he didn't put him off the road. I mean, you know, it's like a little nudge. That's just a little bit of a bump and run. You mentioned the rookie of this race.
Several of them.
Well, there is several of them, but the most significant one, a 4-time Formula 1 world champion being a rookie. I haven't had the opportunity to ask him the question, which I've asked at least 2 Formula 1 world champions at their first 24-hour race.
At Daytona.
Fernando Alonso at Daytona, Jenson Button at Le Mans. And the question I asked them, were they looking forward to being woken up in the middle of the night and asked to perform?
Immediately.
Fernando Alonso said, it's never happened before, I'll let you know. Jenson Button said, standard in my house.
That's JB for you, mate.
Yeah.
Class
It's going to
leader
be a
in
different experience, though, John, for him.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, pitch black here.
Although, I'm pretty certain I'm right in saying that he won one of the iRacing Blue Riband events. There's TTRS in the pit lane is the one of the class leaders at 317. That looks like it's just rolled off the truck. Have they polished it while it's been in the pit lane?
It's had a full valet, hasn't it?
That's fantastic stuff. Looks like it's been to Ryan Smith at Hunt Smith's at Brackley. That is excellent work. I bet Ryan and James are watching this. James at JGC Porsche and Ryan a couple of doors down at Hunt Smith's at Brackley in Northamptonshire, right in the middle of the motorsport triangle. Massive motorsport fans. And that is a pretty clean car.
It is.
I think I'm pretty right in saying that Max Verstappen took part in, and the team he was in won the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring whilst he was on duty at the Chamonix Grand Prix. So it was the bizarre time zone, but he was so, you know, he's used to being up at strange times.
Well, let me tell you a quick story here about that very thing. So I was in a team in an iRacing N24 with Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah.
And I was really struggling in the dark because I've got old eyes, of course. So I said to Adam, Adam and I were out of the car, probably sat on Discord. I said to him, you know, really difficult in the dark. And I must have said, surely in real life it's not as bad as that. He went, he says, much worse than iRacing.
Well,
can't see a thing.
In real life, you can't turn your contrast up on your monitor, which is, I know what you do.
Yeah, I've since learned that, yes, because I was blind as a bat in the dark with the change of pixelation. But he said, yeah, it's much worse than iRacing. So it's still going to be a new experience for Max when he gets in the car and goes out on track.
Our sim racing expert from Radio Show Limited, Simcast radio show host Matt Hunter said, Max won the iRacing N24 2 years ago in 2024, the night before the F1 at Imola, and then went and won that as well. So there you go. I got the race wrong,
yeah,
but the story was there in my mind. I don't know why. I thought it was on some weird time zone, and he'd been up all night and got his wrist slapped.
He did get his wrist slapped, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he did get. I don't know how tired he was the next day, but being up all night doing a double, triple stint. That's
who does he race for, and who's the car sponsored for by here?
Well, yeah, but that's his day job, isn't it?
No, but he's never going to be tired. He's got an inexhaustible supply of Red Bull.
Okay, good one, nice one. See what you did there.
He probably has it running through his veins.
Yes.
Gets it administered intravenously.
Do you think he gets an extra special Red Bull? You know, the one that's, we can't.
Yeah. Also in the pit lane, the AMG number 32. That's the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing AMG. That's another SP9 car. And they are running Toyo tyres. They're not just sponsored by them, although the tyres are not on the car. They haven't forgotten the tyres, by the way. They will wait to the last moment of their time pit stop to bring them out, because they are in tyre blankets, heating up to something like 90 degrees Celsius, and they'll have been heating up gently for about 80 or 90 minutes.
The Marciello of BMW still in the pits, dropping to 30th now. Dropping like a stone down our timing screens. And that is a real shame there. That repair job going on in the front of that BMW looks like he's still in the pits.
Defending this race win is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but it's difficult. When you look down the history of this race, also in the race, the VW Golf 7 GTI DSG. That car was the leading TCR car before it pitted. It's the green, very bright green and black car. I can tell that it's still cold outside because all the pit crew have got all their protective gear on, of course, but they've also got jackets on. And some of them have got beanies underneath their hard hats. They're having a good look at the left front of that Mark 7 Golf car that's running on Goodyear. Toyo, Falcon, Michelin, Goodyear, Pirelli, GT, Hankook running on the HWA Evo Rs. There's 3 of those this weekend. Who have I missed out? I know there's some more. I think I got into double figures of tyres. We're now hearing that the BMW number 1, the Marciello car, last year's winner, has a fuel system issue. So
that's probably quite unrelated to the incident that we were describing earlier. I would have thought front end impact onto the rear of another car.
Lost 3 laps now to the leader. Those HWA cars have been a big hit this year. Lance David Arnold brought in the Tron version. I know it's the old Decra type of car. They've made it look so much like the DTM car from the 1990s. That car running on Hankooks. I love the headlight system on that car. The centre section of the car is about the only bit that is 190. It's bespoke carbon bodywork around that, and a V6 twin turbo engine, well over 500 horsepower. That's what they're declaring for that. Well, let's go back to this leading pair. I'm not going to say it's a battle for the lead, because right now I don't think it is, Joe Bradley.
No, I think these cars are working together, aren't they? They're just going about their race. Still early days, isn't it? Relatively so, just under 16 hours remaining. And there is no need to start getting into an inter-team battle and costing themselves time and indeed jeopardy. So with Lucas Stoltz and Juncadella in the number 3, just following each other around, no really, the lead car there, the number 80, that's the car that's going to be finding the path through the back markers, keeping a good distance, keeping up a good pace. We're not just stroking it.
No.
We are pushing on, but we're pushing on in a very controlled manner.
So the two cars at the moment being driven by Lucas Stoltz and Danny Juncadella. Danny started that car, so that is the first full rotation. We're back to the starting driver on the number 3 car. Danny joined us in the studio earlier on, and even he thought it was a bit bonkers, and frankly, he knows bonkers at the front of the... That was we got a quote earlier on from Roland Dash, whose son is driving for HWA this weekend, and he said, I've never seen anything like this. And for Roland Dash,
yeah,
and the type of racing that he was involved in down through the air. He's also talking about the crowds here that just hasn't dissipated. It's been busy here since Monday when I arrived. We're ready to roll out the BMW, the Cherny Motorsport car. That's Peter Cate's car, Jerome Bleekemolen. Peter Cate doing his 24th 24-hour of the Nürburgring. Racing hell is no holds barred, warts and all description of Peter's sometimes circuitous and torturous journey.
Great holiday read.
Through motorsport, not just about this race, but there's a lot about this race, but he did a lot of national motorsport back in the UK.
But it's a great read because it's anecdotal.
Yeah.
It's not just, and then we went to Snetterton and did a 125.4. It's all anecdotes. It's all about, you know, inside stories. I just want to say good luck and hello to a young driver, young man who hopefully one day I'll see race here. Good luck to Daniel Hartley tomorrow. Hello, Ian, his dad. They're at Silverstone watching from their motorhome. Daniel's in the Junior Fiesta Championship. He's just out of karting. It's probably round 3.
Oh.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Did very well at Snet.
Joe.
And that is a sad sight.
It's over.
Yeah, it's over for the number 1.
For the car that won the race last year. This was the Singleton BMW, the Rover racing car. They were working somewhere around the right-hand door. Thanks, Alan Prosser, for the screen grab. And now it's going back. There will not be a win this year. No defence. HWA 63 in the pit lane as well. That's the green car. And that's a fairly leisurely stop as well, as they're... Now, are they taking that left front wheel off? They're just slackening it off. But again, that's been worked on. The garages are long but not wide. But most garages have at least 5 cars in, and some have 6, other than Garage 9, which only has 4. In the pit lane now, one of 2 very special Hyundai Elantras that are running the developmental engine for the next street cars from Hyundai. Had June Park in earlier on, who I'm now calling the father of the N brand. Namyang and Nürburgring are the ends on that car. He created that brand just 10 years ago is when it was conceived in 2013, and they were here with some cars in 2015 and 2016. And what a success story that's been. That was a Dupré car. That was, as the Hyundai goes into the pits, that's the SP4T Hyundai that we were just talking about. The bright red Dupré family car, the Dupré Motorsport car, the S3 four-door was in the garage number 9 as well. Now,
that looks like an issue on the 303, John.
It is an issue. They wouldn't push that car in.
Out on the apron.
I was right. The 480 Dupré engineering car is in the garage, and Christophe Dupré brought the car in. They were on cut slicks. This is an all-wheel drive. It's a Quattro. We followed this car, Joe, haven't we, in the development of this car. When it first came, it had no advertising on it at all, other than what it needed to have, and it basically looked like a street car. Now, it lost the lead of its class earlier on, and I was curious to know what had happened, but that's back in the pits. That's just going back in the pits.
That car looks like a street car from 10 metres, and then you get up close, you look under the wheel arches. That is a very well put together, very well engineered. Started life as a street car, very much a race car now. A lot of money being spent on that with regard to dampers, component parts, but modifications.
Dupré, I mean, again, it's absolutely the lifeblood of this race are those types of teams. We love watching the SP9s, don't get me wrong. The lifeblood of the NLS and this race are those teams. And Dupré Engineering have worked with a number of manufacturers down through the years, including Volkswagen, BMW, and more latterly, they've been well known for Audi. Christophe, actually, has driven Audi R8s as well. And they use this as a tool, as well as having fun and competing around here. And as I said, they are the lifeblood. Without those cars, we just, I mean, oh yeah, would it be awful if we only had the 40 SP9 cars around here? No, it wouldn't be awful, but it would just then be another GT3 race.
Yeah, it would be a Spa 24 hours. Which...
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with the Spa, the crowd Spa 24 hours.
There's something about mixed class racing, though. They're very much a mixed class racing. I'm going to start talking about third in the SP4T class. Is that Hyundai that is in the pits. Now the Hyundai we saw on the apron, they've pushed it back in. That to me that's obviously not started.
Yeah, you might be right. And just to finish off my point about Dupré, Johnny Palmer has just reminded me it is the 60th anniversary of the Dupré Motorsport guys being in existence. 1966 when that company came into being, and they're just one of these little artisanal teams that turn up here and do just do what they do and race. I've just noticed that Johnny Palmer's walked in with the biggest bag of Haribo, who are one of the Gold Bears, right? One of the...
Where you bought them at the supermarket the other day, didn't you?
They are one
just
of the,
this moment.
One of the sponsors of this race. I mean, we did this earlier on the week, but for people joining us now, in terms of motorsport achievements, is there anything better that in your gummy sweets bag you get one in the shape of your car, a Porsche 911, and one in the shape of your team owner, Olaf Manthey, complete with handlebar moustache? There was a special edition bags a few years ago when so there was the Gold Bear. The Gold Bear was on the grid. The Gold Bear was on the Manthey cars. They're celebrating 30 years this year as well. So the number, oh God, that's well found. The Haribo number 89 car.
So Haribo had to create a completely new mould.
Yes.
For the Porsche and also a little Manthey, Olaf Manthey, with the moustache.
With the moustache. That to me no wonder he retired shortly after that. And
well, what else can you achieve in life? You've got a chewy little jelly treat shaped like you. I mean, you've achieved life.
Magnificent. The Dupré Audi, by the way, has had barrier contracts earlier at Versailles. Well, that wouldn't have been good. Thank you, Johannes. So, in the last few minutes, drama for last year's winner, Raffaele Marciello, making contact with the back of the number 40 Z4 BMW in his number 1 BMW, lifting the back of the Z3 off the ground, but more importantly, causing some damage to that car. It came into the pits with splitter and front end damage. However, we're hearing that it was a fuel system issue that they were trying to resolve. Now, whether that was coincidental or an issue that was caused by the contact at the moment, we simply don't know. Daniel Juncadella carving his way through traffic. Has he gone to the front of the...
Yes, he has. I was just about to say, John,
I think he's leading, isn't he?
Yes, he's gone into the lead. So we were saying how these two Winwood cars were just working together. Well, Daniel Juncadella has thought that he could work together much better by actually being in the overall lead. Are we seeing a bit of fog in the air?
Yeah.
Car off to the right there. Flashing his lights on the finger on the button, just giving a bit of warning that he's coming up behind. Of course, the cars in front, when they look in their mirrors, all they see is bright white light. They can't distinguish what sort of car it is, who it is, but they can certainly feel how quickly he's coming up upon them.
Well done to Tux1234, who's just reminded me via at RSL_studio, and I heard the guys talked about this when I was out of the booth. That number 1 had been having refueling issues. They were spending more time in the pits during refueling than they needed to, and they were losing a bit of time. Again, was that cause or effect? We don't know, but is that something that's just been building and building during the earlier stops?
The fuel system problem, not a sticky throttle though.
Well, no, I mean, in terms of cause or effect from something earlier on, not from that particular...
Right, yeah, causing the fuel system now. Yeah, it just pure coincidence, of course, having had that little incident that we saw hitting the BMW Z440 up the rear diffuser, and then coming into the pits on what was a scheduled pit stop. And during that pit stop, of course, they're going to rectify whatever damage was done to the splitter. But then what manifested was a fuel system problem that has stopped the car
Juncatella's off the road and drops his right-hand side Michelin tyres into the dirt for a moment, heading up through Moot Curve. My goodness, that is not a place to have that kind of incident.
Clear up on aisle 4, I think, when he gets back to the pits.
The number 3 car is leading a charmed life. Max Verstappen with front wheels off the ground in the next section of track earlier on, and missing the barriers by a wafer's width. And Juncadella is pushing here. Danny Juncadella is on it. What is his next lap time going to be? 8:24 and 8:25 for the two Winwood Run cars at the front of the field. They were a couple of seconds apart across the line. Juncadella then leading the motor race again. And what a committed drive this is from Danny as he comes down the hill towards Brunchen. He's in the left-hander just before Brunchen now. It almost looks like there's a rock festival going on at Brunchen at the moment. That was very slippery early on, had to get out the power through Brunchen too. There's yellow flags right ahead of him. There's an incident right ahead of him. How close was he? Oh, twice. Oh, no, that's Schuring. Schuring's gone off in the Falcon car. Is this what the yellow flags were right ahead of Danny Juncadella? Yes, it is. That's the part of the track that Juncadella is coming into right now. Schuring has gone around, and Juncadella into a yellow flag. Looked like Shearing has got moving again, though.
Yeah, he done a 360.
He
Fourth
clobbered
place
the
car,
barrier,
remember
though.
this. Done a 360, and luckily he was coming down the box on the paddle shift, then got it moving again.
Here's another immediate disqualification of a driver. This is... oh, what's the car? I've got a car. I'm missing the car number. I'll get that for you in a moment. The driver is Sari, and again, this is 106-second stop and go, withdrawal of the licence as well. Hunketel back in the green flag. Talked about this earlier on with Maxime Martin, who was in the booth with us. Through Galgenkopf and on to the Dottinger. Just see him to the end of this lap before Joe Bradley gives you some thoughts, and then Johnny Palmer will step in as well.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sari is in the BMW M240i, the 658 car.
Right.
That we mentioned earlier, and I can't remember what we mentioned it for. We mentioned earlier that there was, just a few moments ago, we could see mist forming. Darren Wood and Johannes has mentioned that that was probably campfire smoke that we saw there, rather than the creation of some mist and fog. It's a clear night, if anything. The moisture has kind of drifted away. Completely different from last night's practice conditions, thankfully. That would have destroyed whatever race we have. Daniel Juncadella crosses the line to complete another lap, and as much as we saw that these two Windward Mercedes were managing the pace at the front of this field, Juncadella still being followed around by Lucas Stoltz in the sister car, the number 80. Just fractions between these two, 1.2 seconds at the last measurement taken. I'll just refresh that and see if Juncadella is pushing on and pushing.
I just wonder, Joe.
The gap, he isn't. They're still right together, John.
I just wonder if they're taking turns leading so that they balance out the fuel, because you get quite a draft at various parts here.
Clever.
I've just thrown that in the mix.
Yeah,
and with that, a good evening once again to Johnny Palmer. I'll get me cut.
That's sort of a Tour de France methodology, isn't it? They do that a lot in cycling as well. So there's a chance that you're right there, because they tend to rotate, switch around every, 2, 3, 4 laps or so, and give the other car the opportunity to lead for a little while. I did say earlier on that it was fairly high risk from Winward to be having both cars in close contention, but maybe it's entirely intended, and this was the game plan before the off. But Juncadella now ahead of Stoltz, just because Stoltz got the better run through the Vidal chicane. That was because Juncadella's exit out of that sequence of corners wasn't ideal, and there's now an SP10 GT4 Mercedes, which is going to be a tad in the way. An unconnected team. That was the 175 car, after the 176 had already been in the wars down at Arenberg. So Vasquez, the Argentinian racer for Pro Sport Racing, who runs 10th in SP10. So again, you know, you're running at such close quarters, Joe. If it goes wrong for the lead car, it's probably going to go wrong for the second place car. It's high risk stuff, but the team seem generally okay with this.
Yeah, I mean, the Le Mans winning race engineer Linde Gade used to use the term push without risk. I'm not sure that is even achievable for a moment here at the Nürburgring in this 24-hour race. You can push, and I think they're managing a very, very high-speed pace here, managing the lead of this race as a team. But that was a good point, and it's a good theory from Hindhoff, as he's gone for his supper, that they were assisting one another by swapping places and taking a turn at the front. That means the car following in the wake of the slipstream. The science of that is that you're not using as much fuel to power the car through the air. Marginal gains do lead to substantial gains, I suppose, over a long run. But right now, these two in control. They've got a gap which I'll check to the third place car, which is the number 34 Volkenhorst Aston Martin Nicky team at the wheel of that car. And then in fourth place we've got the SPX, the first non-SP9, the SPX Klingman in the BMW M Sport, the M3 Touring that we love so much. That's a little way back in fourth place, but just waiting for the third place car. It's got a substantial gap between the first two Winward team Mercedes to that third place Aston, but we'll confirm that when Nicky team brings that car through.
Hello to Michael in Midhurst, who is in the south of England and absolutely loving this. I think he tuned in just to kind of see what all the fuss was about. A big British Touring Car Championship fan and a follower of Jake Hill, as well as we all are, actually, at the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We had Simon Hill as part of our broadcast of the Spa 12 hours just a handful of weeks ago. And Jake, a 2024 BTCC champion, now making the move across to the longer distance stuff, and he's driving the 18 car. But great to have you still with us. I'm sure you are, Michael. And, well, here's to staying up all night, because he said, this is crazy. I never expected it to be quite as addictive, but it certainly is. And there's another 24-hour race coming up next month, by the way, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. You might have heard of it. So he's hooked. I'm sure many of you that have never experienced this race before will be immediately hooked and will be paying attention to this race in forthcoming years as well. Don't forget there's a domestic championship as well called the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, which is a series of 4 and a one-off 6-hour race, which we have covered on our network as well through the course of the year. And Maurice Schuring, with that 360-degree high-speed spin and also contact with the barrier, is now nursing the 44 Volker Motorsports Porsche back to pit lane. But bear in mind, he's only got to the carousel. And now this is the difficult bit, because it's very, very steep up here. And the race cars going normal speed are nipping by on the left. There will be white flags covering this car from the marshal posts, but it's even more difficult to pick those flags out and then ascertain where the car is and what sort of speed it's doing in the darkness hours.
It's going to be very tricky from this point onwards, Johnny. We're at the point of the track where it starts getting very, very narrow, and it's perhaps the most technical part of the track. It's up through out of the right-hand road. Poor Hack, he's heading towards Brunchen and then on through Plansgarten, but that section of right-handers and left-handers where if you are fractionally offline, so you've got the cars that are coming up on him at very high speed while he limps this car back to the pits. He's still got quite a few kilometres to make up to get that car back. Now then, Morris has found one of the access roads to take a shortcut. From there, he can get onto the public road that runs adjacent, parallel with the Dottinger Hof. That will give him easier access back to the paddock. Now, he has just parted because he's basically got to do a hairpin turn. This is where he'll get some assistance now from the marshals. He's turned it into the gap that leads to the public areas, which subsequently leads onto the public road. So Morris now just trying to do a bit of an Austin Powers and getting the car into reverse. He's going to be doing a bit of an Austin Powers three-point turn here, as we see him trying to get that car through a very, very tight 180 degree. And he's probably saved a lot of consternation if he was to continue. That's what he's been looking out for. And you see the parts of the barrier that are painted in orange, which signifies that is an access point. And the drivers are fully briefed on how to go about this once he can get it through that gap. Still doing an Austin Powers as we get that car turned around and into that gap and be recovered via the use of a recovery vehicle, no doubt.
It feels like Maurice Schuring's been around for a long time. He's still only 21 years old, you know, and from the Netherlands originally, although does a lot of racing worldwide these days. He was a winner at the 2024 24 Hours of Le Mans within category. So that was a terrific result. But Maurice Schuring, look at the dejection. He's turned the engine off. He knows, well, was that his mistake? Because he tripped over one of the BMW Z4s and maybe didn't react quite as quickly to where that Beamer was going. But that's the immediate thing, isn't it? Whether it's your fault or not, you just start to beat yourself up because all of a sudden that's pretty much race over.
And it happened so quickly. You know, we had, who was it that was in earlier? It was Frozen Speed, it was Jochen who said, oh, they seem to be in control. And I thought, touch wood, Jochen, please, because you can be in full control here. And then in an instant, you've got a car that's just, you know, much, much slower. Multi-class racing brings that upon you very, very quickly because the speed difference is massive.
Yeah.
And you're doing 160, 170 miles an hour. The fact the slower classes are doing 125. And that's a massive closing speed, and especially the grip that you get in a GT3 car with all that aero assistance, you can corner massively in comparison to the cars in the lower classes that have no aero and they're slipping and sliding around trying to find their line.
And to add insult to injury, the 44 car's now under investigation for a potential infringement under a Code 60. It kind of doesn't matter because it looks like that car is, if not out of the race, certainly out of contention. Another car that's appeared in front of me as far as the race control messages are concerned is the 145 SP10 car for Bednarski. That's running third in the GT4s. Another BMW M4 Evo this time. So, under investigation, depending on whether it's found to have been speeding and by how much was it speeding, then the penalty can be really quite severe for obvious reasons, because there is a speed limit out on the racetrack. That's entirely for safety, both of driver of a car that's being recovered and, more importantly, of the marshals. So they do rather come down on drivers with a ton of bricks if you're found to have been going too fast through those speed-limited areas. And that is Josh Bednarski, who shares with Peter Kate, who we had here in the Global Broadcast Centre not that long ago. Also Tom Schutzer and Jeroen Blekemolen in that 145 SP10 BMW. An indication of just how dark it is. Even though there's a lot of floodlighting from the main grandstand on the start-finish straight, the areas of the paddock are plunged into darkness at just after 20 to midnight. Big Wheel still getting a plenty bit of business, though.
Yeah, be blooming cold up there, the top of there. An interesting point here, I just want to say hello to Gaz Bury, who will be helping get through the night. He's doing his day job, well, actually his night job. He's driving a truck from Peterborough to Warrington.
Cool. Hello, Gaz.
Yes, he said hello. He's the Karting Live TV media manager. He makes a good point. Some of these cars have cameras for rear view mirrors or door mirrors on the side, and he has a similar technology on his truck, and he says when headlights are into the camera, you literally have no definition whatsoever. I mean, mirrors are bad enough, but cameras, I suppose you can, you've just got a bright white screen that you are denoting that you've got someone behind you. What that is behind you, you have no way of making that out. Into that slow zone that we mentioned, Lucas Stoltz on board with him on the stream if you are there, and then just speeds up there, gets the go. He's the one that is in second place, the second place Winward Racing Mercedes. But he's still on the tail of Daniel Giancadella, who is our overall leader here, and still pulling out and continuing to pull a gap. Last time by, though, they lost some time to the third place Nicky team, Volkenhorst Aston Martin. But that could, of course, just been how they managed the traffic at the time and how they managed the slow zones. Easy to lose time. Got a massive slow zone just out of Brunchen, heading towards Flansgarten, which is where we've just seen the two Winward cars negotiate. Traffic creating a problem there for our leaders, just having to back out of the throttle, and almost tripping over some of the back markers. Hard to identify what they are. They're just bright red lights to our leading cars as they come upon them. And usually, Johnny, when you are driving in daylight, the cars of the lower classes kind of develop a character that you've become familiar with.
Yes.
And even more so if you know the driver of that car. It's hard to denote who's driving the car from a car when you're coming up to overtake. However, in the night, all you've got is red lights. and you can't see what car it is, you can't see what sort of class the car is running in, so you can't really see. All you can feel is just how quickly you've come upon the car, where it is on the track, and it basically becomes a bit like a video game where you just have to dodge the red lights in front of you.
I mean, there's a little bit of judgment in, you know, how fast am I catching that car? Am I going to be on top of it by the next corner, or is it another SP9 car that I'm about to lap, so therefore doing about the same sort of speed as me? And then there's an indication from the marshal posts, potentially, of whether they're getting blue flags very rapidly, because blue flags work the same in most other areas of motor racing as well, i.e. there's a quicker car coming through, hold your line, try and make space for it where it's safe to do so. But yeah, SP9 catching an SP9 car that's about to be lapped, that's a much narrower speed differential as the 821 Audi is serviced. This is the team nameless Audi RS3. Many of these crews entered just privately under the guise of the drivers rather than a strict team name, and that is Mats Heidler, René Stiger, Stefan Epp and Alexander Weber in their SP3T Audi RS3. Just wanted to mention a problem for the 577, which, now, was that gearbox problems for a car that I just identified a moment or two ago? 577 is an entry from Asbest Racing, and it pitted not that long ago, yes, with gearbox problems. There was also a significant penalty for Maximilian Arnold from the 415 Porsche 911 Carrera. So the race number is 415. This was caught speeding during a double yellow flag period, resulting in an 86-second stop-and-go penalty. And the fact that it's a stop-and-go penalty means that you can't serve it during a standard pit stop like the 81 M3 Touring is currently doing. So that's a deliberate visit to the pits, sit there for almost a minute and a half and go again. So again, a severe breach of the double yellow waved flags, and the officials quite rightly stamped down on that. Looks like brand new Yokohama Advan tyres for this weird looking estate. I mean, it's not a weird street car, it's perfectly at home on the roads, but to see it racing here at the Nordschleife, you sort of have to take a double or triple take, but it is testament to those Yokohama tyres, particularly, to perform so well.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is a good advert for Yokohama tyres to have that car up there. That car looks like a shopping car when it's parked up, Johnny, but out on the track when it's performing out there, that is one of the prettiest race cars we've got here. Got a question for you that you might have looked up. I've been trying to find the answer to this statistic for the last 6 hours probably. Martin Pearson, hello Martin, one of our members of our iRacing COVID League, who asks, is this the largest GT3 field that we've had in this race, or is this the largest GT3 field? I think we've had a very large GT3 field at the Spa 24 hours. But we'll try and find the answer to that, Martin, if anyone does know the answer to that one.
At this
certainly on the collective, they might know.
They might know, yes. At this specific race, it's certainly a recent high, because the amount of GT3 cars, well, the amount of total cars was capped at 150. And, I mean, according to my screen, well, it's 40 odd. I think it's 41 SP9 cars. Bear in mind that for the eligibility of top qualifying 3, you could also run the SPX, SP Pros, SP11, of which we don't have any, but that was a category for GT2 cars. So there was a potential for as many as 49 cars in the top qualifying 1 session that happened yesterday. Feels like it was last week now. I mean, 40-odd cars, all in the GT3 category, is a phenomenal entry, but I would be surprised if it's a record, because we used to get about the same, if not slightly more, before that entry was capped. And this race, by the way, has run in the past with over 200 cars, would you believe?
Yeah.
230 odd, I think it is.
Yeah.
With every single garage having to house as many as 7 cars in a garage which is sort of designed to be a Formula 1 pit garage and house 1 car. So when you've got 7 squeezed in between the narrow, what feels like very, very narrow area, and they all work around one another with great respect as well.
Certainly messes with my OCD. If you are new to this race, and I know we've got a lot of new fans being dragged along to see Mr. Verstappen and how he does on his sports car journey, you'll have seen that, you know, usually 1 team per garage, maximum of 2 cars, maybe even 1 car per garage. Certainly from where Max comes from in his day job, 1 car per garage. But here at the Nürburgring 24 hours, we've got teams that have to share with other teams. You've got at least 4, maybe 5 cars that are in those garages, and we cram them in there, giving the teams very little room to do any major work on those cars. But it's a complete cleanse of the mind and the culture, if you're the sort of person like I am, who likes their own garage and their own flooring down and the presentation boards around, making the garage look all sweet and nice for you. Well, cleanse your mind of all things that, because you just can't. You can't do that. You've got to make it very practical, very operational, and with the teams cooperating and probably assisting and helping out one another as well, Johnny. We've seen that many times.
Well, because everyone knows, you know, what it's like to have a drama in the middle of the race, and if your car's going okay, maybe you're in the middle of an 8-lap stint and hopefully you're not going to see the car for another half an hour or so, then yeah, absolutely start helping out your fellow runners. Now, this is not what we like to see for Jutta Racing with their number 8 Audi. Elia Earhart's been driving it for the last stint. But it's having to be pushed into the garage for some extra attention. Actually, it's not made the garage, has it? So maybe I'm creating a bit of a drama out of nothing here. They'll certainly focus on the front left corner, but it might be possible to weave this all into their scheduled pit stop. Again, torch is required. And that's not where you'll find the engine, folks, because this is a mid-engine car, the 5.2-litre V10 of the Audi R8, the venerable Audi R8 these days. But clearly there is clearly an issue, maybe with the steering, maybe with the cooling of the brakes, and that, I think, is Lithuanian being spoken, because Jutta Racing of Lithuania, and they bring a big support crew with them as well. This is customer racing in a nutshell, Joe, because Audi Sport kind of don't exist at a GT3 level anymore, but they do have plenty of cars in the race privately run.
And the thing, the biggest factor here is how big is their spares box? Have they got enough spares to rectify whatever it is they've found there? And it's probably something, maybe a bent steering connection, or a suspension arm, or a broken damper. They've spotted something under that front right wheel arch. The driver probably reporting a little bit of a gremlin. And when the team have inspected it, that's why the car has been pushed backwards into the garage. And you saw the cramped conditions there that these mechanics are going to be working under. They'll do a fine job, and probably do the job much quicker than you can with your local Audi dealer. If you pulled your R8 in there for a suspension issue and a damper change, you'd be lucky to get it back the next day. Well, we'll have that out in a few minutes if we can, and if it's just a bolt-on, bolt-off, or should say bolt-off, bolt-on component, then the team will be rectifying that and getting that car back out into the race. But I didn't understand a word of Lithuanian, Johnny. It's not a language that I'm familiar with.
Da.
Oh, really? Is that it?
Well, I imagine that. I would think that's yes. It is in a lot of the countries in that region, but that's all I would know. What's yes for? What's Lithuanian for yes? Is what I mean to say.
Yes. Da.
I think it's da.
Yeah.
But if you know any different, at RSL_studio with the hashtag RSLN24. Are you watching in Lithuania right now, in Kaunas maybe, or somewhere else far flung? Be great to hear from you. And maybe you were able to detect precisely what they were saying to one another down at Jutta Racing to know precisely what the problem is. But they do now need to wheel that car into the garage, and what that enables the team to do is to put more mechanics on it, because there is a rule about how many can cross that solid white and very wide, sorry, red and wide line is what I'm trying to say. And that's all about safety again. because although the team, as I say, it's a smallish team from Utah Racing, there's got to be about 7 or 8 guys on it, and they can't all be on the car when it is on the pit lane apron, just in front of the garage.
I think, Johnny, that well, we were right in suspecting that it was suspension. Now, those big billeted bits of aluminium, that's a laser setup equipment that will align the front and rear tyres to one another. The old style would be 2 bars across a bar across the front, a bar across the back, and a string of thread parallel to one another on the left and right side. Well, that laser equipment does it for you. They're basically doing a realignment job, which indicates to me that that left-hand front has had some damage to the suspension. So they're renewing the suspension components, so they have to reset the length of the steering rod, the length of the bottom arm, the top wishbone, altering the alignment on the 4 wheels. It's a very quick job with that equipment. As you can see, the green laser beams there on the stream. If you're watching, there's green laser beams running parallel down both sides of the cars, and that's giving a measurement of the angle of tow at the rear. Whether it's towing in or towing out, I'm not sure. Certainly a job that takes a little bit of time. They seem happy with what they've got. The laser equipment has disappeared and the wheels are going back on. So that's good work by the Utah team. Got a lot of experience now, Johnny. They were very early days of the 24H Creventic series. They were a big part of that, weren't they? Running in that series all around Europe. And over the course of the last, I dare say, almost 10 years, Utah might have been around. So a very well-drilled, well-choreographed, disciplined team. And endurance racing's all about that. Endurance racing's, there's a lot, obviously it's about going around the track as fast as possible, but it's also about how you address the adversity that endurance and long-distance racing can throw at you, which is pretty much anything at the N24. And as we see there, Johnny, whatever it was, the component part has been replaced, the car has been realigned, and it's off the jacks and about to get back into this race, the number 8 Audi, back off the pit apron and back in. Well done, Utah. Brilliant job.
Yeah, really good turnaround. Clearly they weren't quite expecting the car to come in with that problem, so then you've got to assess it quickly, diagnose, and then have often a pre-plan in how you're going to sort out that repair as quickly as possible. Going back quite some years to the Porsche Carrera Cup GB, Jonas Gelzinis was mightily successful as a sort of pro-am driver, but he got so good he moved into the pro division, took 3 wins in the 2013 division, and he is, I don't want to say he's the team boss, but he's certainly quite influential now at Utah Racing. And the Gelzinis family used to drive as well as look after that. He's not in the entry this year for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, but I'm sure Jonas is here somewhere, keeping a watchful eye on that number 8 Audi. And the cooling of the 69 McLaren is certainly something to be wary of as well, just to make sure that there's some cool air flowing into that air intake. Normally, that air is being supplied by the car going very, very fast along somewhere like the Dottinger Hoor. You've got to make sure that the engine doesn't overheat whilst it sits in the pit lane. The other thing is, a lot of these SP9 cars, when you come in to do the pit stop service, you have to turn the engine off. And then you need to rely on it restarting as well. There is a slightly different rule for the turbocharged cars in that I think it says, we'd really, really like you to turn the engine off, but you don't absolutely have to. Whereas if it's a non-turbocharged car, the engine needs to be cut, and then you've got to hope that it restarts.
And the reason why you need the leaf blowers, unlike your road car, we're not driving any kind of cooling fan, not even an electric one, because, all right, the old-fashioned style of driving a fan off the crank pulley by a belt, your fan belt, driving the alternator and the cooling fan pulling in air across the radiator while the car remains static. These more modern times, you've got a temperature, a thermostatically controlled electric fan that if the engine reaches a certain temperature, the electric cuts in. We don't really need that on a race car because it's invariably traveling forward through the air most of the time, unless it's sat static on the pit lane. So just to assist in a bit of cooling there, don't want the engine to start heat soaking and getting too hot. we get the leaf blowers on the cars and get some air through them. Johnny, I picked up a little bit of a bit of an interesting stat, and thanks to Johannes Goglica from the Midweek Motorsport Collective for picking up on this. We've talked about mixed class racing here. In SP4, we've got a car that is actually 25 years old.
Okay.
It's a BMW 325 Ci. It's with the Open Motors Automobile Sport team. It's car 152. From here, I'm going to go and find out where it is in the field. The drivers down to drive it, Ingo Upen, Christian Koga, and Henrik Launhardt. We'll find out where that is in the field. But it just shows what you can come and race at the N24. I don't know how long the car's been a race car. It's a car that's been modified from a road car, a street car. But it's just phenomenal that a 25-year-old motor. All right, it's a race car. It gets serviced every time it comes off the track. It's kept virtually new because you're changing the component parts on it all the time. But still, it's very rare you see a 25-year-old car outside of historic racing, of course, here racing for the N24.
You're watching the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and I can officially now turn to Joe Bradley to my right and say, good morning, Joe.
Good morning.
It's a minute past midnight.
Yes, it is. Are we ready for a class update as well, Johnny?
Yeah, we certainly are. You
right,
might need a few moments just to make sure you're in position to do that, and I can give you those few moments by saying that Lukas Stoltz is leading in the number 80 Mercedes from Winward Racing. He only leads by 1.2 seconds, though, over the sister number 3 Mercedes. And then in third place, a great overtake in the not too distant past, actually, from Max Hesse in his Rover Racing BMW. So 99 squeezing into third and now ahead of Christian Krognes, who he was able to overtake on the track. Krognes still going strongly, though, for Valkenhorst Motorsport, as around the outside at Arenberg had to go Jens Klingman, as another car is recovered on the back of a flatbed, and Klingman in his M3 Touring 24H was really, well, we've said that's a big car, but when you put it next to an ADAC HGV, it is tiny. And yeah, the kind of eye line of the two drivers was way out, but Klingman did exactly the right thing, obeying the flags as another pit stop happens for the Dunlop Shod 17 Porsche.
Right, let's have an hourly class update. I'm going to give you all the class leaders, and there's quite a few classes running in the Nürburgring 24 hours. I'll try and get through these as quick as possible. So we'll start with the SP3 class in 150th place. It's car 277. I'm not sure what that car is. In fact, let me get another page up here, Johnny, and then we can go through them.
I can do that bit for you if you want.
No, I've got that. Right. So 150th position for the BMW 318 Ti in SP3. Then we've got to move up the order to find our next class leader, which is way up the order in 120. Say way up the order, still 127th. That's the Strycek driven car of it's the Opel Corsa, the GS Corsa. That's leading SP2T. Just ahead of it on the road is Tom Coronel. He's in the pits at the moment. He's currently in 126th place. He's leading the alternative fuels number 1 class. There is Tom, and it's an Audi R8 LMS. So that car, I think, is in with a problem, and that might subsequently fall out of this race. So then further forward, 123rd place in the SP4 class, we find the number 152 BMW 325 Ci. That's leading the SP4 class, as we said. Looking for the class leader in SP8T. That is the number 59, the Duo Motorsport McLaren Artura. We've just seen that. That's the car that's just been in the pits, and we were describing the leaf blowers. In 114th, just ahead of it, is the BMW 325 I-Class leader. That's the no team name, just the car number. That's car 100. And then moving up the timing screens to find our next class is the the V5 class leader. Now that car is in the pits. It's the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman. car 444 in 88th place overall. Next class is VT2 front-wheel drive. That is the Cooper Leon. No team name for that. That's car 471, and that is in, pardon me, 83rd place overall. V6 is the next class we come upon, and that is in 79th place overall. Car 396, another car from Adrenaline Motorsport, another Porsche Cayman, leading V6. SP3T, that is the number 317, no team name. It's an Audi TT. That car is currently in 75th place overall. And then the VT2 Hecker, which means basically all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. That's car 500, 69th place overall, and it's that team again, Adrenaline Motorsport, leading several classes here with their, this time with their BMW 330i. Next up is just up the road in 68th place, the TCR leader, car 776. No team name, that's an Audi RS3 TCR, and then just ahead of it is the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport BMW M2. That's the BMW class in 67th place overall. Next class leader we come upon is the Rita Engineering Porsche 911. That is in the SP7 class, 47th place overall, and that is car 91. And then in 41st place is the Cup 3 leader. That's the W&S Motorsport Porsche 718 Cayman, and that is the number aptly numbered for a Porsche 962. First in the SP4T class is in 40th, and that's the number 88 for the Subaru WRX in SP4T. SP10 is just ahead of them in 39th, and that's the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW M4, the GT4 spec car in SP10. First in the 992, SP Pro is the number 992. That's a Porsche 911 from Manthey. And then in the AT2 class, in 32nd place overall, is number 632. That's the Black Falcon Porsche 911 Cup car. Further up the order, we find the Cup 2 leader. That's the Porsche class, the number 900, the 900 Black Falcon team Porsche 911. And then just looking up the timing screen, we're inside the SP9 class. SPX is being led by the 5th place overall car. That's the BMW M3 Touring, fan favourite, certainly one of my favourites. And then the final class in the configuration is the SP9, which is the GT3 class, of course, and that's being led by our overall leader, now the turn of the number 80, Lucas Stoltz, in the Winward Racing Mercedes, who's taking his turn at the front of this field.
I'm sure many people would have been listening to you and also enjoying, if you're watching us as well as listening to us, enjoying the pit stop from Hyundai Motorsport N with their 830 Elantra N, because not only was the sort of tortuous task being done by the mechanic on the rear left of loosening 5 individual wheel nuts from the studs, taking the wheel off and then having to do them up again at relatively slow speed, but he was doing a very good job. The other thing that was taking place was a bit of aero bodywork being torn off the rear left corner, which had already been damaged, and the same mechanic got rid of that. But I noticed they were doing front discs on that Hyundai already. We've had 9 hours of the race so far. Did look like it was only the front discs that were being replaced. They are very, very hot components, of course. So the tray had been brought out for the new disc that was going to be offered to the car, and that was a slightly longer stop than we would normally have seen for the Elantra. But it'll be fresh from a 10,000-mile service, if you like, to then do the next stint now. And if they're going to do brakes after 9 hours, will they have to do them after another 9 hours? Or it might be that vaguely at about sort of half distance, give or take 3 hours either side of the 12-hour marker, that's just a job that needs to be done.
Yeah, so if the brakes will last 14 hours, when you're inside of 14 hours remaining, then you are clear to do the brakes if you really want to push that. Just want to say hello to a fellow commentator, Johnny, Andrew Mather, who's at home with his better half. First Nürburgring rude of you, Andrew, not to have given me your fiance's name, but hopefully you're enjoying the race. And Andrew's the lead commentator on the British Karting Championships. I think he's not at the... Are you at the British tomorrow? I think you said you're at Chennington, another old school track, of course, but glad you're enjoying it. How long are you going to stay with us then if you're working tomorrow? You'll be sounding like a gibbering fool if you stay up any later.
It's only 11:10 in the UK, so stay till midnight at the very least, UK time. The two Mercedes have switched around again, by the way, and they might have actually switched for a second time on this lap, because the order was Lucas Stoltz ahead of Danny Juncadella, and they've come in now with Juncadella ahead of Stoltz. So they did indeed switch around for a second time on the same lap. On the live ticker, it said a minute past midnight that the two Mercs were in the reverse order, but they have come in 3 leading 80, and this will be to complete 57 laps. Just confirm that in a moment or two, because various graphics around me just basically describe those cars as being in the pits, but that's either 57 or 58. Oh, there we go. It is 58 laps completed by the two AMGs, and they came into pit lane separated by less than a second. And the amount of photographers now that are around the number 3 car rather suggests that a certain Max Verstappen might be taking the number 3 car over now. I don't know whether we can peer right into the cockpit to confirm that.
Well, we were kind of preparing ourselves, not as much as Max Verstappen would be, for his very first nighttime stint in a motor race. Can't quite see into the car to see what that helmet colour is, Johnny, and we won't know for sure, unless we do see his helmet, who the driver is until it clicks the timing beam as he pulls out of the pits. So fingers crossed, we're going to get this first stint. Another Formula 1 world champion to welcome to 24-hour sports car racing. We had Fernando Alonso, who went to Daytona, went to Le Mans and won it, I think, with the 3rd attempt with Toyota.
Yeah, that sounds about right, but it was a little while ago now, so I've sort of forgotten. But I can check that.
Jenson Button, another Formula 1 world champion who, I'm talking about recently, or relatively recently. I know Alonso was 20 years ago since he won the F1 championship, but Jenson went to Le Mans, found himself with a retirement career of sorts.
So these were both 8-lap stints for the 3 and the 80 cars, and that means 8-lap stints, you're in the pit lane for 3 minutes and 17 seconds. The other thing I need to tell you about is that the 34 Aston Martin, currently being driven by Christian Krognes, is now under investigation for potentially an infringement under double yellow. Now, that might be speeding. We haven't yet had a decision about that car. The message about the under investigation only appearing at just before midnight. Lollipop lifted for the number 3 car, and surely that has to be Max by the amount of attention that the car is getting as it heads down the pit lane, and it will have the 80 car right in behind. 58 laps completed, as I say, and they will leave pit lane virtually together. And normally we would get an update straight away, but as I say, my timing's a bit laggy. Do tell me, Joe, if you, in fact, the timing screen way over to your right might offer us an answer as well.
Not quite yet. Engel is in the 80 now.
Okay.
Lucas Stoltz handing over to Mauro Engel. Daniel Juncadella
still being shown, isn't he?
But he's not showing as out.
No.
He's still showing us in the pit, so a little bit of time before our timing screen updates there. We'll keep an eye on the...
Well, the other thing I'm forgetting to tell you is that Danny Juncadella is a star in his own right, so I'm sure a lot of the photographers just wanted to get a shot of Danny in the car as well. I mean, let's face it, the number 3 Red Bull Verstappen racing car is drawing enough attention anyway, whether Max is in it or not. And you get this long line of N24 photographers keen to get some crucial photographs in darkness hours. But this is something we learned from Maxime Martin when he joined us in the Global Broadcast Centre and spoke at length to John Hindhaugh and Peter Snowden, in that the Winward Racing Mercedes have got into this pattern where they both pit on the same lap, but only one driver change takes place. So one car will retain its driver, the other car will change its driver, and then in another 8 laps' time, those roles will be reversed.
Martin Pearson's just messaging, he didn't see a driver swap on that number 3. Juncker Data still showing as and confirming that, but Martin's kind of confirmed that for us. Thank you, Martin. Staying tuned. But so that number 3 continuing, and yeah, timing screen agrees with Martin Pearson, so we can crack on.
We can, and Lucas Stoltz did indeed get out to hand over to Maro Engel. I mean, Maxime Martin pretty much gave us the rotation and said, well, I'm not due in for the next 3 driver changes, so I'm off for a bit of a snooze, and who can blame him? Because he will have to do some driving overnight.
I mean, that's the thing about 24-hour racing, as we've got a car off, it looks like we can see the number is the number 86, and that is the high-class racing Porsche. He's currently 11th overall, 10th in the SB9 class.
I fear that's Harry King. Yeah, Harry King, who's sharing with Ye Hongli, the Chinese driver, Anders Fjordbach and Li Kerong. And Harry King in the gravel on the Grand Prix circuit. Now, I don't know yet how he's ended up there. That was, yeah, it's in the 2nd sector of the Grand Prix circuit. Both sectors in that vicinity take around about 40 to 45 seconds. So it's after the, or is it at the hairpin? Is it at the Goodyear Carer, I wonder? There is a gravel trap as well at the Michael Schumacher S, but cars are going behind that stranded Harry King Porsche from High Class Racing. As now, Danny Juncadella retained then in the number 3 Mercedes, but having to back off the pace as he reaches this section, which is under yellows and potentially code 60 as well. This is Adenauer Forst with huge spectator infrastructure, constructions that have taken many days through the last week or so to actually put up, and some of them several stories high. Now we go, and Danny Juncadella gets the jump on a couple of those cars that he wasn't allowed to overtake at the Adenauer Forst, but is now as they move their way towards Metzgersfeld. And the Franz Conrad Lamborghini Huracan still very much in contention. It's completed 57 laps now, and Christian Engelhardt's just brought it in. It's a story so far of what might have been for Lamborghini and their 3 Huracans, because the Red Bull Team Apt car started on the front row. Both have been in dramas, although the driver that took pole position yesterday in top qualifying, Luca Engstler, is now in the 84 car again and running in 7th place. So that's their best shot of maybe getting a podium. And it might be helped by the 34 car, as I say, being under investigation for a double yellow infringement. So that's the Christian Krognes Valkenhorst Aston Martin. Keeping my eyes trained to the race control message screen above my head. And we still haven't had, no, we have now had a decision, and it's a no further action for car number 34. So they were checking that that car maybe hadn't overtaken under double yellows, and all is fine. So car 34 looking okay. That was announced 3 or so minutes ago. Valentin Lachenmeyer in the 36 BMW Z4 is now heading towards Schwalbenschwanz, and this area restricted to 60 kph as well, or is it just double yellows? There's a change of surface flag there as well, so indication perhaps that there might be something down on the road surface. Into Galgenkopf next, and then the long run for home out of the Dottinger Hohe. As Lachenmeyer's getting into it the best place possible. He sees the green flag and off and running again for the SRO Motorsports entry.
So Harry King dropping down the order as we suspected he might after that off. Currently 17th. We've got a few slow zones, Johnny. We've got one at the Sabine Schmidt curve, just coming off the Grand Prix track onto the Nordschleife. We've got one further around as well. Let me just see if I can find that. A little bit of a slow zone going up to Ardnar Forst. That's the uphill sweep, the sweep right, and then the very tight left-right before they start heading back downhill towards Metzgerfeld. And then the climb to Bergwerk through Exmüller. We've got a slow zone there, one of the fastest parts of the track there as they come out of the right-hander heading towards Bergwerk out of Exmüller. Slow zone there, and another slow zone, and quite a large slow zone, all the way from Brunchen, all the way through the Pflanzgarten, all the way to Schwalbenschwanz. Try saying that after being up early. All the way out of the Schwalbenschwanz Kleine Carousel towards the Dottinger Horst Straight. So that's quite a chunk. That's going to affect lap times, and I think that might be because of a recovery vehicle making its way out of that area. But that's a huge, look at the size of that, Johnny, from Brunchen all the way to the Dottinger Horst. That's quite a bit of racetrack, that.
Now, is this in the realms of some cars maybe thinking about pitting after 7 laps rather than normal 8 because of the time that you might stand to gain on your rivals whilst they're restricted to 60 kph along a long stretch? Might be the opportunity to shorten some of these stints. By the way, Harry King's Porsche is in the gravel at the Goodyear hairpin, so at the bottom of the hill of the Grand Prix track. But did he fall or was he pushed? Can't answer that at this stage, but Harry King is one of those drivers who makes very, very few mistakes, although his experience in 24-hour racing is still fairly limited. Has come through the ranks in the Porsche Carrera Cup Championships, a British champion in that, then started to do some European racing in the Mobil 1 Super Cup with great success at times as well. But I'm delighted to see him now getting his teeth into a couple of 24-hour races this year, because he's also secured a deal at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and not with a Porsche. He's going to be driving an LMP2 car at Le Mans, Harry King. So I can't wait to see that.
He's got a bit of a reputation to be a real special driver.
Yeah.
But with the real deal is the words that we use to describe Harry. I know he works with Snowy sometimes, driver coaching and instructing. Information coming through that we've lost the KTM crossbow. The number 66 has gone out with a mechanical issue. Just try and find it on the... just to make sure.
I think Maro Engel's going to have a chance to overtake Danny Juncadella and Antonius Bucher. The two Mercedes are side by side, and Maro Engel very, very close to the edge of the track. There's a VW Golf in front of the two Mercs, but Engel will get the line into Tiergarten, and the 80 car goes back in front as long as he can thread the eye of the needle there, up against the Armco and a slower runner, and across the line they will go, moments apart, and Engel leading lap 59.
Tremendous race in front of us, and considering we're 2.5 hours away from half distance, so we are not going to speculate as to just where things will be by lunchtime tomorrow. We've got to get through the trickiest part of this race, which is of course the nighttime hours. We've talked about the challenge of the Nürburgring and this 24-hour race with its multi-class structure. The speed difference between the slowest classes and the fastest GT3 classes is quite phenomenal. The concentration level, the focus that it takes from all of our drivers. There's a car. Is that
Harry King?
He's still grounded in that gravel trap. Yes, he is. So we're waiting for a recovery vehicle still for Harry King's Porsche. He is plummeting off the edge of a cliff down the timing screen. Last time I looked, set down to 17th, but I think that needs an update. So talk amongst yourselves while I just update my timing screen, JP.
Well, that now has detailed it fully in my mind where Harry has come to rest. I was trying to work out exactly where in the gravel he was at the Goodyear hairpin because the angle that I was trying to describe it from was a slightly unusual one, but now I've been able to witness where the car rests according to Danny Junkerdea's vantage point. It's basically turn 90 degrees through a 180 hairpin, and so you get part way through the Goodyear hairpin, and he's immediately to driver's left, facing the wrong way, so actually facing what was a very large crowd on Friday night to witness the drift show. And there is a marshal there with potentially a light board just to indicate further that recovery's about to start, but in full high vis, both jacket and trousers, that marshal, very, very brave to be standing there. I know it's speed limited, or at least yellow flags. I think there's a code 60 in place as well, but still.
He's dropped a 22nd, Johnny. He's got a bit of space behind him. Nicky Katzberg is behind him on the road in the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini, which is in the pits. So he's going to remain in 22nd until the Porsche from the Gorian RT by Car Collection. That's the SP9 entry, car number 4. It's there's a 3-lap deficit, so he's got a chunk of time. He's got over 20 minutes before he'll drop any further down from 22nd. But with him being in the gravel and not really making any attempt to pull him out there, and as I said that, there was a recovery vehicle, I think it just had arrived on scene, so they are very, very efficient here, very swift. They'll get him pulled back on the track, and he'll hopefully not lose any more time. Get back in this race as soon as he can.
Just caught sight of the 55 car as well of Alessandro Giretti. And Giretti, the 24-year-old Frenchman who's impressed me again in Porsche one-make racing, but car 55, which is the dynamic GT Porsche, running in 12th place. That car's just come into pit lane for service, as is the Müllner Motorsport 918 car, running 3rd in Cup 2. So we've reached the point maybe when the leading runners in Cup 2 are thinking about getting some fuel to put on board. By the way, there are separate numbers for the Cup 2 Porsches in terms of minimum pit stop times that you can't exceed, or you can't be beneath. So again, a different table that the Cup 2 runners run by, but they will know it off by heart and have to send the car at exactly the right point to make sure it reaches the timing loop at pit out, not a moment too early.
Gaz Bury asked a poignant question there. In other forms of racing, if you end up in the gravel, you are pretty much out of the race. Not at the Nürburgring 24 hours. You can be recovered. Well, one, you can be pulled back on the track, and I think that's what's going to happen with Harry King's Porsche. He's going to be pulled back out of the gravel. I'm talking about the number 86, the high-class racing car. He's going to be pulled out of the gravel. He'll get back onto the tarmac, and he'll just continue on his way. Whether he comes in the pits is then a decision down to him. But we have got situations where cars with damage can be returned or will be returned to the paddock, to the pits, where the teams can repair them and then continue. So it's pretty much addressing adversity in the form of your car ending up with a problem, whether it be mechanical, whether it be an accident from an incident. The organisers will endeavour to get the car back to the pits, and they'll use the access roads around the north side. It's a 25-kilometre long track, this, and it goes off out into the countryside, away from the Grand Prix part of the track, the kind of conventional permanent circuit. Well, it's all permanent circuit these days, isn't it? So it always has been, actually. What am I talking about? And there's the different accesses around the track, all the way around the track, and the cars can be put onto a flatbed, taken onto the public road, or even towed on the public road on some occasions, and brought back to the paddock where they can be repaired. So it's all about getting that car to finish, because 24-hour racing, yeah, okay, primarily it's about winning. It's about winning your class, but it's also, this form of racing came from the historically the challenge of getting that motor car the challenge of the endurance aspect of it is getting that motor car to the finish over the course of 24 hours. That was the engineering challenge. It's a human challenge, it's an engineering challenge, and it's very much a team sport.
There's a theory from Tom Hornsby, who's the press officer for the Intercontinental GT Challenge, of which this is the second round for 2026, by the way. Are the Mercedes changing positions, first to second, second to first, on their in-lap, just to make the pit stop easier? Because the 3 car sits a bit further down pit lane compared to the 80, i.e., in order when you pass the garages to drivers right down pit lane, the first one you will get to is the 80 car, and then it's the 3 car after that. So it makes much more sense for the 3 to lead the 80 car into pit lane, just so that they can pull into their pit stall, side or nose to tail, and be worked on without too much confusion and without too much choreography. It's certainly a theory that makes sense, Tom. And Danny Juncadella is now behind Mauro Engel after Engel picked him off at the end of the Dottinger Ruhr. But we'll see whether later on in the stint, whether the 3 gets put back ahead, if you like, because there's clearly a bit of team orders going on here. Winward Racing want to win the race and they want to finish second as well. In which order those cars will be in, well, that's your guess. But with a certain personality in this race, then probably more likely that the number 3 car will be the winner if they can actually fashion that finish. And people like Mauro Engel might have a bit of a thing to say about that as well, because he's now leading in the number 80 car. The other theory from John Hindhaugh is that, are they actually saving a little bit of fuel here and there? A bit like being in a bicycle race, Tour de France, Giro d'Italia, where it's the job of one cyclist to lead and take a lot of the airflow, and then you give that person a bit of a break by putting another competitor in front, and they get the chance then to follow in the tow. And by doing that, these Mercedes will actually save just that little bit of fuel. I'm not talking about a full lap, but when you add it all up through the course of the 24 hours, you might actually be able to pinch one more lap by the end of the race, which could be crucial. We're on lap 60. Joe Bradley stepped away for a bit of a break. It is midnight 30 here in Germany for the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And Bruce Jones, good morning to you. Rejoining me in the Global Broadcast Centre, it's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones for this little segment of the race, and we're in a good rhythm here, I feel.
Yeah, no, definitely feels like it, but to me it still feels like good night, because good morning is when I wake up in the morning. I know it's after midnight, but this has been just such an enthralling race, and yet one team is just rock solid at the front, Winward Racing. Everybody else has had a mishap here, a mishap there. Yes, you just said the words, it is endurance racing, but for Winward Racing, they seem to have a very, very good formula. For Mercedes, they haven't won this race for 10 years, and to have cars running first and second with a very tiny buffer, the best part of 3 minutes back to the Borkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin with Christian Cronjes at the wheel. This is dream position for the team, but the number of mishaps, the others, yes, cold track conditions, greasy track conditions, but so many cars going off. But then again, what can you do when you see the likes of Grello being driven, beautifully by Kevin Estre, and a stream of oil across the circuit, and he was just absolutely a passenger. Then poor Arjun Maini poured into the barriers behind him as well. 2, cars easily in the top 10, and certainly the Manthey Racing Grello Porsche, very much a car that would have been challenging the Winward Racing Mercedes, and that is the change of the complexion in this race. I think we're far from finished, but yeah, it's been extraordinary. Most races you can dip away for half an hour, come back, look at the figures for 10 minutes, and you feel as though you've got your finger back on the pulse. This is taking a lot more analysis. Yeah,
agreed. And I mean, it's great that the 2 leaders are so close to one another. It's now 9 seconds, actually, Engel to Juncadella, but I get the feeling that they'll be a bit closer than that towards the end of this particular stint. And then the rest are being left to fight for the minor places at this stage. But bear in mind that the Aston Martin and Christian Cronjes, yes, he's nearly 3 minutes back down the road, but that's still very much on the same lap. It's an 8-minute lap around here, and actually we're in the 9 minutes right now. 9 minutes 30 last time for Christian Cronjes. The lap times for the 2 Mercedes are a bit deceptive because they include their most recent pit stops. So a bit of time obviously was gathered back by the Valkenhorst Aston in 3rd position. In the 99 car, that's one of 2 Rover Racing BMWs, and car 99 has at the moment one of the Van der Lindes. It's Sheldon Van der Linde in car 99 with Max Hesse, Dan Harper, Dries Vanthoor, the other 3 drivers in that quartet, but Sheldon is currently at the wheel and position 4th. Now he's 1 minute and 6 seconds back, and that is a gap from the Aston Martin, and that was the gap at the start of this lap. A further 44 seconds back is the BMW of Neil Verhagen, and that's the very special M3 Touring running in 5th place, ahead of Luca Engsler's Lamborghini number 84, Lauren Heinrich's 24 Lion Speed Porsche, Dylan Pereira in the 48 Losch Motorsport 911 GT3, and then Chris Meese and Bastian Boos completing the top 10 with 14.5 hours just under still to go. And Mauro Engel barreling his way down towards Adenauer Forst, is this? Yes, with the vicinity of the track just opening up. You can't really see that massive amount of grass to the right-hand side, and you wouldn't want to go anywhere near it, frankly, because so much of it is more like a bog after lots of rain this week. Metzgersfeld coming up, and the campsite to driver's right is still very lively indeed.
It is a massive bank, and if ever you drive out of the circuit during the night, whether to go away, get a couple of hours of shut-eye or just lying flat on a bed, which is often all you can manage for a few hours, you go past that campsite at Metzgersfeld, it is gargantuan. The hillside is covered from top to bottom. You've got stages, music pumping out, maybe not to your taste, Johnny, or in fact mine, Euro electro pop from about 30 years ago, but certainly people having fun. But yes, it's a pool of light. But for me, just sitting, analysing cars as they go around the track at the moment, it's such a different feel, because nightfall was about 20 past 9 this evening. It's much later than you think, because I think because this meeting has had best part of hail, almost snow. It's been very cold. You sort of think, of course, it must still be winter, but it's not, because we are quite deep into spring. But anyhow, it's just if you go away and come back and the track's in full darkness, it takes a while just to get your eye back in as to where they are. But of course, cars' headlights are just so much better than they were, you know, even sort of 10, 15 years ago. So it's still just mesmerising whenever you get to ride on board. And at the moment, riding around with Mauro Engel in the number 80 Mercedes for Winward Racing that's leading this race. OK, again, we just talked just a 10-second margin. But what we have seen, just on top of that, is, of course, you have a very long lap at 25 kilometres, but actually that doesn't really matter. It's the gap between one car and another, and yet we've seen slow zones and people being caught behind cars that were slow with under waved yellow flags. And that's how last time I was in here, one car, the race leader, lost 14 seconds on one lap, having built a 23-second lead. Suddenly it was hauled right back in, so you can't rest on your laurels. You've got to keep pressing on. But you have to say right now, Winward Racing can afford to back off just a tiny bit, not enough to lose their concentration, but they don't need to take the risk when going through traffic right now, because they've got a very tidy buffer.
Well, that gap of point something of a second between first and second Mercedes has opened up now to 8 seconds, and that's partly because of Danny Juncadella doing a 9.13, nearly a 9.14. So, yeah, biding his time, I think, through traffic. You don't need to go crazy and be nose to tail all the time. There's only so much the Winward Racing engineers can take with the two cars, you know, feet apart. So it might not be a bad call, that, to just have them separated very slightly. 80 leading 3, and then the far bigger gap back to Christian Krognes. With some Porsche Caymans now pitting. One of them is the 962 entry. This is the WNS Motorsport car for Oberheim. And that, therefore, will be Moritz Oberheim in 962, sharing with Philipp Mimois, or Mimois, as a Finnish racer, Lorenz Stegman and Niklas Wiedmann in the 918 Cayman from WNS Motorsport. Here's one of the mighty HWA Evo.Rs, and the 61 car running kind of as competition for SP9, but it can't run in the SP9 class, so they run as SPX machines. And this is the 61 car, so it was brought in by, bear with me, who'd been driving that previous stint?
Renger van der Zande just brought it in. I must say that car looks fantastic. Retro in shape, but sort of sci-fi in terms of its black and white livery. Looks like a sort of exoskeleton on it. Maybe it's the night hour that's getting to my head, but it's something very different. Really enjoying the trio of those.
From certain angles, it looks like someone sketched it, though, as well. You know, sort of with a white pen on some black paper, and well, the lines are all where the creases are in the bodywork, if you like, and it's a piece of artwork. I realised that as soon as I stood next to it. I've seen the photographs prior to coming here, but not until you see it, they're flat.
But it looks way better under electric lighting, night lighting, than it does during the day. It looks pretty cool in the day, but anyhow, for HWA, you know, they had to put something together to attract the likes of Renger van der Zande to come and play, but it's also fantastic. We heard from Roland Ash earlier. Son Sebastian is one of the drivers of those 3 HWA Evos, and of course Roland did so much driving in the DTM and really knows his craft, and he's been blown away by what he's been seeing. He was even helping to develop that car for HWA, but good to see them here. Something different, along with, of course, BMW with their M3 Touring 24H, something that's really just, you know, drawing in an extra element of appeal to this race.
But Renger van der Zande running second in SPX. That's because the SPX race leader is the 81 BMW M3 Touring, which is running still as high as 5th place, now in the hands of Neil Verhagen. Still frantic work going on in one of the Porsche Cayman garages. That looks like Black Falcon. And 961 is another Cayman from Cup 3, and another WNS Motorsport car indeed, heading back out into 3rd position in Cup 3 for Michael Marquez, the Czech racer who shares with Marius Rauer and Zhang Zhendong. In fact, 2 Chinese drivers. Lu Chao's in that car as well. So it's 20-1 in the morning. We're still feeling fairly bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Let's ask Adam Christodoulou how fresh he's feeling. I can't remember when you were last in the car.
I've just got out of the car about 30 minutes ago.
So you'll be on high alert, therefore.
Yeah, the adrenaline's still pumping, so I thought I'll come and see you guys, and then I'll go and grab myself a little bit of food and try and have a bit of a rest before I jump back in the morning.
Track conditions, what were they like in that stint?
So I jumped in, so it rained, and then we made the decision that we put Marek on wet, and then it dried out, but we had to get to a pit window that we thought would be realistic to put the slicks on. So he was screaming a little bit because, of course, a wet tyre on a dry track, the thing is just like snaking all over the place. And so anyway, so I ended up jumping in. And it was wet through like Arenberg and Foxhora and Adenau Forest. And so that was a little bit tricky to navigate, but then there was an incident, so it ended up being a slow zone anyway, which kind of takes a little bit of pressure off, because obviously no one ever wants to go flat out on a slick tyre through the wet and kind of pray, so it made it a little bit more.
But there was a shot during your stint when they were doing the clear up at Arenberg where I've never seen so much gravel on the circuit. I mean, it was like they'd intentionally fired it on. It was like the
it's like it'd been swept the wrong way. Yeah.
Yes. You're supposed to put it back in the gravel.
So, well, that was it. I think because of obviously the little downpour there. Obviously, a bunch of people came steaming in to that corner and went straight on through the gravel, and amazingly, none of them, I don't believe any of them, went hard into the barriers, but they did manage to drag a load of stones back onto the circuit.
They were actually just right on the edge of the circuit. It was the car, I believe.
Oh, yeah. They two of them touched each other. That was it, I remember.
Yeah, sort of interlocked, BMW in there too. But the Pro Sport Racing number 26 Mercedes, your car, where are you on the charts? And maybe just outside the top 10, Michael Grenier on board, but where are you within your cycle?
So
you've just got out, but how many laps ago was that now?
So he's probably done about 3 laps. Yeah. We are jumping between P6 and P16. That's how tight it is, and the thing, it's a bit of a mess out there at the moment because everyone's got a different strategy because of the rain, and people put different tyres on, pitted at different times, and so it's too hard to predict on where we're going to end up, but we've just got to stay out of trouble. We've done a really good job so far. A few of our main competitors have ended up basically having to retire or crashed out, and it's one of those that I think realistically we have a top 5 in there if we do a good job and we keep it clean, and who knows, we might even be able to get even closer to the podium. I think it's one of those that you just can't tell this early in the race. Like, there's still a few more hours of darkness, and of course everything always happens in the middle of the night.
Is that something how you're judging your position in the race? You're almost looking at a range of places, though.
Yeah.
This far out from the checkered flag, you know, 6th, oh, that's great, but we may well drop a bit in the next pit stop.
To be honest, like, you do drop, and there is no getting around that. But so it's just, you can't predict what the weather's going to do, and if there's a downpour later on, everyone's going to pit at the same time. But depending on their previous stint length will depend on how long they're in the pits for. So, for example, if you've only done 3 laps and then it pours down, you've only got to put in 3 laps worth of fuel. So you're going to have to do a pretty quick tyre change for that to not lose time, because each lap is roughly about 20 seconds of extra fuel. And can they do a tyre change quick enough without going over their minimum pit time, basically?
Just to give you some context, give it some context, 3 laps, you've got to be in the pits for 90 seconds, whereas a more standard 8-lap stint is 3 minutes and a quarter, 3 minutes 17.
Exactly.
So, yeah, you
90 seconds, though, is also including the pit lane length, which I think is about 34 seconds around here.
Okay.
So then they've only got a minute. They should be able to do a tyre change, no problem, within a minute, because a lot of these teams do like GT World Challenge and some of the other races, and so they're used to doing like 18-second pit stops. And so, but
you get into this false sense of security, I would have thought, if you've been regularly doing the 3-minute 17 version, going, oh god,
it's a very casual driver change.
And all of a sudden it's like, we're going to do this one quick, boys.
Yeah. So it's one of those, but you're still limited on the refueling, because we use standard like gas station nozzles.
Yeah.
It's not like using a fueling rig that can fill the thing up in 30 seconds. So you're still limited on, I guess it's pumping 1 litre maybe every 2 seconds.
And there's no vent to take the air out on the other side or anything, is there?
No, exactly. So it's just a gun. It's just like a regular gun that everyone has at their normal petrol stations. And so as it reaches the top, it'll click a few times, and depending on how much extra you want to try and squeeze in, if there is time, then you do.
You're driving the same car as the 2 that seem to be the dominant leaders right now. I mean, that at the moment doesn't feel like a false gap between the 80 and the 3 and everybody else. But I'm a bit concerned at times that Win would have these cars like nose to tail, lap after lap, and there's a twitch from the lead car, and you think, the 2 could go at any moment. Is that a sort of strategy you've seen from a team that you've been involved with in the past, or other teams that you've been racing against, rather than splitting their strategy? Because I would have expected Winwood to have split them at this point.
The problem is, you can't. If you split them, and then if something happens at some point during the race and the car that you pitted early ends up like basically falling out of a window, let's say it rains and they have to do an extra stop, then it's painful. So I think at the moment they're just allowing them to race, obviously without any contact or anything. Like that's number 1 rule: never hit your teammate. Of
course.
And so
they've done well in that respect so far.
Yeah. And so, saying that though, there's been so many close calls out there, like, because the track's a mess, it's dirty, there's stones everywhere, there's code 60s that suddenly appear around the bend of a corner when you've been going at like 180 or whatever, and you're having to slam on the anchors.
How are you finding the warning lights? They've been very keen to promote the fact they've got warning lights at various points around the circuit. I mean, it's one thing in daylight. Yeah. You just come in after darkness. Are they clear to you, or is it just?
Oh yeah, no, they're perfectly clear. So
they are, and
the more information the driver gets, the better. And so, as you've seen, we've just gone past the double yellow, so that's 120, and we're now looking in the pit lane. And so, but you've just got to. You're always looking for the next marshal post, because you would not want to miss a green flag or a green light, because
It undoes everything.
Yeah, it undoes everything. There's no safety car here, so there's no chance to like squeeze the grid back together or anything. You have to optimize every opportunity.
There was a theory earlier on from John Hindhaugh saying, is this a deliberate ploy from the two leading cars to be switching as often as they are in an effort to actually save a bit of fuel here and there?
No, it doesn't make any difference. It's pretty clear that I think basically all SP9 GT3 cars are basically doing 8-lap stints. That is the most we can get out of the fuel. And by saving a litre or two, yeah, you'll come off the refueling gun a bit quicker, but you've still got to sit there because of the minimum times that we just spoke about.
Yeah.
So in the end, it doesn't make any difference. I think in the end, like, it can be difficult. If you're the lead car and you've got someone right on your rear bumper, their high beams and everything, and also the blue flashing LED light is just constant, and it can be quite distracting, and so it's one of those.
Just a headache.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's one of those that ideally you want a little bit of breathing space, and so just so it's not a distraction, or just so you don't feel a pressure of trying to cut through the traffic and save every 10th, because that's when things go wrong. And so now there's a 15-second gap between the two, and so that will make it a little bit easier for the cars. There's no pressure of trying to not gain time or lose time if you're following.
So you and the team have worked out where your strategy of the 8 laps fits around the cars that you're racing, kind of in and around the timing screen. I was going to say, where in the sort of pit stop strategy do you generally find yourself back in 6th place? But
it's always right at the end, just as we pit. So ideally, what we would want to happen is
you want the end of the race.
We want the end of the race to be our 8th lap. That would be the perfect situation.
Yeah. And you might even sneak into
but there's 1 in 8 chance that that's going to happen. So
true. Yeah. And it's way too soon to be back timing to 3
exactly.
o'clock tomorrow.
The thing is, you just can't predict. So much can happen during the race, and especially with the weather, or like obviously the Nürburgring in the past, they've had to stop the race for certain periods because of fog and stuff, and so it's been pretty clear out there. At one point then, actually, whilst I was driving, I was thinking, God, the fog's coming down quite bad, and this was through basically Foxhole, Adenauer Forest and all of that. And then I saw the fireworks. I was like, guys, this smoke really from all the fireworks. And what it was is there was a little car that basically, I think, there was some body work or something rubbing, and it was pouring, the smoke pouring out. And it was actually the smoke of the car that was what I thought was the fog. And so obviously the next lap it was perfectly clear.
Yeah.
But as I approached it, I was like, God, this is getting bad. I can't even see in front now.
Yeah.
And then I realised, oh, the smoke was actually just coming from that car. So
I think we caught a sight of that, not from your car, but it was in the Metzgersfeld area down to Kellenhard, and it was from the headlights of, I think, the 80 at the time. I thought either there's a very low cloud or somebody's gone off big time. But okay,
that's what I thought. I was like, oh, that fog appeared quick, but it wasn't. It was just one of the cars was smoking.
Have you driven with Chris Lullen before?
So I had the pleasure to do the qualifying race with him, and it's a shame. Our pace at the qualifying race was really good, but unfortunately it was the first race that we had done with the car with Pro Sport, and we had a refueling breather pipe issue, and so basically every pit stop we lost 40 seconds, and it's a real shame because at the point that I pitted during that, I'd just overtaken the Grello during the quali race, and I think we had a potential chance of a podium because Grello finished 3rd and Winwood finished 4th, and we were ahead of both of them when we pitted during the first stop. So I think we had a chance then, but it was one of those. I'm glad that in a way that happened then than it happened now, because obviously if you're losing 40 seconds every pit stop during a 24 hours, we're going to be doing 20 pit stops. That's a lot of time just lost for not no reason, but for no reason of the driver or the team.
I just wanted to get your opinion on Chris's abilities, because he's another virtual racer turned real. I mean, I know you do a lot of the virtual racing yourself, but Chris raced with Max Verstappen last year in a Ferrari.
Yep.
And I first encountered him when he was doing some radical racing in the UK. and he was miles ahead of anybody in that championship.
Yeah.
He's a bit good, isn't he?
He's been doing a brilliant job, and so like he's been doing quite a bit of testing. He's racing in GT World Challenge, Endurance and Sprint, and so he's in the car a lot. But the thing is, you come to the Nürburgring Nordschleife and suddenly it's an eye-opener, and so he he's been getting up to speed really well.
Yeah.
And it was one of those that the other day we were like, right, the plan is all of us will drive in the dark, but then of course there was crazy weather, and the team were like, well, what do we do? And I was like, look, he needs to at least just do one lap in the dark just to understand visuals and stuff, and whether he's happy with the lights and stuff, and whether he feels comfortable. And there was loads of standing water, and Max was going around at the time, and so and even Max was taking it easy in the Verstappen.com car, and so it was one of those. I was like, look, Max is like tootling around just to get a bit of an idea of references and stuff, so just do the same, no risk. And when I looked at the onboard after, there was 2 points where there was like obviously a load of standing water, and it was completely crossed up, and it's like, oh, like he reacted really well to it. And so he's very sensible. So like at that point, he just took it easy, and he's doing a really good job.
But it's just such a story, isn't it? Because I mean, during COVID, very quickly, did you ever do any of the digital NLS racing?
Yeah, I joined these guys actually for
I kept that quiet.
for the Nürburgring 24 hours. Literally, I got my sim. This was on iRacing at the time, and I ended up. Yeah, it arrived on, or the pieces arrived on the Monday. I built it Monday, Tuesday, and then I had to get my C license, I think. And so I went through all my licenses literally in 24 hours to make sure that I could join the guys for the 24 hours.
You raced in the same car as Joe Bradley?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So we all raced together, and so...
and Nick as well?
I was also doing... There was an All-Stars Sim Championship as well at the time, where there was the sim racers, the real-life drivers, and also, I think they called it the Legends, like some of the F1 boys that were racing. And I ended up starting... I ended up doing that race, and then once I'd finished that, I then went on to iRacing to then join Joe and the guys. And I think we'd already had a 50-minute repair penalty or something during the pit stop.
Sounds about right.
And so,
yeah, choose your teammates more carefully.
But no, it was great. It was fun, and that was my first week of sim racing back in 2020.
Okay. Do you still do a bit now? Or?
I would like to do more, but honestly, I'm just not home enough at the moment, and sadly. Like adulting and growing up and racing and traveling and everything's kind of got in the way of that, and so I'd like to do a little bit more, because during COVID it was great fun, and the community like really grew, so it was great being a part of that. And so,
but one of the things that really struck me at the time, because I was super impressed with DNLS, you know, John and I commentated quite a lot of it. How quickly I just was convinced I was looking at real racing. I just completely forgot that it wasn't the real thing. But very quickly, seeing how some of the manufacturers put their engineers into the mix there to keep them sharp. Some even put their media teams in there to keep them sharp, to write press releases accordingly, so you didn't get rusty.
The world changed dramatically, and everyone adapted like extremely well. And I think during that period, like I found myself watching some commentary on some marbles racing down a hill, like through some different things, and it's funny how you just got like hooked on different things, and I think everyone just embraced it, and I think that people couldn't go out, and so that was our new entertainment. That was like
we couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, and that just shows that in the end it doesn't matter like what sport you're involved in, like when you're competitive, and like we've got you guys commentating and stuff, it makes it enjoyable to watch, and you end up finding your drivers or team or whoever you support, because obviously a lot of the real life teams ended up with sim teams, and so people still got to support and watch the live feeds and everything whilst that was happening.
We've often said that Hindhoff could make two snails climbing up a wall sound entertaining. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing, actually, but yeah, he was in his pomp when he got a lot of digital racing to call as well. Adam, I'm going to let you go, because we're about 2 minutes away from a bit of a junction in the broadcast. And you've got some food and some rest to get.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
So thank you for popping.
I'll drop back in tomorrow morning, I guess, after my next
Yeah,
drive round.
Please do, and I hope it's still going to be dry by that point. Have you seen a forecast for later on?
From what I believe, I think it's dry all the way through the night now.
Yeah, I heard that.
Which is nicer for the drivers, because there's nothing worse than trying to figure out, like, the black shiny tarmac, if it's wet or dry, and of course, so it's one of those that for drivers it's nicer, and just knowing that you can put the car wherever on the track and it's not going to surprise you.
But if it did suddenly become, you know, rain did strike, and then you looked at the forecast, it looked to stay for a long time, would you then do double stints just so that one driver has the continuity, so you don't have the changeover?
It helps. Like, your first lap, you're always doing a bit of a feeler, and the worst is when it's mixed conditions. This is when you lose too much time because you don't know what the track was like. The guys that have continued doing laps have an idea from the previous lap and stuff, and so it's one of those, ideally, you try and double stint all the way through if you can.
Adam Christodoulou joining us, and he will be back in the Global Broadcast Centre later on in the race. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we were building up to one of the incredible starts to the motor racing year with the 54th edition of the Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and 50-odd cars in the leading group threaded their way through the Ravenol S, but there was contact between the two Red Bull-backed cars, the 84 Lamborghini getting tagged by the nose of Danny Juncadei's Mercedes. Also a jump start for the number 130 Lamborghini with the Schaeffler backing. Dan Harper would go for an early rotation, but he was assisted into it coming out of the hairpin on the opening lap. And then the Lamborghini that led at the time had to nerf almost its way between a couple of the runners in start Group 3, doing a little bit of damage to the front right corner of that Lamborghini in the process. Cracking fight from Maximilian Paul and Kevin Estre at the early stages. Max Verstappen was off the road during his opening stint in the number 3 Verstappen Racing Mercedes. Very close to the Armco, or actually making contact with the Armco. Tough to tell from that angle. I think there was a scrape, and then down the inside of Christian Engelhardt to get another position after Engelhardt was slightly delayed through the Wiedel chicane. Arenberg, and actually in this case the corner just before it, Schwedenkreuz, has been the scene of plenty of carnage, and this was a tyre letting go on the 75 Max Cruiser Audi, which speared it to the right and did a lot of damage to the nose of that car. Grello, celebrating its 10th anniversary of that paint scheme, was okay in the early stages, but sadly that story would end in the not too distant future. And the Realize Kondo Racing Ferrari, trying to go around the outside of one of the Cup 3 Porsche Caymans, heavily into the barrier at Hatzenbach, pushing that barrier back a significant distance. That would be needed to be repaired, and the Ferrari was out of the race. Alexander Sims catching the back of a KCMG Mercedes on a restart, or a run out of a code 60, and either the Mercedes or the Audi driver misjudged it, one piling into the back of the other. As Max Verstappen, a little bit of a baptism of fire for him in a first 24-hour race of his career, in terms of the real full metal racing, that is. Remember, he has done at least one of the digital versions in the past during the Imola Grand Prix weekend. Now, Kevin Estre off on fluid, laid back down by, ironically, another Porsche. I think one of the 4 Motors concept cars, and Estre could do nothing about this spin. Relatively low speed at Brunchen. He braked, he turned. The car ordinarily would stick, but it didn't on this occasion, and whacked the barrier at Brunchen, doing massive damage to the internals of the Porsche. The flat 6 engine, of course, sits just the other side of that rear bumper, but it was nothing compared to Argent Miney's huge head-on smash with the Armco barrier. The car swung in one direction and then the next, and then did huge damage to that barrier. And this was, I'm afraid, the culprit moments before the Kevin Estre spin, dropping that fluid right on the racing line. Tremendous fight between the two AMGs, still in the daylight hours, between the 80 and the number 3 that was being driven by Jules Gounon, but it was overtaken by Connor De Filippi in the M3 Touring 24H car, this special developed by BMW M-Power, and it went around the outside of one of the Mercedes and then down into the foxhole, would pick off the 80 car as well for what was 3rd position at the time. Mattia Drudi had an opportunity to lead the motor race for Valkenhorst Motorsports Aston Martin, and the Italian stallion did incredibly well, particularly on the final lap of 8 of one particular stint when he was on slick tyres and so much of the racetrack was damp. An awesome sunset here in the Eifel, despite still the pounding down rain, which made the Nürburgring castle look resplendent. Raffaele Marciello tripping over a fellow BMW, and Maurice Schuring would be in the fence moments later doing a full rotation after he was slightly delayed by the other BMW Z4, the car that runs on the Dunlop tyre, number 36. This was the Falcon Porsche, though, that would pull away from the scene, but the car would stop at Hohe-Acht. Complete darkness then in the paddock area here at the Nordschleife, and certainly in certain areas out on the racetrack. And I just reminded you of the dramas for the 44 car. Well, the sister machine is the 17 Dunlop shod Porsche of Alessio Picariello, who is stopped somewhere on the racetrack. And this is Bergwerk.
Well, I tell you, we've got a slow zone was along the Dottinger Her, and just most recently a slow zone at Brunchen and Bergwerk as well. So during those highlights, Alessio Picariello come to a stop somewhere. We've got to locate exactly where he is, but suddenly, after being quiet for a while out on the circuit, teams still doing their car repairs in the garage, we have had moments, and nothing has been as big as Alessio Picariello's, because once he hit the barriers, headlights go missing from his car. Nothing is illuminated in front. He's sitting side on in the front of his car, very battered indeed. The Dunlop Motorsport Porsche 911 sitting steaming at the side of the circuit.
And that wasn't a move for position. I don't think he was close enough to the Porsche in front or the Mercedes behind. It was another Porsche, but I didn't get enough of a glimpse of it to identify who Picariello has made contact with, but all that did was spear the 17 car over to the left, straight into the barrier, and the next corner coming up was that tight right-hander at Bergwerk. The new race leader is the 99 Rover Racing BMW, and that is because the two Mercedes have come in to pit lane during our update at 1 a.m. It's now 6 minutes past 1, by the way, here at the Nordschleife for the 54th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and Picariello was running 10th, so had the chance of a good result, but that car surely now out of the race, Bruce.
I think he was actually running about 7th at the time, but that's the other cars having gone past him. So that car, the yellow and black Dunlop livery car from Schnabel, had been picking its way up the order, but Bergwerk, well, I mean, it's a frightening corner at the best of times, but in darkness on a greasy, cold track, but he fairly whipped around. You could see headlights, suddenly no headlights after the barrier had confronted the car. And I'm afraid that's surely going to be barrier repairs. We've already had plenty of those in the race so far, most principally at Brunchen earlier in the race, but back at certain points on the racing to green zones. I'm still trying to get to the foot of why there was a slow zone halfway along the Dottinger Her, but I can't work out who stopped down there. But maybe shortly we'll have a car brought back on a flatbed truck, or pushed behind the barriers, or even limping back to pit lane. But just remember, Dottinger Her, that long straight, the return straight, actually one of the few points where drivers can vaguely relax around the full 25 kilometres here, but someone clearly had come unstuck.
Something like 230 kilometres per hour through the approach to Bergwerk before you then leap on the brakes, and now the other side of that right-hander begin the ascent through Klostertal and Kesselchen. But obviously Picariello thought the Porsche he was trying to lap was going to go to the left, or a bit more to the left than it turned out to be the case. Christian Krognes has brought the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin in. But as I say, Sheldon van der Linde leading in BMW number 99. And the Mercedes have dropped back into the mid-pack after their latest pit stops, so that will leave Neil Verhagen in the M3 Touring up to as high as second position. Maro Engel feeding back into what might be fourth behind Christopher Meese's HRT Ford Racing Mustang. The 1-2-3 car is now being overtaken, and I just wonder whether the livery of the car that Picariello has just clashed with might have been blue and white, and therefore I'm perhaps drawn to one of the Mühlner cars, but I'd need to witness precisely what happened on the approach to Bergwerk to be confident of that. Martin Rump, by the way, is now at the wheel of the 1-2-3 Mühlner Motorsport Porsche, which runs in SP9, but Mühlner have a couple of entries as well in the Cup 2 part of this race for the Carrera Cup 1 make cars.
Looking for gaps, looking for cars that haven't made it round the laps, but that Martin Rump driven 1-2-3 Porsche down in 21st position overall. I just would like it to see it reach the 6th timing section and complete that to check that it hasn't been injured in that clash with Alessio Picario. I think we didn't see if he hit anyone else, but we certainly saw the Dunlop Porsche hitting the barriers and rotating around and extinguishing its headlights. It's a standard pit stop for the car that we cannot see, of course, the camo liveried Aston Martin Walkenhorst. It's in the pits, brought there by Christian Cronjes. It's had its go at the very sharpest end of the field and then had that awfully bad luck just going past pit entry when the skies didn't open, but they certainly suddenly put down a fair bit of rain and getting caught out, and then having to go for an entire lap on entirely the wrong sort of tyres. That really cost them so much time. But what we have seen from the Aston Martin centred by Walkenhorst, when all is fine, they've got very, very good pace indeed. So maybe that can carry on chipping away. We've got to just under 14 hours out of the 24 remaining. And we will see. That's down in 6th place in the pits. May lose another position while it remains in the pits, but that will be logging its 9th pit stop, and not all of its rivals have done them, so he could yet be promoted higher.
I'm just going to correct the order because I think there was a glitch in the timing, maybe with Vega being able to correct it manually, but the Mercedes, for any fans of the Winwood Racing AMGs, they are still leading for a brief spell, and it even was copied on the scoring tower on the left-hand side. The 99 BMW was in front, but they haven't actually made their stops yet. So it is still the 80 car and the 3 car of Maro Engel and Danny Juncadella, and the gap through the last time around, I reckon that was at the start of this current lap 65, was back to only 4 seconds. And then you've got about a 5-minute gap back to the Van der Linde-driven Rover Racing BMW. So sorry to give anybody fans of the Winward Racing Mercedes a bit of a heart attack. That has now been corrected on all of our screens. And Neil Verhagen, therefore, is back in 4th rather than running in 2nd. But we have seen the 81 car up as high as 3rd position. The 999 car waved back out again. That is...
Well, it's a Mühlner Motorsport car, but that's a Cup 3 class car. That's...
yes.
Just serving its time. And Peter Mackay, who's going to be coming into the commentary box or joining the commentary lineup shortly, doesn't think that the car that had contact with the Alessio Picariello number 17 Dunlop Motorsport Porsche was another one of the front runners. He thinks this is a Cup 2 car. It might have been blue, but he doesn't think it was blue and white enough to be one of the Mühlner ones. Anyhow, we still have to send Sherlock Holmes down to the pit to try and work out who, what, where and when. Easier said than done. That
was Chris Rink, by the way, in the 999 Mühlner Motorsport car. And Chris Rink and Danny Brink were several times over champions of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, mainly because they were often entering. And look at the state at the front of that 17 car. Hopefully you're enjoying the overnight coverage in both sound and vision, but there's really not a lot left on the front of the 17 that has suffered that incident at Bergwerk. 230 kph on the approach, and the immediate concern is clearly for Alessio Picariello. The intervention vehicles are with him. I'm sure there'll be some paramedics nearby as well. And if he's complaining of any pain at all, they will not rush that extraction. And then the next thing they'll need to do, once they've established that Alessio is okay, then they can start to recover the car and several broken bits that are no longer on it, and the barrier that is extensively damaged as well.
Yes, that's another thing. We can't see the extent of that because cars flashing by aren't showing it clearly in the full dark at the back part of the circuit. But rest assured, when barrier repairs are done, there's probably nobody better in world motorsport at getting things fixed as quickly as the crews here at the Nürburgring. They do get practice of it throughout the course of the year, but it's not just fixing the barriers, it's getting the vehicles there with the extra sections of fresh barrier to apply to them. You can't have them at every corner when you have 150 plus corners on this, but they do a fantastic job of getting there and getting it fixed.
I did wonder whether the Nürburgring live ticker might have an answer for us, and it says that the two cars that clashed in the Bergwerk section were the 17, which we knew, but the number 13 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car that is able to continue slowly towards the pit. So car 13 is still moving, car 17 is very definitely not, and that is a Cup 2 car, the car graphic Porsche, down in 10th position in Cup 2. And car graphic, let me just give you the full team name. Ah, that's new according to my entry list, so I'm not going to find it that way.
As White Angel for Fly and Help, but that might be like the sponsor's name on top of what the car really is in terms of its entry.
And it is Andreas Skepanski, the German racer, who's got Mike Jaeger as a teammate in that, along with Ben Albrecht and Kurt Ecker. So according to the ticker, that Cup 2 AM car is still moving and trying to get back to the pits. The other thing I can tell you from the live ticker 2 minutes ago is that as far as Alessio Picariello is concerned, the driver is okay and can leave the damaged car under his own power, as the live ticker states it. So unaided, Alessio, by the sounds of things, is able to walk away. He'll no doubt be taken to the on-site medical centre for checks, but that is initially very good news after a huge hit for the number 17 Schnabel prepared number 17 Dunlop Motorsport car. Danny Juncadella pursuing, well, I've got the BMW back in front again now. So is this the timing, once again, sending us a bit of a curved ball with the 80 car and the 3 car? We definitely know that that's the order. And the 80 car that has Mauro Engel driving it, Danny Juncadella in behind, but there's still a little bit of doubt as to whether they are first and second on the road or actually second and third. We might have to wait for that to be shaken out by Vega timing.
Still quite a few slow zones around the circuit, and obviously after the impact at Bergwerk, that would take time to clear. Ex-Müller, also a slow zone. They're upgraded from to code 60, so they're just keeping on top of it, but then as soon as you get the green flag, so you're clear of the zone, or the green flashing lights, bang, hard on the throttle again. And again, for all these drivers, Christian Mies, one of the many out there just feeding his way around. Not raining. We had thought there might be rain the entirety of this race, and then we thought it'd be from 7 till 9 in the evening. We did have flurries just before, a little bit after, but nothing particularly heavy. But the main problem for the cars in this field has been just how low the temperatures are, making the track so super slippery. We do seem to have had just way more incident than normal, and it really had shaken up this order, unless your name is Winwood Racing with your 2 Mercedes, who just seem to be, whenever anyone goes through that cycle, they work their way back to the front. But a car that's staying in there with them, just making so many friends, is that BMW M3 Touring 24H model, the car that started as an April Fool joke, but then reality struck. And in fact, one individual help finance that, because he is going to get to keep it afterwards. He has got a piece of unique racing history, but I'm glad to hear from BMW and Motorsport they are planning to take it on a bit of a road show, because certainly it's been drawing in the fans here at the Nürburgring for this 54th 24 hours.
The BMW leading is still a glitch. I mean, I'm getting a fairly good kind of collective opinion on this from several different sources. So for whatever reason, the 80 car not being shown as the race leader on various bits of graphics, but definitely is, and leads by 6.7 seconds over Danny Juncadella's similar Winwood Racing Mercedes. So that's the Ravenol back car ahead of the Red Bull back car and the Verstappen Racing example. Then it should be the Aston Martin, with the BMW down in actual fact in 4th, although Christian Krognes has just pitted in number 34. So we'll see whether that alters things. Remember that at this event last year, there was a massive power failure at one point in the pit lane, which caused the red flag. I'm not suggesting that the timing glitch is anything that serious, but sometimes in the dead of night, certain slight erroneous data can float around. So we'll try and keep you updated on precisely where these cars are, and there will be, when the automatic systems start to fall over, a lot of it goes back to the manual lap scoring that Viga will be doing as well. So somebody's being assigned the task of actually noting down every single car as it passes the start and finish line, the control line, just so that they've got a manual note. As this time, Junqueira's speed is that little bit better than Mauro Engel in the latter portion of the Grand Prix track, because Engel was slightly delayed, and they go through the Xiaomi curve where Engel was right over the top of that curve then, and that meant that the Mercedes was a tad unstable. I don't think Danny Junqueira's remotely thinking about an overtake here, but nevertheless he's in the right kind of ballpark to do so if necessary. And this again goes to the element of risk that running these two Mercedes nose to tail as often as they are, it's just kind of inherent. But once you get used to this, it's kind of normalized, and it's all going sweetly at the moment, so why think it might change?
No, but I mean, the main thing is that they're close together. They seem to have a comfort in their car, but others are picking up penalties or certainly being made. The stewards being aware of them at the moment. The number 7 Franz Conrad Lamborghini, Pavel Lefter off on board. That is being referred to for code 60 errors around the circuit. That could really cost it big time. But for Franz Conrad, the veteran team boss, he must be delighted, because we've often seen pace from his cars in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series races. They're 4 hours long, but here we are deep into this race. His car very much still in the mix, as long as it doesn't pick up any further penalties for transgressions either in the pit lane or most particularly out around the circuit in the dark, where a code 60, if it's thrown, you have to get down to 60 kph. No questions are asked. That is that. It's non-debatable.
During the last code 60, it does look like 1 or 2 cars are being checked about their speeds, including the 670 car, which is one of many BMW 240i's, the GT Tyre Motorsport example. Just getting word as well of a slow zone being upgraded to a code 60, so that's actually being slowed yet further at Kesselchen 1. It's going to be a few corners yet before Danny Junqueira and the car that he's chasing, Mauro Engel, reach that point. Other cars being investigated as well. There's this great long line of them, in actual fact. How many have we got? 6 in total being looked at for their recent runs through code 60, which might be not slowing in time for the code 60, or getting down to 60 kilometers per hour, but then at some point through the code 60 going a tad too fast. So one of those cars being checked is the number 10, which is the Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf.
The interesting one to me is car number 75, requested to the clerk of the course. 75 was bashed up a very long time ago. Remember, there was a puncture leading to a crash early on. That was the alternative fuel Max Cruiser Racing Audi. Recently, we saw it sitting in the pit garage, still being repaired, but that was a very long time ago, so I don't know where the transgression came, if it was something that happened before the accident or not, but it almost seems like insult to injury. But still, the stewards have a huge amount of work to do, and we have a slow zone upgraded to code 60 at Kesselchen, so still the incidents that require work and clearing up continue. Kesselchen, of course, you go out of Bergwerk and you have that wonderful, very, very fast flowing section of the circuit where really you have to hold your nerve. So just going to have a quick look on the map and see if we can see anybody who has got stuck out at Kesselchen. Code 60 It's the 120s, you starting that long left-hander, then as it gets tighter and it has that slight swerve in it, that is where you get to the code 60.
Philippe Charlet, by the way, has just brought the 169 Door Motorsport Aston Martin into pit lane, and there's a bit more work than normal taking place on the front left of that car. Also a top-up of oil, it looks like, but nothing extra special or kind of telling me that there's any damage that needs to be repaired on that car. There was a shout from the mechanic on the front left corner, but I reckon that was just like saying, generally everything's okay, I'm in control, and a new set of Pirellis are put onto the 169 Aston Martin, which is sent back out into the night. This is one of several SP10 or GT4 cars, and Charlet is currently 8th in the division. SP10, incidentally, is led by the number 90 Teichmann Racing Toyota GR Supra now. So it's been a little while since we've seen that car lead. This might be actually the first time it's been in front, with lots of lead changes within that category earlier in the race. Edgar Pierre for Teichmann Racing then, with Hugo Schwarzer part of for the lineup as well. So Schwarzer, Lucas Cartelle and Xavier Zagrera make up a 4-driver lineup, and they are working excellently well together to get the Supra to be the lead GT4 car. Meanwhile, Lion Speed, this will be the 18 car, which has generated some interest amongst British fans, particularly of the BTCC, because former champion Jake Hill is part of this lineup. Kyle Tilley as well, who he is regularly racing with. And the Lion Speed GP team, actually Patrick Kolb's initiative, and Patrick is part of the driving lineup along with Max Hoffer, who I think was brought in fairly late on in the day.
Yeah, a late joiner, most certainly. Car looks fantastic, actually, under cover of darkness, but again, team just working without too much rush. Jake Hill would be clambering out of that. Car that's intrigued me is the car that started from pole position. The Mirko Bortolotti started number 84. Red Bull team abbed Lamborghini. It's down in 9th place now, but if you recall on the opening lap, it had contact with the number 3 Winwood Racing Mercedes going through the Howe hook on the opening lap, but the tyre suddenly went down as the front of the field. It was in about 6th place at the time after a bit of a messy start there. Tyre went down, and Mirko Bortoli had to find a gap in the traffic and dive into the back entrance of the pits. But ever since then, it's been chipping away, and it's sort of getting up closer and closer to the top 10. In fact, it's in 9th place overall, closing on those. It's already done 10 pit stop. A lot of the rivals have only done 9, some have only done 8, so it's actually not in too bad a position. And talk about a long haul. If you have your first problem, effectively 10 seconds into a 24-hour race, that's what they had. And they had to wait for the entire, by the time they'd just looped into the back door to the pits, changed that punctured tyre and gone out. Luckily for them, they got out just before the second group of cars was released to make their rolling start. But what a setback, but just quietly, little by little, that car. And remember how fast we had an all Lamborghini front row. The other front row starting car got pinged, not for a jump start, but actually being ahead before it's a new location for the start-finish line, and they crossed it ahead of the pole starting car, the sister car. So the green and white Scheffler liveried Lamborghini, well, that has been one that's just been a magnet to penalties ever since. So that ain't at the sharp end of the field. But the number 84 Lamborghini definitely working its way back into the mix.
Away goes the 18 Lion Speed Porsche then, as Jimmy Broadbent heads out of the Ravenol S in the number 632 Porsche GT3 Cup car. So we were talking to Adam Christodoulou not too long ago about Chris Lullen, who's a virtual racer turned real-life racer in Full Metal Racing. Well, certainly that's the case for Jimmy Broadbent as well, with a massive online following. But he's been a huge enthusiast of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring and got his ring permit through a number of appearances in the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, and now a regular in the 24 hours, which is great to see. Full of enthusiasm, I say. Always got a big grin on his face, Jimmy Broadbent, and he will be broadcasting the whole of this year's experience of the race via his social media channels, I'm sure. Maro Engel leading Danny Juncadella by a very small margin indeed at the start of this lap. It was 5 and a bit seconds. And by the way, the order is rectified as far as our scoring tower is concerned now, back on the screen. So 80 from 3, the 2 AMGs, and then the 99 BMW for ROWE Racing, which is being driven by Sheldon van der Linde, ahead of Christian Krognes, fresh from a pit stop in the 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Then is the 81 BMW of Neil Verhagen, the M3 Touring, and Michael Grenier for Pro Sport Racing drives the 26 Mercedes. That is the Adam Christo car. So he said Michael was going to be taking that over. Marek Bachmann in that car as well.
Yep, absolutely so.
And as I said, Chris Lulham. Now! We've kind of rehearsed this several times because I kept saying, have the Mercedes stopped yet? Is the BMW in the lead? That was never the case, but now finally Maro Engel does come in, and 80 led 3. Now, you see, Tom Hornsby had a theory, he's the press officer, by the way, of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He had a theory that maybe the 3 was being put in front of the 80 prior to the pit stops because that's the order that they sit in the garages, but they've come in the other way around, and it doesn't really matter to the teams. I don't think it matters to the officials either, as long as you are in the pits for the 3 minutes and 17 seconds.
Yeah, in the pits, sitting at your 45-degree angle as per the rules, and cars under the light, electric lights in the pit lane, the arc lights, they look fantastic. Both the sort of base blue colour, but certainly the number 8. We're used to Red Bull livery. That's the one on the number 3. That's the Verstappen car, but the blue and what did we decide it was? Did we decide it was a Tiger of some sort, wasn't it, on the number 80 Winwood Racing car? But, you know, very, very Asian-looking livery, but, you know, they look good, but importantly for Mercedes fans, they're very, very quick in this race so far.
So Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer about to sign off from the Global Broadcast Centre, but fear not, because we are on air all the way through the night. It has ticked around to exactly 1:30 in the morning, which means we need to introduce our next commentators for the overnight stint. And I'm afraid, Peter Mackay, to some degree you've drawn the short straw, but however, this is where we can see some of the magical and very fast laps here at the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring.
Eventful action going on over the course of the race so far, and Mercedes-AMG last winning this race 10 years ago. Hard to believe, actually. There's such a constant presence in the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series and indeed at the Nürburgring 24, but for a variety of reasons it just hasn't gone their way. They always turn up with an armada of strong cars, and the 2 cars in the pit lane right now, the 2 Winward Racing cars, number 3, the Verstappen car, and the number 80. I like Bruce's call. It is a variation livery, the kind of navy blue on the top and the shiny gold underneath, but running like express trains at the moment, very much the performance we see of Winward in the United States, which is where our co-commentator for the next few hours, Arjuna Kankapati, knows the exploits of Winward very well. Good evening, Arjuna. We'll join Arjuna Kankapati in just a moment. Max Verstappen preparing for his night stint here at the Nürburgring 24. This is another new chapter in this incredible tale that is being woven of one of the greatest Formula One drivers who's ever lived, taking part in the Nürburgring 24 hours, something that was common to see Formula One drivers at the time competing in the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres back in the late 60s, early 70s, very much commonplace. But now not so much, with the F1 calendar being so busy, but also having a driver willing to take on this challenge. Such a new challenge indeed. And the Bilstein number 26 Pro Sport Mercedes-AMG also taking service We had Adam Christodoulou in the booth a few moments ago. They go Pro Sport, normally associated with the Aston Martin brand. But moving across to Mercedes-AMG, Michael Grenier taking out that 6.2 litre V8 machine. So after that last pit stop, Maranello leads the motor race by 6.2 seconds then for the number 80 Windward Racing machine from Max Verstappen in that Windward Racing Verstappen number 3 AMG. After that short stop in the pit lane, we'll try and bring Arjuna Kankapati into the booth. Arjuna, good evening.
Good evening, Peter. And like you said, to answer Johnny's question, it's never a struggle, disappointing time to be commentating on the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Mandatory pit stop time means that our crew's not really under much pressure as they get to work on changing the tires for the time being. But we saw with Max Verstappen getting strapped into the car, Peter, you and I were kind of talking about the we jumped into the two Mercedes Windward Racing teams now able to run into their own tempo with more action in the opening 10.5 hours of this race. It really reduced the field strength onto the SP9 field, and I think there's a lot more speed that we'll wait to see maybe in those final couple of hours as the 80 and the 3 paddle to the end.
We're nearly at the halfway point of this 2025 edition of the Nürburgring 24 Hour, the 54th edition. A team that won last year, the ROWE BMW team, with their 99 entry into the pits now. That car was brought in by Sheldon van der Linde. Very difficult to tell the two ROWE BMWs apart. But the number 1 has black mirrors, number 99 has red mirrors. That's the only way to tell them apart from the number on the side of the car. Of course, Max Verstappen making his way down purposefully, down through Callenhard right now, down the steep, sharp run, down the hill towards Verstappen. 3 fast right-handers, super quick through there. And then hard on the brake for Verstappen, the slowest point on the whole Nordschleife. Hugely quick circuit this. Down the hill now towards Breitscheid, over Adenauer, over the Adenauer Bridge. Lots of fans all around there. 99 ROWE BMW back into the mix. Fortunately for Asbest Racing, though, one of their venerable Seat Leon Cupras, it's one of their TCR machines running the DSG gearboxes, in the pit with quite a bit of damage. Rear left wheel off the car. Proper plucky operation, Asbest Racing. We see them a lot in the Preventic 24-hour series. They're running in the SP3T category, which right now is led by an Audi TT, just ahead of an Audi RS3 LMS. This is the special thing about the Nürburgring 24 Hours. You've got several entries that can be kept in one garage. Sometimes 4 or 5 in the same garage. Even Max Verstappen, even 4-time world champion Max Verstappen, he is sharing a garage with an Audi S3 saloon car, a BMW, and of course his Windward Racing teammates as well with the number 80 machine. But that is what makes this race so special, Arjuna, to, you know, nowhere else in the world when you get a setup like that. The Hankook number 30 car comes into one of the lovely things about the Nürburgring 24, an open tyre formula, so many tyre manufacturers come here to take part and develop their tyres, and not really in many better places to develop than here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Hankook, of course, the supplier to the World Rally Championship, amongst many other series as well. We can bring Arjuna Kankapati in now. Arjuna.
Hello, Peter. How's it going?
I'm well. So far, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a dream scenario, isn't it, for Windward Racing? Because a lot of the really strong rivals, one by one, have fallen by the wayside throughout the day.
100%, and it very much means that through the ninth part of this race, they can run to their own tempo, which is such an important thing for them to be able to do. I think the other part, though, of that is the question has to come: at what point do the shackles get released and we see a bit more speed? Because with the big gap that they got behind them, they're not feeling too much pressure. And at some point, the teammates will pull the pin and the second flag.
Yeah, that's the really cool part about it, is that they've got to just keep going. But at the moment, well under control. And a surprise as well, I would say, to see Aston Martin such a strong run early on with that number 34 Valkenhorst entry.
And we've seen them show some speed through NLS rounds as well. But I think this race, Peter, is so different to any other 24-hour race in the world. You include, of course, the code 60 zones around the track and the service vehicles that will be running alongside some of these thoroughbred race cars. But it's kind of a mix between a modern-day endurance race, which often turns into a sprint. And as we've seen today, it can often be a proper classic endurance race where keep yourself out of trouble, stay there at the end, and you find yourself in contention. The two Windward Mercedes running very, very close to each other as they work towards the Pottinger Hoa, and I get the feeling that Max Verstappen may prefer to be at the front of the train as they continue to lead the field around the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
It's a good point, Arjuna. Yeah, with the last 2 or 3 hours or so, the two Windward Mercedes, the number 80 Blue Gold car and the number 3 Red Bull Verstappen racing car, is running absolutely perfect formation. But now, I agree with you, the body language of that Max Verstappen-driven car now behind Maro Engel is looking purposeful, I would say. So, are we going to see a move here as they come down towards Tiergarten and come through Antonius Book? A little bit of spark from the rear diffuser of Maro Engel's Mercedes-AMG. Of course, the car's full of fuel. They've not long come out of the pits. A little bit of traffic to deal with as they come out back onto the Grand Prix circuit, past the Dorn Hotel on the left-hand side. Great bar in there if you're not driving. And then past the commentary booth and then over the start-finish line of the Grand Prix track, ready to hit the brakes into turn 1 in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. They would turn hard right there and go around the stadium section, but the 24-hour race, it's right then left and down towards the Goodyear Carrot. And although Max Verstappen looking purposeful, Maro Engel not in any mood to relinquish that position.
Still early in the night as well. That's one thing to consider. But with the expected rain that some had been forecasting, that hasn't arrived. So that's one less challenge that these drivers are dealing with right now. The one thing that, often has to be said when we talk about this part of the track that they're navigating through right now as well is you don't set your car up to be good around the Grand Prix part of the track. Smooth and very different compared to the Nordschleife itself. And so this is a part where you're dealing with a lot more compromises in the car and not always going to turn in as nicely. You're going to have to be a bit more threat occasionally as well. But these Mercedes think that these people only past a couple of bits of traffic. And this is the best part to do it as well, because if you're at that first part of the Nordschleife, it's so easy to get checked up behind and lose a bit of time as Verstappen goes deep into the chicane as they work towards the left-hander at the Schmidt curve.
Verstappen really pushing, running right out to the wall before setting up for the sharp left-hander of Sabine Schmidt-Ferb, a lady who really holds such a big place in hearts of fans of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and so much far beyond that. She was an integral part of the Piccadilly racing team, along with her husband Klaus, who years after her sad passing went on to win in 2023 in a Ferrari after so many years with Porsche. And every time you go through that corner, you think of Sabine. A bit of traffic though as Engel boxing in Max Verstappen with a Porsche Cup car there as they come up towards Flugplatz. Really quick through here. Verstappen shows a nose. Well, this is not flying formation anymore for the windward Mercedes. Max Verstappen, he's not used to flying in flying formation, is he? They're now over the hill towards Schwedenkreuz, where you've got to take a big, bold, deep breath, because it is fast through here. 270 kilometers an hour in an SP9 GT3 car, and then hard on the brakes toward Arenberg, where there was quite a bit of gravel on the outside there. There still is a little bit, not quite as much as there was earlier on. It looked more like the Barham Pick Rally's Linde than the Nürburgring Nordschleife there was so much gravel on the road. Now down through the top hole. This is one of the fastest parts on the circuit, but Engel using every last piece of his experience to keep Verstappen at bay.
The reality is that is not a passing point on the track, and as much as maybe they are not flying in formation anymore, you're going to pick your moves wisely at this point in the race. Max just settling in as well, having jumped into the car and getting a good dose of the night hours. I wouldn't quite call this graveyard stints, Peter, because there's always like we were saying, always a pleasure to be racing around the Nordschleife. But this is mentally and physically when the driver will be at their most drained as well, when their body wants to be asleep, they're fighting that circadian rhythm. And as much as Max has done this in the Sim 20, I'm sure it's let you quickly throw that adrenaline and sprinkle in all the extra things that surround this race.
I think that the circuit knowledge and the competitive element of the very top level of sim racing, which Max has inserted himself to in so many times in the past, I think that competitive element is exactly the same. But you're right, the adrenaline of being here at this amazing event to try and win it. And I've been thinking to myself a lot, reflecting this over the last few days, preparing for the event, Arjuna, is that whether Max Verstappen won the race or not, will he keep coming back? That's the question. I mean, I'm just greedy maybe, but it's amazing to have him here and to see him line up against the heroes like Maro Engel, like Kevin Estre, and so many others. You couldn't name them all, Frank Sniffler, etc., etc. But what I would love to know is, would he keep coming back?
He's made it clear his intention in the future is to try and challenge himself in all the 24-hour races. So the question I don't think is, does he come back here, Peter? The question is, where else do we see Max go? As one of the other unique things in 24-hour racing, looks like some work being done to that 904 Porsche Cup car, just checking the brakes out as we get towards the halfway point.
A brake change for that Milner Motorsport Porsche Cup machine. Milner, a relatively local team based not far away from Spa-Francorchamps in this kind of motorsport valley in northwest Europe. That's the 904 Milner entry that's getting brake service, which one of the HRT Fords in SP9 was getting service on the brake. Coming up towards the halfway point of this 54th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, as Nicholas Otto brings in the VW Golf GTI Club Sport 24 Hour for Max Kruse Racing. One of those cars has got, probably the greatest rallycross driver of all time, Johan Kristoffersson, once again taking part in that car.
Oh, that's great to hear, Peter. And I love the ability for him to transition into this as well. Kind of similar to what we've been seeing in a different way from Kalle Rovanperä jumping into some open wheel machinery, or be it some health issues forcing him to take a bit of a step back from that. But it's just a reminder of rallycross and rally drivers. Their skill translates out to the road as well. Leaping out of the carousel, a bit of a traffic jam exiting behind one of the slower class cars. and Max Verstappen continues with a great view of that rear diffuser of Maro Engel.
The venerable Mercedes-AMG GT3, a package that was evolved in 2020, but a package that is so well known to this circuit. The AMG's had a very successful run in the qualifying races that are held just a month or so before this event, and looking at the really ground down into the numbers at each sector of this track, all 9 sectors of this track, to see who had the pace, and no doubt about it, the AMG's, particularly the number 3 Verstappen racing car, is particularly strong, and no balance of performance adjustment at all for the AMG all race week, whereas other brands, not all of them, but other brands have been adjusted both up and down as race week has progressed, as Max Verstappen just nipped through in traffic coming through Slant Garden and up towards the Beloff S. Super quick through there, Arjuna, but this is where those instinctive decisions in traffic, this is where Maro Engel has done this so many times, hundreds of thousands of racing kilometres at this event alone, and Max Verstappen not, and yet you would never ever know it, as Engel gets held up a little bit with one of the AM-class GT3 Audis. They head up towards Klein and Carousel, and Engel going defensive.
Wow, I mean, Max made a great move in the 24-hour qualifier races just a handful of weeks ago, right there at Garden, but a very different situation, and popped on the inside. That's probably something he's done on the sim plenty of times, Peter, and so had some confidence. And this is top-class racing on both sides right now. As much as we have said there's been plenty of drama in the SP9 class that's taken so many strong players out of the, at least theoretical running, these two are not holding back that much anymore right now. Just look at the way the body language of the car, and as they end this lap, Max Verstappen fully warmed up and into the flow in the green hell.
You bet he's into the flow. Yeah, he's making Maro Engel's life a lot more difficult, you have to say. From the previous stint, Annie Hunkadea lost 15 seconds, just got the wrong side of a code 60, which Engel did not get caught in, and managed to run that gap down quite quickly. Again, showing that if these two Windward AMGs need to find more pace, they have it, and they're showing that. Also, fuel is something to consider. I mean, 8 lap stints are the norm. Sometimes with a lot of code 60, you can get 9 sometimes, but generally speaking, it's 8. But you're always thinking about the end of the race here, because there's quite complex rules about when you take your last pit stop and how long your minimum pit time is. But in effect, the later you pit into the race, you have a shorter minimum pit time. So it makes it in your interest to stretch that as much as possible. There isn't as much flexibility as you would have on, say, a lap like Daytona, where it's minute and 45 round or so. Here, a little bit more of a different kettle of fish. But I think the whole broadcast here, the Radio 2 Limited broadcast team on RS1 all week, and of course on the live World Feed 2, and we've talked about this all week. It's everything about this place is different, Arjuna. There is no comparison to this event.
It's remarkable, and I was talking with Alexander Sims a couple of weeks ago at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, as you know, he was getting ready for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship there, and I just wanted to know about this event and how it kind of differed, and he was the one that kind of gave me that inkling of it's a combination of modern endurance sprint racing, and then go back to the days of just be there at the end and you'll have a chance. Go back to minimum pit stop times though, Peter, as well. That's something that this year, the NLS races, the SPE classes across the board have had those minimum pit stop times, but the VT classes, production car classes, have not. They do have to factor that in for this particular race, though, something that kind of is, I think, aligned with Intercontinental GT challenge regulations and the pit stop regulations that carry across the events that they have there. And so all classes that are thinking about, right, the end of the race, how do we make sure that we timed it appropriately, that we end the pit lane when we want to, and we're not sitting here for too long?
You've got the capability, highly recommend the 24 hours of Nürburgring live ticker, 24h-rennen.de/live ticker. And it provides lots of up-to-date information about pit stops, about incidents, and also quotes from the drivers. Danny Hunkadea, who's just popped out of the Verstappen racing car, handing over to Max Verstappen, he said he enjoyed the descent. The car felt very good, even better than in the second hour, he would say. Everything is relaxed with us. Traffic, of course, is an issue. Sometimes you can drive smoothly, sometimes you just have to go in. That's part of the game. But we're leading together with the sister car. I think it's going to be a 13-hour battle. I can now relax and sleep well. Tomorrow, it's my turn again. And also Jake Hill, the former British touring car champion in 2024. He said, driving here in the Green Hell is not child's play. It's difficult, but like a moment of awakening. And especially at night, the atmosphere is amazing with all the fans and the campfires and lights. At the same time, it's dangerous and difficult to drive through the night. We're talking about a seriously good driver there. On his debut, many high-profile drivers making their debut here, but this event, though, Arjuna, so many classes involved that there's stories, I mean, there's different chapters, there's different books happening all the time.
Absolutely, and that's why I called out the minimum pit stop times as well. The NLS series, as much as we'll focus on SB9 and GT3 cars plenty, the overall champion sometimes comes from the production car classes because of the way the point system pays out. And so you're right, there are so many unique stories, and that includes, of course, the Dacia Logan, which, go back to the live ticker, an update on that I saw. They had heard some undefined noises. That's always a worrying prospect around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. A torn gearbox bearing, the suspected culprit after a defective wheel bearing previously pulled out. And so I think that's one of the things, Peter, that these slightly longer pit stop times actually help with. If you are having car issues, it gives you a bit more of an opportunity to sit there and diagnose the issue without the pressure of doing your driver change in 15 seconds and getting the car out in 45 seconds.
Yeah, very true. Very, very true. It does give you a little bit more flexibility. I remember 2023 when Fricadelli won the race. They had a puncture just coming onto the Grottinger hole, and they were able to get it changed, replace the rear clip, and they actually didn't lose any time in the pits. It was only the time taken to limp the car back, and they lost about a minute, but were able to recover that. Now, about an hour or so ago, the number 17 Dunlop Porsche of Alessio Piccarello was involved in a heavy impact going down the hill, out of the Lauda links, down towards Bergberg, 230 kilometers an hour, went off the road, trying to make his way around the number 13 Porsche Cup 992 machine. That car is back in the pits. The car graphic by Kurt Ecke Motorsport, running in the Cup 2 AM category with Bernd Albrecht, Kurt Ecke, Andreas Schepansky and Mike Jaeger. And that car escaping completely unscathed. But you can imagine, Arjuna, for Alessio, that was a scary impact, and good to see him getting out the car on his own power. But for the driver of the number 13 car at that point, I mean, can you imagine what they went through at that moment?
And that's a Cup 2 AM car as well, right? That's not one of the lineups just out of pro drivers. So they're in a car that's got less downforce, but is faster in a straight line, because that is the nature of these Porsche Cup cars around the ring. And so it's just always so difficult in the traffic situations sometimes to judge. And part of the reason why they are faster, Peter, is that the GT3 cars, you can't really slow them down through the corners. The downforce they make is the downforce they make. But what they have done is slow them down in a straight line. And so you'll sometimes see down the Dottinger Hoa GT3 cars running at the same top speed as GT4 cars, just by the nature of the way the BOP works out.
Yeah, that's one thing. I looked at the BMW M3 Touring GT3 that's running in the top 5 overall, which I think is exceeding everybody's expectations, made some great strategy calls and some frankly heroic driving from Connor De Filippi, meant that that car has been able to get to where it is. In fact, it's the top ranked car running on the Yokohama tyre. It's really impressive. But I looked at the weight and turbo boost pressure that car is allowed to use. And why did I look at that? Because the car itself, underneath, the running gear and the engine and the electronics, etc., is all taken from the M4 GT3, which is running in fourth place at the moment, the Rover number 99 car. And then they've put the touring body on it. Now, making that sound much more simple than it is, but it runs exactly the same weight and exactly the same turbo tune and turbo boost pressure allowed to balance performance. So the only difference between it is basically the change in body and how well that car is done. But I think also, you look at the fastest laps of the race, Arjuna, as well. The fastest BMW M4 GT3 in the race, 8 minutes 16.2 was the best set by Raffaele Marciello earlier on. But then the next BMW, the 81 Neil Verhagen, 8:17. So there's only 0.8 of a difference between what the sister car, the M4 GT3, got. I mean, I don't think anybody, maybe even BMW themselves, would have expected that.
Oh, when I was talking to Neil Verhagen about this, I asked him what the difference actually was behind the wheel, and he did say you can feel the extra bodywork. The airflow feels different over the car. Obviously, there's a bit more weight at the rear as well, but fundamentally, like you say, it is underneath very, very similar to the M4 GT3 car, and I think that's a good thing. They've got some drivers with experience there. They're probably not having to search too much for setups. They probably came in with a baseline understanding of where they wanted to work from as well. So, I think that's such a great looking car. The first livery with all the comments on it looks amazing, but the race livery this weekend looked pretty good as well. As Dan Arrow in the number 48 S9 machine, one of the Porsches, the new Bosch Motorsports by Black Vulcan green and dark blue machine. The driver change, but all 4 times seemingly getting things around there, and now just waiting to finish the 90-second hold before they'll send him off and away.
They're in a good position for the SP9 Pro-Am category. While that pit stop was going on, Max Verstappen right in the draft of Maro Engel, going along the Dottinger Hole, the long drag, then up the hill, up the Dottinger Hole, and getting a bit of a slipstream coming up towards Antonia's Buca, right underneath the rear wing, and then jinks to the outside, round the outside at Antonia's Buca, and then coming into Tiergarten, the dip through Tiergarten, Verstappen takes the lead of the motor race here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. So Max Verstappen into the lead. He did that when he was in his stint earlier on, and Verstappen now goes ahead of Engel. Now, Arjuna Kankapati, are we going to see this Windward Express train break up after hours of running together? Is Verstappen going to scamper off here?
Well, it's already, Peter, 1.2 seconds in the opening 2 sectors alone, and that formation flying, they're not Top Gun buddies anymore. Maverick and Goose are very much working against each other right now, and I think this is going to be a key stint right now for us to actually get a sense for the pace of the Mercedes. Not much point in telling Max Verstappen to slow down. He's going to run to the pace of the car. Yes, there may be some management of fuel and tires that he's doing to get to the end of the 8 laps as well, but look how Maro Engel exiting out of the Hadzenbach, using all the crap on offer, problem at the Noschleifer, can't go much beyond that point. He's really hustling the Mercedes around.
Verstappen is on it through the first sector, half a second quicker, then another 0.3 of a second quicker in sector 2. That's your Grand Prix track. Then through sector 3, Max Verstappen has just hit the best third sector of the entire motor race. So he is striking under the cover of darkness here and almost going as quick already as he did in the qualifying race earlier on. And that was in the daytime conditions. So he is loving these nighttime hours, and Verstappen deciding I'm not running in flying formation. I'm off. And this shows his quality and the preparation level. He's, I tell you what, when he goes back to his Red Bull Formula One car, he's really going to miss the headlight flasher button, because he uses it fairly extensively as he comes up that airport.
So, the thing with sim racing is you don't have to worry about burning out bulbs or anything like that, so you can very much take liberties with that button. And that slight check up on the exit of now fourth with one of those slower machines you want to come to the left. Indicated that with the left-hand side indicators as well, but we navigated through the traffic gap slightly, though, will have shrunk down as a result of that. An update, by the way, on the HWA machines. We talked about the M3 Touring. There's a couple of other glorious additions to the FDX class this weekend. One car needs a new steering rack. The other car needs a new water pump. So the team is hard at work, Peter, on getting those cars back out onto track.
What a test for those machines built by HWA, who are they've built Mercedes-AMG race cars for generations. Such an impressive outfit, and what they've done with this HWA Evo R, these cars are being sold to customers, and there's road versions of them as well. And you cannot put a vehicle through a greater test than driving the Nürburgring for a start, but racing it in the Nürburgring 24 hours, well, that is just a completely different conversation and level of preparation. And these are not cheap cars, so if you're one of the lucky owners in waiting, it's you know that your car's being put through its paces. And I living here in the UK, the fast wagon is a popular machine, Arjuna. The M3 Touring, I see quite a lot of them around, and I suspect, I'd love to know actually, will the inquiries over the next few weeks at BMW dealerships spike after this weekend? I'm going to be positive and say I think there will be.
I hope so. I remember having a conversation at, I believe it was Sebring. We were sitting in the Apex Cafe having breakfast. John and Eva there as well, and we were talking with someone at BMW, and I asked that question. I was like, are we getting an M3 Touring in the US? And no confirmation was given, but they are in many ways a perfect car, right? I think actually you sit back and you think about all the storage space that you can throw your golf clubs in, your bike in potentially as well, depending on what sort of hobbies you have. There's space for children, dogs, and of course, in the case of the M3 Touring, it goes pretty quick as well, whether you get the race car version of it or a potential road-going version of it as well. So this is a great opportunity for BMW to kind of lead the resurgence of wagons. Unfortunately, at least on this side of the pond, the global broadcast center is extended all the way to the east coast of the United States. But the wagons are slowly disappearing from our dealership floor.
They're definitely an endangered species for sure. I've just been now, I'm 4 months into fast estate car life. I've got a Golf R estate for family duties now, and I'm never going back. I'm never going back for all those reasons you've just mentioned. Now, Verstappen had been on the charge in the number 3 Windward AMG, but Engel has just managed to respond over the next couple of sectors. We're now into sector 7, part of the track around by Vitamin Esbach, except a very popular area for the fans down towards Brunchen, where the Manthey Grello Porsche came a cropper on oil. Kevin Estre, one of the greatest drivers of his generation, just getting it. It was so slightly, well, really nothing you can do on oil, because it's you don't know it's there, and off you go. And even someone of Kevin Estre's calibre caught out on that oil, and likewise Arjun Maini completely destroying the HRT Ford Mustang. They are up over ice curve, monstering the curbs, DTM style, not GT3 DTM, old school DTM style, and then over Flansgarten. Not as much of a jump as there used to be, but a jump nonetheless, and then over the little crest at the Stefan Berloff test. As this intriguing SB9 battle rages on at the start. Arjuna, why don't we have a look at the other classes, because as the SP9 story unfolds, there's stories unfolding. We've got a whole library of stories here in this 54th edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring.
Absolutely. Let's talk quickly then about the Cup 2 class as well. The Porsches, of course, not the latest generation just yet, but 992.1 generation Cup cars. It's currently the number 900, the Black Falcon team that lead, the Team Zimmerman machine. And the car right now is Benjamin Nicholson. And only a couple of seconds around the North side, those all tend to add up. But down the road from Team Liqui not that far away from the 82 leader as well. Of course, lots of people will be cheering on Black Falcon Team Spanatech and Jimmy Broadbent, and that's one of the other stories that maybe we can keep an eye on all, as Mauro Engel breathes closer to our race leader. Traffic in front of them as they make their way to the final corner, and in the grass, Mauro Engel slips and slides his way as Verstappen feels the space of all of that. That was almost a high-speed wreck for both the Windward Run cars.
Oh my word, Mauro Engel there, all four wheels on the wet grass there at coming through Tiergarten. To give just a bit of context, 265 kilometers an hour, and in that little bit of traffic, Engel had to go to the grass. So they're coming up towards Tiergarten very, very slow. They did make contact. They made contact more than once. So have the two Windward Mercedes potentially compromised themselves? This is the danger. Johnny Palmer mentioned it earlier on, that that's the risk with two cars running so closely for long periods of time, cutting through traffic. If you always need someone to yield, and in that scenario, Arjuna, no one did yield. But carry on with the class rundown before things kick off once again.
A couple of cars in pit lane, but yeah, in that 82 class, Jimmy Broadbent in the car right now, and Black Falcon Team Fanatec, after a couple of second place finishes in this great 24-hour race, now hoping to stand on the top step of their class podium and track a little bit closer to the top of the Cup 2 runners as well. SPX, by the way, I totally missed that because we have been including the BMW M3 Touring as one of the SP9 machines, but Neil Verhagen in the BMW M Motorsport 1 wagon, currently fifth on the road and about 3 minutes adrift from front of the class as things stand. In SPX, we also discussed the issues for the HWA machines. They are back on track after their repairs in pit lane. SP10, made up, of course, of our GT4 machines. It's the 888 in the class lead, hopeful race by Fong Motorsports. In the car at this point in time is Max Carter, the German, one of our BMW M4 GT4 Evos. Running through the rest of our classes, SP4T, it's one of the Subaru Technica WRXs that leads in class there, while in Cup 3, WNS Motorsports and one of our 4718 Caymans, the 962 leads in that class. SP7 Writer Engineering and one of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, the number 91 leads in class there. Running down to find our SP3T leader, dropping down the standing slightly because of spending time earlier in pit lane. It's the Audi TT running 83rd overall. And starting to get into some of the production car classes as well, leading in VT2 front-wheel drive, Adrenaline Motorsports, VT2 rear-wheel drive, Adrenaline Motorsports, the 500, the BMW 330i, just in front of some of the other BMW classes, the BMW M2 Racing class led by Walking Horse Motorsport with 898, the M240i BMW class led by Kelvin Motorsports and the 669, and plenty more of the production car classes to work our way through. Let's start at the very tail end of them. I mentioned VT2 rear-wheel drive. Well, in the VT2 front-wheel drive, currently leading in class, it's one of our Cupra Leon 78 on the road. And Peter, that's just a handful of our fast leaders in production running Farfus.
Well done, Arjuna. Yeah, that's there's a lot to cover here on the Nürburgring 24-hour. You can keep up to date with where all of your favourite classes and how they're getting on the Nürburgring 24-hour website. There's live timing right on there on the main page. Unfortunately, probably the greatest fan favourite of all, the Dacia Logan, is in the pit at the moment, and more specifically, it's in its garage that it shares with a probably north of €1 million Ferrari 296 GT3 Evo, similarly priced. Well, it shares with the Manthey Porsche, the most successful team joint with Gerard Phoenix. They are in there, but unfortunately, the Dacia is getting repair at the moment. We heard about indefinable noise. One thing we know, though, about that Dacia team, they do not give up. They will, no matter how long it takes to fix that car, they will. If they can, they will, and they will get it back out. And I noticed during the practice sessions, Arjuna, that Dacia's got a little bit more straight line poke than it used to.
It's so remarkable as well to see that car. It's a shame that we no longer see the Foxtail Opel Manta, but I think at this point, Mantle is well and truly being handed over to the Dacia Logan in terms of spiritual successor, Peter. And you see it racing alongside the SP9 GT3 machines and some of the other cars around the track. It just reminds you of the unique race that we have here with a record entry list. 161 teams and cars entered into this 24-hour race. So many different classes that we ran through some of in that class rundown, but it's one of those races where stories up and down the pit lane that in some ways will only be told after the race. And that's where the power of social media comes in, I think, in the modern era, Peter. A lot of these stories, may not have been so widely known in years past, but nowadays we be able to catch up on plenty of these storylines through YouTube videos, social media stuff, and all that sort of thing is coming through in the next couple of weeks.
Unfortunately, in one of those classes in SP4T, running in the podium positions, or was running in the podium positions, was Mark Vollenwein. He's ex-German rally champion and actually a tyre technician for Hankook tyres in the World Rally Championship. So I see him at the stage end at World Rally Championship events regularly. Unfortunately, though, poor Mark had to bring the Hyundai Motorsport N Elantra TCR back to the pit. It was going slowly just around March 461, and the car is now back in the pit. So that is going to really hamper their attempt to try and win the SP4T class, which, as Arjuna chronicled, is at the moment led by the mighty Subaru, isn't it? At this moment in time, the Subaru WRX car number 88 running Intercontinental overall. Lots of brake changes going on, Arjuna, but perfect timing, I guess, coming up towards halfway distance.
Yeah, and it's pretty simple, I guess. You can do it anywhere inside of really a 2-hour window around the halfway point is the likely thinking. Go back to the thing that you mentioned earlier, though, Peter. This is such a test of the car. What's more of a test, though? Would you say the Nürburgring Nordschleife or Sebring International Raceway and the bumps there that often get talked about the stories of them, the bumps break into race cars?
I think here, for quite a few reasons, I think here you get the bumps as well. Maybe I think the absolute intensity of very specific parts of Sebring are more bumpy, like Turn 1 and Sunset as well. But the thing you've got here is just the sheer speed and the prolonged speed, which makes such a difference. The cambers, of course, Sebring is incredibly flat, bumps aside, of course, but the much more undulating here for these cars. And so I think here is the ultimate test. But Sebring, I would put it on the podium of ways to put a race car and driver through its paces.
there's a few tracks around the world which I think you can include in tough challenges for man and machine. We were looking briefly, by the way, at our SP 2T leader, which is one of the Toyota GR Yaris's, Toyota Gazoo rookie racing. It's great to see some of the teams that make their way over, not of course just the big name drivers this year that plenty are focused on, but rookie racing, a team with ties to Toyota Gazoo racing in Japan, running Super Formula, Super GT, and now coming over and running this 24-hour race with Toyota as well, going very well. And GR Yaris is very nitty around the Nürburgring North 5.
I am trying desperately hard to convince Mrs. Mackay that we need one of these on the family fleet, the GR Yaris. I think it's essential, actually. It's so important. These cars are hugely popular. Four-wheel drive, lots of punch, and the automatic gearbox was very much developed here and raced here in the Nürburgring 24-hour. The first generation of the car only had a manual, but now with the latest generation you can have an automatic or a manual. There would be a manual for me, but a lot of people do like the auto as well. And again, here's a great place to check that the gearbox can handle the constant punishment for 24 hours, because if it can handle that, it can handle the road absolutely no problem. Or indeed, the track days, we see them all the time to our Yaris. At the moment, we're okay. Show you taking that car up to Wood Flats. Speaking of cars that would find on the Mackay family fleet, Neil Verhagen in the BMW N3 Touring, for 81, coming down towards Bergberg. Is the barrier repair still, nearly finished? Quite remarkable, actually, given how quickly that's been done, given the speed of the impact that the car hit that barrier with Alessio Figueiredo in that Dunlop Porsche. Then out of that, the slow zone and back up the full racing speed. Neil Verhagen right behind the number 34 Volkenhorst Aston Martin of
and you've got a good feeling there as well of the stop and start nature of the slow zones and code 60s. We have 8 slow zones, 7 code 60s, and 4 yellow flags around the track. So much as pit lane is a much more serene position to be, right now it's quite chaotic for the drivers to make sure that they follow all the procedures, and maybe most crucially for a lot of the pros that are in the car right now, minimize the time that they lose, because there is an art to when you get into slow zones, not being too close to maybe a slower car, so you're not getting checked up behind them, and then when you're trying to put the power down, leaving that slow zone. So it's quite a few things for drivers to be thinking with and managing as they work their way through this portion of the race. Now, it was pointed in the wrong direction, which is always a bad sign as well, but that's a fast downhill right-hander and not a nice place to have an incident, and unfortunate for a car that a Lamborghini has been quick on occasion. Go back to the qualifier races a couple of weeks ago. one of the Lamborghini started all the way down in 15th position and all the way up to the podium by the end of the race. They didn't feel like they had the one-lap speed, but combined the strategy, the long-run pace, they were able to put it together. So it's been a difficult day for the Lamborghinis through the field as well.
The McLaren Artura Trophy, number 59, resplendent in the black and yellow Pirelli colours. Car that was really strong last year and very, very quick down the Dottinger Hole, just being sneaked past by number 152 BMW 325Ci of E46 generation. Yes, E46, over 20 years old. There's such a mix here. Also a Porsche 991 Cup car, so you're talking now over 10-year-old Porsche Cup car getting pushed back. That's the number 91 machine competing in the SP7 category for Reiter Engineering. So that just gives you a flavour of the sheer variety here, Arjuna, of what goes on. And you think as a driver, as an entrant yourself, if you're, you've managed to get to a point where you can indulge behind the wheel in motorsport, what would take what the 24, your choices are pretty much endless, depending on budget, of course, of what you can actually do.
Your choices kind of scale with your budget, but that's true of most things in motorsport, aren't they? As the BMW M3 Touring comes in, they'll at the 45-degree angle move it around, and driver change will cycle through to leaping into the black, blue and red stripes M3 Touring. When you look through the classes as well, I guess you have the choice of, do you want a purpose-built race car? That's all the FP classes are for. We talked about some of the production classes, such as, the rear-wheel drive or front-wheel drive PT2 classes. And that's where a lot of the overall champions of the NLS, the Nürburgring Landstracken Series, end up coming from, Peter. It's one of the more competitive classes, I think, in the field as well. So the kind of schools of choice if you do want to come and race in this great event.
Well, one of the things you have to get right here at the Nürburgring 24-hour is adhering to all the various code 60 zones, slow zones, code 120s, etc., which are absolutely critical. And if you break those speed limits, the punishment can be incredibly severe, can go up to being taken out of the race, can go up to having your license removed instantly. If you do not pass go to the airport, and it depends on the severity, of course, but even a car filled with very experienced drivers, the number 77 Schubert BMW, that car is just incredible. Philip Peng on board, and I reiterate the previous statement, a very, very experienced driver, indeed the number 77 of Philip Peng, 3 times Spa 24-hour winner amongst any other achievements. He's just picked up a 90-second time penalty for driving too fast through a code 60. So this is something that can happen at any point. We saw Manthey Racing back in 2020 back in 2019, totally dominating the race by a good margin, and then speeding through a code 60 4-minute penalty, and they lost the race. So it can go wrong so quickly. And even for Windward, where they've got 2 cars up the front, with Max Verstappen leading as they rush through the Beloff S with Maranello giving chase in the number 80 car, it shows you actually, Arjuna, that strength in numbers is very, very important. I mean, Audi, I think, had a competitive race car, but they only had one of them, and when that was out, that's it.
It goes back to, the data that can be shared as much as, they are competitors. This is around the Intercontinental GT Challenge, so the manufacturers all do want to win. A little bit of a hesitation there as the M3 Touring has to wait for one of our GT4 cars to make its way to its own install, but has to wait on a deeply be installed, and Verhagen will have communicated a couple of notes. And that's one of the great things, I think, about the pit times that we have here, Peter, is, and I think Max has said this as well for some interviews that I've seen, you have that chance to get out, talk to your teammate, and let him know some of the things that they should be aware of before they get strapped in and start to think about all the things that they'll be dealing with on track.
The venerable Audi R8. Plenty have mentioned Audi only having one car. That's true for the SP9 Pro category, but lots of Audi R8 still in Pro-Am and Am taking part as well, and we're one in the alternative fuel class also as well. Over the start-finish line comes Max Verstappen, hard on the headlight flasher. He's definitely the most prolific operator of the headlight flasher button, hard on the brakes down into turn one, making his way past some traffic. Of course, you've got the blue light in the top right-hand corner of the windshield of the top SP9 cars. That's the idea behind that, is to warn the cars behind them that one of the faster cars is coming. Now, the thing is, at certain points of the track, they appear on the scene so quickly that there's not really a great deal of time to react. But that's the idea behind it, that if you are in a slower class car and you see a car approaching in your mirror and it's got a flashing blue light, it's an SP9 car, it's a GT3 car, it's going to come through very, very quickly indeed.
And some series, you know, they demark different classes with different colored headlights, but going back to what we were just talking about, there's too many classes to really filter out the number of different headlights that you may want for that. And why is the blue light sometimes imperceivable? It's just the nature of the Nordschleife, right? With the elevation change, some of the blind entries and exits you have from the corners. So anything that you can do to help drivers communicate. And that's where you saw plenty of times through the opening 11 and a half odd hours that we've seen, where drivers have been using their indicators just to indicate, as the term implies, which direction they're going to pull off to, because it's not just as simple as run the racing line for some of the slower cars here, Peter. They will intentionally maybe slow down, block the racing line, let the faster cars come through. If it's in a place they don't feel so comfortable dealing with that pressure from behind.
That they can, yeah. Oh, very, very dusty now for the windward Mercedes coming through the Hatzenbach. Incredibly dusty. It's, I mean, genuinely like a tarmac rally coming through Hatzenbach. It is proper Barham rally style coming through. The lack of adhesion flag being shown, but that's pretty obvious there. I wonder if that's maybe what's held off that's caught out poor Pavel Lefterov, as both Max Verstappen and Maro Engel in first and second place, weaving the back and forth through the Kittelbacher hole to try and clean the tyres off, and then up over Flug Pass, going past an intervention vehicle with the lights on, another flatbed truck to get past as well. That is, I mean, that is what you're dealing with. Green flag now as you come into Schwedenkreuz, just the 270 kilometers an hour, and then on the brakes, and the surface isn't that tidy here either. It's Engel having to manage it. I just sit here in utter awe of these athletes and these drivers, Arjuna. They live in a different sphere to the rest of us.
The entire field, it's just amazing, some of what we have seen so far today and what we will continue to see. A big moment there as Engel maybe hits a bit too much of that inside curb that was reprofiled a couple of years ago at Adenauer Forest. Couldn't really touch the curb when it was first installed, but a bit braver there and almost spat him onto the right side of the track. He's lost a bit more time behind some of that slower traffic, but through the night, sometimes when you're just hoping to hold on and make your way into the morning, Verstappen and Engel and the windward Mercedes continuing to dance around the track. And we did get word that the Lamborghini has returned to the track. So I'm just wondering, trying to put one and one together to get two, maybe that recovery process and bringing that car back onto the track and rolling it through the opening couple of sectors of the Nordschleife, maybe that's contributed to the dirtiness that we're seeing coming down through Quiddelbacher.
Into the pits comes the number 11 Schnitzelalm Mercedes-AMG. That car had been brought in by Philip Ellis, the reigning IMSA GTD champion. Picked himself up a third Rolex watch at the 24 Hours of Daytona, the Rolex 24 at Daytona in January. Schnitzel team very well versed in Nürburgring racing, doing a brake change as well. It's definitely brake change o'clock right now, but this is I guess the pleasing thing for the teams having that minimum pit time is that they can get things like a brake change done in that minimum time without actually giving any extra time and other bits and pieces of service that you just couldn't fit in, say, for example, an IMSA WeatherTech Championship pit stop. 40 seconds, that's all you've got, Arjuna, at that point, and it's all very, very busy indeed.
Yeah, in those races, you are relying on a safety car to try and do a brake change without losing too much time, or you'll try and find ways to speed it up. There's confirmation that Lamborghini, that number 7 Conrad, in the pro class, did return out onto track, coming through on our live ticker. Also a couple more of those code 60 penalties for some of our 992 machines. So just a couple of drivers maybe heading back onto track, coming out of their sleep. When we jumped into the booth about an hour ago, you read a quote from Danny Juncadei, who was saying he's going off to get a good night of sleep before he gets back in the morning. Well, you know, sometimes you get back in, Peter, and you might have made the crucial mistake of, well, forgetting some of those procedures around the track. And sometimes it's as simple as just missing a flag stand, not, you know, putting your eyes in the right place because you're dealing with traffic, and a couple of drivers getting caught out there.
Getting word that the number 7 Conrad Lamborghini that had that impact with the Aramco barrier at the Hatzenbach, which carried on, has now left the track at Breitscheid at Adenauer, where there is a bit of a cut-off there, so tried to get it back and is unfortunately not been able to do that. The HWA, thumbs up from their garage. They're looking like they're able to get their HWA Evo R back out onto track again, and also big smiles, the Dacia is back. We told you they'd get it fixed. They have, and back out onto the circuit again. Super job from that crew. The true spirit of endurance in that crew. The Dacia Logan. And there used to be a cup for Dacia Logan, a one-make series for Dacia Logans, which is where René Rast made his name before going on to lots of other success, multiple DTM titles, etc. But that was one of his earliest successes, was becoming the Dacia Logan Cup champion. So they have provenance, those little Dacias. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the Windward Racing AMG Express Trains continues apace. I have to be honest, when Max Verstappen went past Arjuna, I thought, I don't know if we're going to see him for dust here, because he looked so quick for those couple of sectors. But it's almost as if he's been brought. It's almost as if he's been brought to heel somehow, and we're back to flying formation again.
Well, traffic has helped, especially at that first point when there was 3 consecutive sectors. Max had set a purple. I think it was 3rd sector of the lap as well. It looked like you said there was going to be a breakaway, but with the stop-and-start nature, traffic playing its part, I think both of them, as much as they are pushing, have also maybe being cognizant of that reality of the 5-odd-minute advantage that they seem to have nearing the halfway mark of this race. Still wondering, is there any lasting consequence of the contact that they had down in towards the final complex, Peter? Because I didn't quite catch it when it happened live, but you were right. When we watched it back from Max's onboard, his right side was very much scraping the left side door handles of Mauro Engel, and maybe that was what initiated the push off into the grass that the Ravenol car ended up dealing with. And maybe a message on the radio from the team to say, guys, calm it down a little bit, and maybe that's what we're seeing right now.
I think there definitely would have been a message to say, guys, definitely chill out, because this is their race to lose now. There's no question about that, with the halfway point closely approaching, just 22 minutes from the halfway point. Yeah, this is definitely Windward's race to lose and Mercedes-AMG's race to lose, and you can be sure that the board of AMG will be absolutely desperate to end a 10-year drought since their last win. It was the last time actually that a pole sitter won the Nürburgring 24 as well. And it looks like this year that tradition could continue. That said, the pole sitter, and I think they deserve a huge amount of credit, Arjuna, the number 84 Red Bull team at Lamborghini Huracan, very, very fast, of course, qualifying on pole, but the tiniest contact, I mean, a much smaller contact than the two Windward's cars had together a lap ago, tiniest of contact had the biggest consequence, a puncture costing them a load of time, yet they're up to 6, so they are fighting away all the way through the night.
And the worst part of that was it literally happened through the first corner, right? And they didn't get to make the left onto the Nordschleife. They had to hook right, come through the pit lane and get that tyre repaired. So it's been a great fight back from the team that did win the NLS qualifier race that we had a couple of weeks ago, or at least finished up there in contention behind the Scherer Audi. So definitely something that we'll keep an eye on, Peter. Maybe not a factor for the race win, but there's a podium up for grabs, I would say, for that Lamborghini.
I agree. Yeah, I think there's no reason why they couldn't get the podium. They've definitely got the pace. I think probably what's most agonising for them, they potentially have the fastest race car. The car is super quick down the straight, and very, very good at the Grand Prix track as well. So let's see how things progress. There's a long, long way to go. The beautiful number 69 McLaren 720S, the only McLaren in SP9 of Dürr Motorsport with the Benetton Bitburger 00 livery on it, looks absolutely superb. And I know you're a die-cast guy, Arjuna. I would think there'll be plenty of requests going in already for this to be immortalized in now what form will it be? Enamel? Plastic? Metal? You'll need to tell me what material a good model is made out of.
It goes back to your budget, I guess, at the end of the day, and how intricate you want to make the model. There's so many great looking cars through the field, though, and I think we've got to a point where there's not many bad looking race cars, because cars that go fast always look good, but people have really learned how to use the lines of the cars and really imprint their identity on them as well, as long as you don't go all for the same color scheme. Like sometimes we do end up looking to copy black and red. Those are two very common colors, but yeah, I look through the field of even TCR machines rolling down pit lane as well. Some very, very good looking cars, as our Windward ran Mercedes, the Verstappen Racing car just in front of the Ravenol number 80, continuing to tow their way through the traffic as they hit the bottom of the foxhole.
And every single sector, the front-running drivers, they're dealing with hair-raising moments in traffic, and indeed the traffic itself that they're working through. They are constantly having to monitor the mirror to see when is the next SP9 going to come through. And I mean, spare a thought for those cars at the very beginning of the race, where the whole field is more bunched up and you've got 8, maybe even 10 cars in SP9 in a group coming flying past, like just imagine you're driving to your local supermarket and then the red arrows all fly past you all at once. It's kind of similar idea. That is the speed, the kind of speed differential that both parties in that traffic scenario are dealing with. We say that it's flying formation, but it's not a sedate formation at all. Both Max Verstappen and Maro Engel really pressing on here with purpose right now. Meanwhile, coming on to the Nordschleife, Dennis Olsen, the bespectacled Norwegian, makes a move in the sonorous HRT Ford Racing Mustang, moves past to go up into 8th position there, makes a move on Michael Grenier in the Pro Sport Racing Mercedes-AMG, the Bilstein-backed car. And Ford really starting to get on top of this package now here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I had a great chat with Frank Stippler last summer about how they were doing with developing the car on the Nordschleife, and he said, yeah, we are getting there. He said it takes a while. He said, even with the Audi R8, which is one of the greatest cars there's been at this track, he said it took a lot of developing to just get the fine details and to really get it into the right window. But he says we're getting there, and that new Evo package has helped a lot. And I mean, HRT as well, a very, very good team to work with. So all those ingredients, they're all just mixing together nicely. And although Ford not at the absolute sharp end, they are running in the top 10, and I don't think it's going to be many years until we're talking about the Blue Oval challenging for victories here.
No, and they're running their Evo package, of course. You know, as Dennis Olsen a bit deep through Arenberg. There was an apex there, but still warming up the tyres, maybe just finding it a bit difficult to turn the car in. The car is really finding its form, like you've said, Peter. But I look over the pond to IMSA WeatherTech, where they've just won at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, which historically was one of the worst tracks for that car. And so to see them able to kind of flip that around, yes, it was partially aided by strategy. It wasn't all because the car was the quickest, but it's a really good sign of what they're able to find. There was 3 key areas that they were initially hopeful that it was going to improve, and aerodynamics was one of them. And some people will say aerodynamics around the Nordschleife, 170 corners, that's probably important. But why is it so important, Peter? Because there's some really, really crucial medium and high speed corners that you need to be able to get good momentum through so you can fight amongst the front of your class.
A couple of hours ago, unfortunately, Alessio Piccarello ended up in the barriers at high speed, coming out of the Lauda links down the hill towards the right-hander of Bergwerk, and the Dunlop Porsche completely destroyed in that accident. We do have some feedback from him. He said, traffic on the Nordschleife is always a risk. That's how it was here. I wanted to overtake a competitor and had already flashed at him several times. He drove in the middle and also seemed to pull to the right side to allow him to pass, but there was a small contact between us. I came to the grass and then lost the car completely. It's a shame for the team. The car was running so well at that moment. It is a shame. Of course, Dunlop, the last tyre manufacturer to win this race, other than Michelin. Michelin have had 8 in a row, and they're looking like it's going to be 9 in this event. The last manufacturer to win it, Dunlop, they won it in 2017 and 2013. It's a shame for that team, but great to see Dunlop back. And I would say, Arjuna, that in SP9 we've got a bigger variety of not only manufacturers of car, but also much more teams setting up deals with various different tyre manufacturers to try and topple Michelin from their perch that they've sat on for so many years here at the Nürburgring.
This is becoming one of the last great open tyre battlegrounds, right? With Super GT moving away from the open tyre rule set there as well. So I think for all the manufacturers, not only is it a great test of a track, but it's one of the few places where you can compete against your other manufacturers. And I'm a bit disappointed that we're not seeing all the different tyre magic that they have for the wet and the different in-between phases that they may decide to try and operate with, depending on which portion of the track is wet. So yeah, I really love the variety that we are seeing, but like you say, there's one manufacturer in particular that has continued to just rule dominant around the ring, and at least trending in that direction as well. You mentioned the update from the number 17 Porsche. There was also an update from the number 34 Aston Martin. Christian Krogner said that we have to shorten some stints because we have a problem with fuel consumption. Sometimes it's enough for 7 laps, sometimes for 8. Many factors play a role in this. Time to go to bed now and get back into the car in about 4 hours' time. And talking of pit stops, right on cue, the number 3 and the number 80 hit their stalls, and this time, no having to swap the cars around. They enter the pit lane in the order in which they're boxed.
A little stagger in the driver rotations for these two Windward AMG GT3s. Max Verstappen appears to be staying aboard. He's probably having the time of his life right now aboard that AMG GT3. Maro Engel hopping out of the number 80 Windward Racing car. We'll confirm the driver changing over right now. looks like a brake change going on the front of the number 80 blue and gold car. Not seeing any similar service going on the number 3 car. Now, they may well have already done that work, or maybe doing it at the next stop, but the number 80 crew deciding to change those brakes with 12 hours and 11 minutes to go. I mean, we know from our time in the IMSA WeatherTech paddock, Arjuna, we know just how impressive an operation Windward are, but you know, they have their department in Europe as well. I mean, we see in the last couple of years with Porsche Penske Motorsport, and it takes two giants of motorsport to be able to put that together. And Windward, what they're doing here is, I think you can't underestimate just how good a job that they are actually doing.
I'm trying to come up with words to sum up how impressive the operation is, because the Windward operation in the US consistently runs amongst GTD Pro teams in terms of speed and competitiveness out on track. Now, they've had some stumbles this year, of course, most notably in the first of the NLS races that Max came over to run with the team, using tires setting more than they were allowed in the requirement. That's not a mistake they're going to repeat twice. I'm sure everyone believes that. But then last time in the qualifiers, I'm still not entirely sure what happened to the front end of that Mercedes, where maybe some damage in traffic or just running over a curb. Max, the splitter actually come off the car while Max Verstappen was running, and so we saw lots of damage to that radiator. The grille kind of ripped apart. Couple of cracks did emerge building into this race. Mauro Engel then making the mistake in qualifying, but again, they've been able to put it all together, and even with the brake change, mandatory pit stop time is going to mean that they both leave the pit box relatively close to one another.
It's an adjustment from other types of even sports car racing, but particularly from Formula One, where a pit stop just happens in a blink of an eye, a couple of seconds, and it's done. But it's being able to pack so many cars into what is not it's a reasonable sized pit lane, but it's not the largest pit lane in the world. And being able to do that, you need to just use a standard fuel pump. There's not any room for all the various bits and pieces of equipment you'd require to deliver a rapid fuel and pit stop. And therefore the minimum pit time allows that to be done. I'm a fan of it personally. I really like it that you can get service done, you can get things done, and from a safety point of view as well, things aren't done in a hurry, and it allows everyone to crack on and keeps the cost down as well. Dennis Olsen remaining on board the number 67 Ford Mustang GT3 Evo, now coming into Hatson, back to intervention vehicles on the right hand side, not an American pickup truck taking part in the race. Although, I mean, given what the M3 Touring's done, Arjuna, I mean, a pickup truck has got to be the next thing on the list for, well, could we have an F-150 GT3?
Oh, I mean, you're giving
underpinning.
You're giving people some ideas right now. A Raptor GT3 car, I mean, that would be a sight to behold. You know, I do, just watching on board with Dennis, now that I think those tires are up to temperature, it's looking very settled. And for a car that's maybe got a bit more weight compared to the others and just its base spec in terms of the dimensions of the car being a bit larger than some of the smaller GT3 machines, it's very poised. It moves around very, very well. And whatever they've done with this Evo kit has also done some magic on the suspension, which we talked about the bumps of Sebring and comparing it to the bumps of the Nordschleife. It's taming this track quite well as it carves its way through the night in some stealth camo colors.
I love it. Yeah, really love the livery that they've come up with. That, yeah, like you say, the green and brown camouflage. And really, whatever way the car is livery, they will always sound sonorous. There are so many things to tick off a motor racing enthusiast bucket list, going to the Nürburgring 24-hour, I can assure you should be right up the top of it. But another is the Daytona 24-hour, the Rolex 24, if only to hear the Mustangs echoing around the high banks with the way that the wall is beside them. You hear that echo of that V8, and it's like you've turned up at the wrong event. You go, oh, I bought a ticket for the Daytona 24, not the 500. It sounds like NASCAR out there. And yeah, the sound of America coming to the hills of Germany. ROWE BMW defending champions. The red mirrored number 99 car into the pits, which was brought in by Sheldon van der Linde. The ROWE team, of course, looking to defend that title, but it's been very, very tough for them. They are in the mix, though, fighting for the podium, and anything happens to those AMGs, you never know. New set of Michelin tyres being prepared.
In some ways, Peter, in some ways, Peter, sorry, their main target, I think, now is to make sure they finish in front of the M3 Touring, because as much as you and I would love to see a podium out of the M3 Touring, you best believe all the M3 GT3 teams want to prove a point that as much as it looks like the same car when you look at BOP, and technically there's a lot of underpinnings shared, but we were quicker out on track for 24 hours when it counted.
Arjun, I think we might have started something. Someone from deep within the underground of Ford Racing has just messaged me saying, in capital letters, Raptor R GT3? Yes, let's make it happen. BMW, what if they started with this, with the one April Fool's joke? I always get told, oh, you've taken that joke too far. Well, can you actually take this too far? I don't think you can.
No, well, you know, maybe we have to give original credit to the Garage 56 project, right? Which that one photo from Jamie Price of the grid sitting on the pit straight at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and the looming figure of this NASCAR stock car ready to go racing for 24 hours. I think that kind of opened a lot of people's minds as to what we can really do. And Raptor R GT3, sign me up. And I got a great tour of the Ford Racing Simulator setup in Concord, North Carolina. It definitely seems like something where they could slide in a new buck and start developing that car. And, you know, if they need a test driver, I'm not far away.
Yeah, simulator driver, yeah, perfect. Off into, before we come up with any better ideas, the ROWE BMW goes back out into circuit, into the darkness here at the Nürburgring. It's Maxime Martin who has taken over the number 80 Windward Racing Mercedes-AMG, giving chase to the number 3 of Max Verstappen. So there's a bit of a Benelux flavour at the front of the field at the moment. A Dutchman being chased by a Belgian driver. Maxime is such an experienced competitor and took the time to come over to the booth and join us earlier on. We're always so grateful of the drivers because their time off in between stints is so precious, between debrief, physio, rehydrating, nutrition, any other media commitments, etc., etc. And then, of course, the small matter of sleep. And they'd still take the time to come through. We had Adam Christodoulou a little bit later on, and I dare say we'll have a few others coming to share their experiences out there. And I think it's one of my favourite things, particularly about this event, actually, Arjuna, when the drivers do come to join us in the booth and we can ask them a few questions, and they always have a little anecdote to share. And every time, you just, as they're talking like it's something normal, your eyes are widening. You're thinking, they're not normal. They're not like us, are they?
No, you talk about eyes opening. Just watching the onboard footage, the spectators here have some of the most amazing places to sit in the forest, put some campfires up, and I'm sure the smell for the drivers must be quite intoxicating as well. All the barbecues and whatnot that are being lit up through this part of the night, I'm sure, as well. It's a race that I would be surprised if many drivers actually sleep a lot, because there's so much adrenaline, and the paddock area as well, it must be so congested with the 161 cars. We've had to shuffle things around slightly to pack everybody in. I don't know about you, Peter, but it can be very difficult when there's all that commotion around, unless you've got some super noise-canceling headphones on. I can imagine there are some drivers that do end up staying awake for 24 hours.
Oh, that's a scary thought, isn't it? Yeah, I think now there's such a worldwide tour of 24-hour races and other races that it's, you know, the drivers do all these races regularly, do get the chance. Now, interestingly, the number 30 Hankook Porsche 911 GT3R has just taken a treaded tyre off, which looked almost like an intermediate, and now putting on a slick. Now, that car is running in 20th overall. Now, it has not been wet for many, many hours now. So, a perfect example there of how, even in a race competitive condition, this is all about development for Hankook and testing things, trying things, and trying a tyre there that, you know, with any kind of tread at all, you're going to really put it through its paces, well beyond its ability. This is absolutely slick tyre conditions for an SP9 GT3 car, but to the Hankook team putting it through its paces, that's the perfect example of why so many tyre manufacturers come here to compete in this event.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised because the sipes that help wash the water away, them being there will remove contact patch from the tarmac. So it's, I would assume, taking grip away, but tyre manufacturers are smarter than I am.
They're smarter than most people. Yes, they really are wizards. Well, it's been an exciting Nürburgring 24. Let's catch you up with how things have been so far. It started with the clouds looming over, but dry conditions nonetheless. Very, very cool and chilly, and all of the fans enjoying the start of the race. Unfortunately, a jump start, though, from Marco Mappelli caused a 32-second penalty, and the slightest contact between the number 3 Mercedes of Daniel Juncadella and the number 84 of Lamborghini of Mirko Bertolotti was enough for a puncture to cost a huge amount of time for that pole-sitting Red Bull at Lamborghini. And then coming through the Goodyear Carrot, contact between the 48 Black Falcon Porsche and the 99 Rover BMW of Dan Harper caused Harper to spin around and put them on the back foot. But the Lamborghini's looking strong early in the piece with the number 7 of Maxi Paul and the Conrad Lamborghini fighting with Kevin Estre. But probably the moment of the race, Max Verstappen, having taken over the windward Mercedes number 3, comes over the crest, going through the Beloff S and misses the wall by a whisker, nearly having his Nürburgring 24-hour debut ended in just a sea of carbon fibre, but manages to brush through. Unfortunately, though, for the 75 Audi R8 and off at Schwedenkreuz, 270 kilometres an hour through that corner, and unfortunately race over for them with serious amount of damage and large amounts of carbon fibre over the road. For Manthey and for Grello, some great pace early on, but another car which had very strong pace, the realised Kondo Ferrari, going off at Hatzenbach, trying to make a way around a slower class Porsche GT4 car onto the grass and bang into the barriers. And that new Evolution package Ferrari GT3 way too badly damaged to continue. And then and more contenders fell by the wayside. A bizarre incident for Alexander Sims in the number 16 Audi for Scherer Sport. a car coming to almost to a halt in front of him, causing damage, and that was their effort over. But the hero of the day, it's got to be the BMW M3 Touring. Even more so, can an estate car be a bigger star than the world's most famous Formula One driver, 4-time world champion Max Verstappen? Answers on a postcard. Verstappen, it might be his debut, you'd never know. He got the car up into the lead of the race during his stint, and that's exactly where he holds it right now. But for Grello, 7 wins, it's not going to be a historic 8th, because Kevin Estre caught out on a pile of oil going through Brunchen in front of all the fans there. And that, unfortunately, was game over for the winner of the 2021 event. It also caught out the HRT Mustang. Utter dejection for Manthey and for Estre. The HRT Ford of Arjun Maini getting caught out on exactly the same patch of oil, and unfortunately hard into the barrier. Luckily managed to walk away. Can happen with so many cars on track, so many different classes. Just bad luck for both concerned. But Jules Gounod, even someone as brave as him, couldn't hold off the mighty Connor De Filippi in that BMW M3 Touring on the Yokohama tyres in changeable conditions around the outside of the Verstappen Racing AMG. We knew the car could be strong, but I don't think anybody expected it to be that strong and putting on a show. But then the rain that we always knew was coming started to fall, heading into the dusk, with Lucas Auer in the Mercedes-AMG Team Verstappen racing car, battling away with his teammate Fabian Schiller, going very brave in a damp track around the outside of Schwedenkreuz. That is the most gusto you will see. Very impressive indeed. For the defending champion Raffaele Marciello in the BMW, ironically hampered behind a BMW Z4, as was Maurice Schuring in the Falcon Porsche. Both of those cars going out of the race after 2 separate incidents with 2 separate BMW Z4 GT3s. And then Alessio Piccarello, a really scary incident at Bergwerk, down the hill, over 230 kilometers an hour into the barrier and race over. Thankfully, Alessio Piccarello okay. You're tuned in to the 54th edition of the ADAC Ravenol 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Max Verstappen leads the motor race for Windward Racing and has opened up a gap of 4.7 seconds to his teammate Maxime Martin in the number 80 sister Mercedes-AMG. Peter Mackay and Arjuna Kankapati in the Global Broadcast Centre, bringing you all of the action over the next little while. Mercedes-AMG 1-2 at the moment, but can they survive the night here at the Nürburgring, which we've seen so many times before, Arjuna, can be very cruel indeed.
And I think, Peter, one of the cars that so many of our fans will have been following along with might have seen some struggles. The 632, the Black Falcon Team Fanatec car, Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Brown, Manuel Metzger and Misha Schauderin were leading in 82, but we saw the car in the gravel getting towed out. I wasn't sure if there was any damage on the car. Steve Brown behind the wheel right now had been running 4th in the combined 82 and Cup 2 class. It's effectively a Porsche Cup car, just with some slightly different suspension bits and different fuel source as well. That's going to be a car that I know lots of people were hoping would see the end of this race. Have to see if we can get an update as to what went wrong.
Oh, it's such a fan favourite. Jimmy Broadbent, Misha Khairuddin, etc. They, very well known. They all have huge audiences on their respective YouTube channels. In the pits, the number 55 Dynamic Porsche running on the Pirelli tyre. They got a car onto the podium last year. They were very proud of that achievement, and the 55 cars has been brought in by Michele Beretta, running inside the top 15 at the moment. Michele Beretta, a very experienced sports car racer, but really getting his teeth into rallying of late. In fact, I had a chat with him on the Roger Albert Clark rally, Arjuna, where he was competing in a 911 SCRS. So he knows how the 911 works, but of various different generations as well, as they prepare that car ready to go for another stint.
I know you're a fan of a Porsche rally car. I'm also someone that's quite partial to that. Just looking at that driver lineup, by the way, we often talk about how you want to keep people, as that's going to cost them slightly. I think having to wait for some of their competitors to be released from the pit stall. You want your driver lineup to try and be as close in body shape and height as possible. That means that there's less compromises with seat positioning, seat inserts and all of that. But when you've got someone as tall as Luke Hartog in the car, it becomes a question of how much compromise. You've got some adjustment with the pedal tray now. A lot of cars will have fixed seats but movable pedals. But that's one car where they'll be using all of the mandatory pit stop time to get all their drivers comfortable before they're sent out onto track.
Bit of investigation going on in the pit, various cars. This is the thing again, it's sometimes when you look at cars in the pit lane at the Nürburgring and you see the bonnet up, you think, oh no, what's going on? But often it's very much part of the plan. And at least the crews here, with at least an hour stint, they've got a chance to just grab a little micro snooze if they can. I always feel sorry for LMP2 teams, where those cars can only run for about 35 minutes, particularly somewhere like the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Those crews do not get much chance to rest at all. Milner Motorsport running this year a GT3R, a full GT3 spec car. They run cup cars a lot, but full GT3R there with Alex Brundle on board, former class winner at this event. Nice surprise to see him on board. And I mean this with the greatest of respect to Alex. He's a very accomplished driver. I almost think more of Alex as a TV and commentary personality than a driver nowadays. But I mean that with the greatest of affection and an admiration for his ability behind the microphone.
I guess there's a lot of people that think the same of his father, though, as well, right? Because a lot of younger Formula One fans might not recognize Martin Brundle as the driver. They only recognize him as the voice of Formula One. So, yeah, you know, I totally understand where you're coming from, but Alex still does lots of driving, especially in classic cars. So I think he keeps himself busy, but when I say busy, that also means behind the wheel. He is literally busy because he's driving cars without much downforce, less grip from the tires as well, and always watching some of the onboards on YouTube that he puts out. Very, very fascinating to keep an eye on. Our live ticker has ticked through an update for the Black Falcon Team Fanatec Porsche, by the way. They were stationary in the gravel, pulled out and have continued, so at least their journey has not come to an end in this 24-hour race.
And of course they were looking really strong in that category before that, so with 12 hours left to go, or 11 hours 49 minutes to go now, they have time to catch it back. So if they have an edge over their competitors, they can use that. And you know, with their record entry, it's maybe not a surprise that we've seen quite a high level of attrition, because more cars on track, more chance that they will run into each other or have problems. So they aren't done yet. So I know many watching around and listening around the world will be very, very much following their progress. They're not done yet. Do not write them off yet. It just could add to the story when they're telling it in the bars around the Nürburgring over the coming months, because of course Misha Khairuddin lives in the area, but Jimmy and Steve, etc., they're here regularly to compete in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and now long-standing teammate with them, Manuel Metzger, very experienced, multiple pole sitter overall in the race. Feedback as well from Maro Engel, who had an hour at the wheel dicing away with Max Verstappen. He said, I had a good double stint, our cars drive well, and I had a lot of fun with Max. Of course, the Nordschleife is special, a cool place, and I was really happy to drive through the night with Max there. I hope we entertained the fans a bit. Those who were still awake definitely did it right. Now I'm going to sleep a bit and take over from my teammates later on. Maro Engel is a lovely, lovely person. I had the chance to chat with him a few times in the pits and paddock, and he's you know, really experienced, but a very, very nice guy. And he did cop a little bit of flack where he asked a fairly acceptable question about what had happened with the initial Verstappen testing time. Come back to that in a moment. Steve Brown had gone hard into the wall at Versiphen. Now, there is no gravel trap down there, Arjuna. So has Steve Brown got pulled out the gravel trap and then gone straight into the wall?
Sounds like I'm putting 2 and 2 together, yes, but I'm wondering, that's a weird place to go straight. Yes, it's a heavy braking zone, but it's a place where you're always trying to brake quite early, so I'm wondering if there's no ABS in this car, so I'm wondering if he's maybe been caught out slightly with the traffic. One of the Porsche GT4s that he was passing, he's on the left side of the track, maybe gone a bit deep. I don't think the car is slowing down correctly. And I do wonder if there's maybe an issue with the brakes, and that's a hard hit, not just into the tires, but that's hit the wall, the unprotected side of the wall, just to the outside of the barrier as well.
That's not good news at all for that crew. I mean, we said they could fight back, probably not now, because a lot of the cooling pack for that car is in the front. So and he's gone, as you say, Arjuna, hard into the tyres there. Now, luckily, this Versiphen is the slowest corner on the Nordschleife, but I agree with you. I don't think there was something right there. Those cars can be fitted with ABS. They have the option to have that kit, and often the endurance spec cars do have it, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have got it fitted. But there was definitely something strange there. The only thing you could potentially argue is that, did he get on a dusty, dirty part of the track? The track is very dirty in places. Did he maybe have his rhythm broken slightly after the incident which at Arenberg? I mean, Arenberg, one of the very, very few gravel traps on the entire circuit. I mean, if you see a car on a gravel trap on the Nordschleife, it's either Arenberg or Brunchen, because those are the only 2 gravel traps.
The in-car view, we see a quick thumbs up from Steve. SpongeBob, their mascot, sits over the shoulders, but you can see the dejection there, and Steve's missed this race in the past as well from unfortunately going a bit too fast in one of the practice sessions. We talked about, you know, penalties that can come from driving through code 60s a little bit too quickly. And yeah, I think the rhythm definitely interrupted, but we'll wait to see if we can find out a little bit more. Another update, by the way, from the pit lane after a driver jumps out of the car, Peter. Sheldon von der Linde, of course, BMW coming off their first victory in the WEC. Sheldon part of that lineup. He's just said it's one of the toughest stints he has ever driven on the Nordschleife. Lots of oil on the track, so very difficult to keep the car online. And, well, surprising to hear a racing driver admit he thinks he was lacking just a little bit of pace. They're not so strong on the straights, they're good in traffic and the high-speed corners, but obviously a bit too far from the front to really fight for the win.
Yeah, the BMW, since the qualifying races where they didn't have the strongest car, they've had a little bit of turbo boost taken away for the balance of performance, and they haven't necessarily. That's a fair point from Sheldon van der Linde. They've not had the package necessarily to fight yet. They're cracking on. They're in the fight. They're in the top 5, and there's plenty that's happened in the first 12 hours. I always think whatever happens in the first 12 hours, a similar amount can happen in the next. So this race complexion could change. I mean, think back to last year, ROWE and Manthey head-to-head, back and forth, and then it all went wrong for Manthey. These things can happen. This is the hardest 24-hour race in the world to finish, and therefore it's the hardest 24-hour race in the world to win. It is that difficult because things can go so wrong. Now, number 88 Subaru in for its pit stop, but there was a little bit of frantic body language from the mechanics at the rear. No, that's calmed down now. The thing I love about the Subaru effort, Arjuna, is that it's effectively a works car. I mean, it's a Subaru official team, Japanese mechanics who come over. And we think actually how many genuine works Subaru motorsport programs there are now. This is one of them. But they come here to the Nürburgring every year, and they've been running very strongly in SP4T.
Looking for the win with the car based off a WRX S4. It's quite amazing just to see. We were talking about Porsches going rallying. It's almost the opposite, right? Where a car that maybe traditionally in the blue and gold would be seen slinging its way down dirt and gravel and all sorts of historic rally destinations, but now carving its way around the green. How they're taping up the front of the car and obviously not trying to block the radiator. I wonder if they've taken a bit of damage just to the front of the grill area, and they're just trying to keep the car together. Obviously, you were saying how difficult the track is for the machine, and that's where the crew's intimate knowledge of the car, Peter, really does come into play. Their ability to diagnose issues and then quickly figure out what the appropriate repair will be. That's where that initial panic at the start may have come from, before they said, right, we know what we need to do, let's go ahead and do it.
They know it, like you say, they know the car very well. They've got Carlo Van Dam, the Dutchman, who always is part of that lineup. Now, the Bitburger mechanics for the Dürr McLaren team looking a little bit on the glum side in the garage, and one of the reasons for that may be is because Timo Glock, one of their drivers, has received a penalty, another penalty, and it's associated with 2 more penalty points to his DMSB license, which means he has lost his Nürburgring Nordschleife permit with immediate effect, and therefore disqualification for the race for him, which means then that Timo Scheider, Ben Dorr and Marvin Kirchhofer will be left to get on with it themselves, and Timo unfortunately will have to sit on the sidelines or go to the airport. So you're talking an ex-Formula 1 driver. Nobody is immune from that penalty process, or indeed the licensing process to get that permit in the first place.
Wow. And that's, again, like you say, former Formula 1 driver, and it goes to show how first significant every infraction is to the stewards. They take safety very, obviously, very highly in terms of priorities, but the other part of it is just how easy it is sometimes to make some of these mistakes and put yourself in these tough situations, and now difficult for the crew to kind of adapt their driver lineup and flip things around. There are some teams that had kind of registered reserve drivers, for example, Manthey with Matt Campbell, so he'd seen him do a couple of laps, but he wasn't intended to do the full race. He was very much just there for this kind of a situation, or if the driver got sick or something like that. So, wow, Peter, that's going to be a big heartbreak for the Dorr team as they now try and dig their way out of the situation.
Yeah, of course, the car will have received a significant penalty for that as well in terms of their race time. So, yeah, that's a problem. I mean, it's a great point you make about Manthey. You think that is how professional an outfit that is, that your fourth driver, your reserve just-in-case driver, is one of the best drivers of his generation, Matt Campbell. That's the embarrassment of riches that they have at Manthey. Yet, you know, it's 5 years since they last won this race. They've made a celebration this year of the Grenlow livery and the team's heritage as a whole, with a lot of the cars which really dominated through the late 2000s and into the early 2010s, with drivers like Romain Dumas, Timo Bernhard, Lucas Luhr, etc. Mark Lieb, I mean, really were a dominant force at this event during that period. And in those days, of course, running the RSR. Imagine that. Imagine if the RSR had kept being permitted to come back. Imagine an RSR 17 around here. Oh.
Please. Now I'm going to be thinking about that for quite a while, Peter, so I'm going to blame you for the reoccurring dreams that I'm going to enjoy. The high-class racing number 86, one of the cars sat in pit lane, and there's plenty of the cars. I saw second place in one of our BMW classes as well, and it's always interesting trying to see how teams are managing the mandatory pit stop times. One of our teams, the IGTC Motorsports by WS Racing BMW M240i, it's as simple as, well, a timer on the Apple clock app, and off and away goes the car. Now, the wonderful hat keeping the social media person warm on pit lane, that's going nowhere. Very, very comfortable on the head.
Quite an elaborate headgear there. It looked very, very cozy, but I think it was a unicorn that it was designed to look like. But yeah, keeping everyone cozy. Fairly cool temperatures here at the Nürburgring. Unseasonably cool, actually, even for the Eiffel, it must be said. 4 degrees Celsius showing at the moment. Woof, really, really chilly. Unfortunately for Steve Brown and the Black Falcon team, that car has been recovered off the circuit, so it will take a while to get it back, but I think that's just the start of their problems, unfortunately, Arjuna. Hopefully we'll get some feedback of what actually went on, because there was definitely two, we could be fairly confident there was 2 separate incidents there. Now, whether it was cause or effect, that's the thing, is that we'll only be able to know once Steve comes back and hopefully speaks to some of our colleagues down in the pit lane, and we'll try and find out what the story is. Dacia Logan into the pit lane, the boot pops up, and in goes the pistol grip fuel pump to fill that car up with regular super unleaded straight out the supermarket pump, and the crew getting that car ready for another stint. HWA likewise, who they've approached this so professionally, the HWA team. 3 cars, getting 3 cars out at all is a big effort as well. But you look at some of the names they've got in there, Arjuna. I mean, Marcus Winkelhock, 3-time winner here, and Renger van der Zande, a driver we know very well from the US. They really are going about this the right way.
And, you know, you look at the cars, they look spectacular, I think it's fair to say. And, you know, you do look at the driver lineups. Jamie Green in the number 61, the black and white HWA Evo R, returning to the Nordschleife, returning to the wheel of a car for the first time in a couple of years, if my notes are correct. I just think there's lots of people that wanted to go and drive that car, and you can tell how much they wanted to be a part of this program, because they've all done special things. I saw Renger van der Zande, Adam Adelson, they both did unique helmets for this event. I think a bit of a custom throwback as well to the era of DTM racing, in which, of course, that car harkens back to. So, much like with the M3 Touring, but in a slightly different way, the HWA, it's remarkable. The lap times from the car aren't necessarily right up there with the SP9 machines, but it wasn't meant to do that. They're just hoping to see the end of this race and see what they can do as well.
The thing is if anything happens at all to the GT3 Touring, then they are there. They've just got to keep going, keep plugging away, and you never know. It's got a huge amount of power. It's got more power than the GT3 cars are allowed to run. 560 horsepower from a 3-litre twin turbocharged V6. So it's got a lot of power. It's relatively heavy, I would say, compared to a GT3. It's about 200 kilos heavier than a GT3 car, but it's got more power. So it must be a huge amount of fun to drive, I have to say. And HWA, you know that car will be built to the highest standard. If it's good enough to build Mercedes-AMG's GT3 cars, it's good enough for anyone. The headgear competition continues. Dacia, I don't even know how to describe the headgear of the Dacia car controller. 2 pink balls on the top of the helmet. Any advance on that, Arjuna?
It's something out of an Edgar Wright film. You know, what was the Paul Rudd Edgar Wright movie about aliens driving through America? It's something out of that sort of a scene is what I'm picturing right there. There is some great headgear on display. Now, that is not as warm around your ears as the unicorn hat that we saw slightly earlier. So we'll take some points off for that. Style over function, I think, in this case.
Yeah, as someone who's particularly follically challenged, warmth on a hat is very important, particularly when you're in the Eifel Mountains and it's 4 degrees Celsius. Off goes the Dacia Logan back into the race. And of course, a few years ago, the Dacia was involved in a big incident at the Beloff S in traffic, and we wondered if it would ever return, and actually it's returned even stronger than before. Better powertrain, which I think really helps. No problem in the powertrain department for Dennis Olsen and the HRT Ford Racing Mustang, who comes down into a double yellow flag and code 60 at Versifen, which would have been for the recovering number 632 Black Falcon Porsche of Steve Brown, which unfortunately looks like their day or any chance of a win could well be under serious threat and not looking good at the moment. Now, I was kindly reminded when we were talking about the M3 Touring and what other crazy creations you could base upon, and we thought, why not a Raptor R GT3 starting off with the Mustang as the base and sort of somehow fit a Raptor body on there. Well, of course, Ford do have experience at this very track with a pickup truck, Arjuna.
Do they now?
Do you remember, and could you name it? The F-150 Lightning Super Truck, driven by Romain Dumas, Nordschleife time, 6 minutes 43.
No. No. That is, I mean, lightning is one word for it, ludicrous is the other word. I mean, that is as quick as, I think, like a Volkswagen Golf R probably goes around the ring in a similar lap time. So you compare that small, nimble machine versus the much larger, and I don't want to say lumbering, but it's not as nimble as a Golf R by any means. So that is a ridiculous lap time.
That's where, if you need to bend the rules of physics, just give Romain Dumas a call. He'll be up for the challenge. SP10, a very highly competitive class. That is for homologated GT4 cars, which you see racing all over the world in various categories: Michelin Pilot, Challenge, SRO, etc. And at the moment, that category, the SP10, is being led by the Riller and Schnauk team and their BMW M4, with friend of the Global Broadcast Centre, friend of Radio Show Limited, Peter Kate, who's commentated with us in the Nürburgring 24, well, many times on the Nürburgring 24, where he comes up for a chat in between stints, but also on Nürburgring Langstrecken Series events. They lead the category at the moment in car number 145. Peter just brought that car in with Joshua Bednarski, Tom Schütze, and none other than Jeroen Blekemolen, one of the true legends of sports car racing.
And that's a class, like you said, for GT4 cars, and so 2 BMWs running at the front, and then a Mercedes. We've got one of the Evo 2s for Toyota GR Supras that's made the trip before you get into the weeds of Porsche Caymans, Aston Martins, and a couple more BMWs running further down in what is a class of 13. It's one of the bigger classes amongst the non-SP9 super popular classes that we have. So plenty of firepower in that class. Just looking at some gaps, by the way, Peter, while Maro Engel, I think, was looking to push the tempo, I don't know if after handing over the keys to the Ravenol Mercedes, if Maxime Martin's been able to hit those same sort of lap times, because it's now 16 seconds the gap at the front of the field as Max Verstappen, in the second of his stints behind the wheel of the car during the night, has put pedal to the metal and set sail at the front of the field.
It's a very good point. Yeah, Verstappen really pushed Engel, and I think that, I would say that is testament to how hard Engel and Verstappen were pushing when they were together. So actually, although it looked you know, okay, they're running together, maybe they're running in flying formation, but the body language of each car was that they were pushing hard, and Verstappen really opening up the gap. Now 15 seconds, and the thing about the Nürburgring 24, if you're used to watching series like, for example, a good example would be the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, where if you have a full course yellow on a regular size racetrack, everybody gets bunched back up together and you can gain back a lot of time, and indeed you can lose a lot of time. And often it's about being there at the end, having a good car at the end of the race. Whereas at the Nürburgring, Arjuna, of course, every single tenth of a second that is lost, every single corner, when you lose that time, you do not get it back unless you fight, and you have to earn it back every last tenth of a second.
And you know, that's where I think this is a unique 24-hour race, because of that mix of sprint and endurance that kind of comes as a result. And that incident that you mentioned with the Dacia a couple of years ago, I think that was a key illustration of what this race has kind of become, where I think it was Laurin Heinrich who was bombing it down the Stefan Beloff S's, and really just with the closing speeds that we saw, went one way, it wasn't the right decision, and big contact at a really high speed point of the track. And so it's really intriguing thinking about, from the driver's perspective, that risk versus reward. How willing are you to make some of those decisions to put yourself in uncomfortable situations? And clearly right now, our race leader is very willing to do that. He's pulled out another couple of seconds or so in the last handful of sectors. So things are going very well for the Verstappen Racing Mercedes at paces at the front of the field.
In the SP4T class, we expressed a little bit of concern at the body language of the mechanics of the Subaru Technica International WRX, and that unfortunately has been proved to be the case. That car still in at the pit, so something needing to be repaired for that Subaru, and that means then that the Max Kruse Racing VW Golf GTI Club Sport, driven by Rallycross legend Johan Kristoffersen, now they've got a few laps to catch up, so there's probably there's quite a bit of time in hand. I would say it's probably about half an hour that they've got, so Subaru have the opportunity to hopefully get that car repaired and get back out in the class lead again. But all the while that they're in there, Kristoffersen and Max Kruse with the Golf, they're getting closer and closer, so they will want to get that repaired as soon as they possibly can. Meanwhile, the 24 line speed Porsche All-Pro lineup here with Laurin Heinrich, Lawrence Vantor, Ricardo Feller in that number 24 car. Brilliant driver lineup. Just 3 drivers in that car. It's been a relatively quiet day, though, for them, Arjuna, and particularly when you look at the pace of the Grello car. I would have expected that car to be a little bit further up the sharp end.
You say quiet, Peter, but it started off pretty eventfully with Laurin Heinrich having a moment on the warm-up lap, seeing a bit of work required for the team to send them out there for the race start. So it's not been an easy day for the crew. I think they've had some work to do before the 24 hours even actually got underway. For those wondering what SP4T actually means, what all these class designations are, well, basically SP means it's a car modified for racing. So anything with SP in the name for classes breaks down as to a custom-built race car. 4 means engine capacity between 2 and 2.5 liters. The T means turbocharged, and so very, very interesting that we've got the Subaru WRX competing against the Volkswagen Golf GTI. You've also got a Hyundai Elantra with a really unique powertrain in this class as well. So this is where the class makeups of this race are so different than a traditional endurance race, where you've just got maybe a prototype class and a GT class. We've got so many different types of race cars, often delineated up by engine displacements, and within those classes, so many stories to talk about.
That's what we love about the Nürburgring 24-hour. Now, looking at my timing information, it appeared that the SP4T class car of Johan Kristoffersen was a lot further back, but one of our other timing towers is telling us differently. So we'll keep a close watch on that and update that story that's unfolding as we speak, with the SP4T class leader in the pit lane at the moment. Is that the same on your side, Arjuna? Would you say?
I can
confirm. Agree with that one?
33 odd seconds or so. I think that this is going to be a lead change potentially sooner rather than later, and for the 8-time World Rallycross champion, is doing very well to carve his way through all this traffic, flashes the headlights, lets the Logan in its blue and green colors aware that it wants to go around the outside, dives into the mini of the carousels, pops himself out, powering through the corner with the front wheel drive. It's looking like a very, very rapid race car, and anyone who thinks front wheel drive is maybe a less aggressive race car, well, loose is fast for these machines, and you better believe that there is a lot of wheeling going on for Johan to drive this car this quickly.
And so different to what he's so different to what he's used to with his experience in rallycross. But he is such an adaptable driver. I mean, I've had the experience of interviewing him when he competed in the Royal Rally of Scandinavia in the European Rally Championship, which is a high level of driver. And they, well, he ran very strong pace in a VW Polo R5. Although I remember at one stage, Ed, he got to the end and he'd had a bit of a moment on one of the very fast stages, and he said, "Oh, I think I need FIA-approved diapers for rallying," because he'd potentially nearly lost control of his bowels at that point. But he's a great character and loves to get behind the wheel of anything you throw him at.
It's not often you hear that sort of honesty, I think, from drivers, right? That's what makes it so refreshing, and what makes the perspectives that sometimes they give us so unique. One of those SP4T cars, checking the tires very quickly with the boot. That's not, I think, the best way to accurately test tire pressures, but just making sure suspension is all working. There as well is the Subaru that is sat in the garage. So in that same area, there's two of the same class contenders having to get to work. That Hyundai's running a pre-production version of a new engine that's going to replace the current unit that runs in the Elantra N TCR car. But our class leaders hard at work on the left rear of the Subaru.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a problem that's going to be fixed quickly. In fact, what worries me more, Archie, is that the body language in that garage is not rushed anymore.
No, they are taking their time, which, like you said, is an indication of a more serious issue that they want to thoroughly work through, but may be aware that the battle against the clock is all but lost at this point. And there's only 5 cars in this class, so what they will really want to do is diagnose the issue, fix it up, and send the drivers back out there. And a good sign at the very least, Peter, that they've left the driver in the car and he's still strapped in and ready to go.
Max Verstappen is certainly at the front of the field, is not relaxing at all, because one of the, I would say the most key sector, by virtue of it being the longest sector on the track, Sector 7, which comes up from up the hill towards Mutkirch, all the way around to the exit of Galgenkopf onto the Döttinger Hohe Straight. Max Verstappen has just set the fastest sector time through that sector through the entirety of this race, so he is really pushing hard. And in fact, one of his garage mates, the Dupre Audi S3, being prepared to return from the garage as well.
What a wonderful car this is. Saw a good battle with it in its class during the NLS qualifiers a couple of weeks ago, and the unique nature of pit lane here, it's a handheld air gun that they're working to secure the 5 lug nuts. They're being told that you can't quite be both in the garage area and also kind of in the pit box, so I think they're going to be wheeled back into the garage. But this, of course, is one of our VT2 front-wheel drive class competitors, as the class name implies, Peter, front-wheel drive cars. VT2 is one of the more popular classes in the NLS series as well, with drivetrains all being in the 1.6 to 2 litre range. But as much as they are getting ready to head back out, Peter, I wonder if they've just realized that there's something still not quite buttoned up on that Audi.
No, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, when I was at the event last year, got close up to this car, and it is so similar to the standard road-going Audi S3 saloon, and it's got a lot of its same interior trim. I mean, it's basically the absolute bare minimum of what you would need to change on the car to make it safe for racing, roll cage, etc. But it is remarkable. I mean, take the airbags off, things like that. It's very, very similar, but unfortunately it's been pushed back into the garage and sharing along with a BMW 330i and then the 2 leading Mercedes Windward AMGs. That's the Nürburgring. That's what it's like here in that event. Meanwhile, Manuel Lauk for the Hyundai N team with their Elantra TCR standing around looking kind of impatient, looking ready for somewhere to go, but unfortunately his machine is being attended to as well in the garage. But of course, he's Manuel Lauk. He is actually his machine. He's waiting for it to arrive into the pit lane, but unfortunately we did see one of the Elantras there getting repaired. 67 HRT Ford Mustang that was being driven over the last few hours by the Norwegian star Dennis Olsen. We'll confirm the driver of that in just a moment, sharing with Chris Meese, Fred Vervisch, and legend of the Nürburgring, Frank Stippler. Stippy, as he's sometimes referred to, and it is Fred Vervisch who takes that car away. And a couple of weeks ago at Laguna Seca in the IMSA Championship, Arjuna, they made fuel on board that car. A little bit of a strategical masterstroke to get a win in the WeatherTech Championship.
Well, yeah, it's the first time I think that Ford and the drivers really were able to see the true fruits of the labor of this Evo upgrade at one of the tracks previously that the Ford Mustang was maybe not so strong at. It did take some strategy. It was maybe an unexpected win, but they were able to carve their way to the front, which is often what you need to do in those sort of unpredictable sort of races. It's been a steady day so far for at least that number 67, but I think what we are seeing is this collaboration where Ford Racing have grown their Ford Racing development program, brought on some more junior drivers based out here in Europe, collaborating a lot more closely, it would seem, with the Haupt Racing team as well. Seems to be going in the right direction, Peter, and I think the Ford Mustang that unfortunately had its issue shortly after Kevin Estre, right around that same point on track, hitting that patch of oil and being spat off into the wall, I think that was another car that we would have been keeping an eye on, and maybe this might not be the year, but Ford Mustang around the Nordschleife, they're just continuing to get quicker, and they'll definitely be one to watch through the remainder of the NLS campaign and running back around to the 2027 Nürburgring 24.
Well, funny enough, you say that, Arjuna, because I was having a chat yesterday to Rory Butcher, who won multiple races in European Le Mans Series, British touring cars, raced at Daytona, etc., and raced here quite a bit too. And he said the same as you. He thought that the Ford was a bit of a dark horse, no pun intended, for this event. And again, coming with strength in numbers makes such a difference. If you come with one car and something goes wrong, well, that's it. That brand is not going to win the race. Whereas, you know, coming with a trio of cars really, really helps. And you look at, I mean, Audi, Scherer Sport PHX, really strong car, great lineup. and they had something happen to them, and that's kind of scuppered out his chances of winning this race. BMW, of course, bucked that trend last year by taking a bit of a risk and only running one car, and they played the strategy out beautifully and won the race. And sometimes it can come good, but generally speaking, this is the sort of event where you need more bullets in the gun, because there is always things that are going to happen that are out of your control. Now, following that SP4T battle, Arjuna, now the number 50 machine, the Max Kruse racing car, is also showing in the pits and has been in the pits for, by my reckoning, more than the minimum pit stop time. So SP4T is now becoming a race for the mechanics rather than the drivers.
Goes to show that the race is not always won on track. Sometimes the work in the pit lane is crucial as well. My timing, by the way, has just updated, Peter, so it's now showing as a 3-lap delta between them once again. So the Subaru does have a bit more breathing room than maybe we had initially intended. Verstappen, we compare the lap times between him and Maxime Martin. He continues to pull out a couple of seconds here and there. The lap times, though, they're considerably slower than maybe what the raw pace is, not just because of traffic, but also the slow zone. So if anyone's looking at the 8 minutes and 40 seconds that are popping up on timing screens, it's not a true representation of the pace of the cars right now. Cup 3 is relatively close as well, and Cup 3 is another home for some of the GT4 machinery, Peter, specifically, of course, the Porsche Cayman Cup class, where it's another one of the closely contested classes along the NLS season.
It is, and it's one of the places where you could potentially win the overall NLS championship. Now, not being the first car across the finishing line, but actually winning the most NLS points, because effectively the more cars in your class, the more points you can score for the overall championship. So usually it's one of the BMW saloon cars that wins the overall championship, or indeed one of these Porsche Caymans. I had the great pleasure a couple of years ago of driving the road version of the Porsche GT4 Club Sport with manual gearbox, and it was an absolute joy to drive. It had carbon brakes. First time I've driven a car with carbon brakes, and once you get a bit of heat into them, even at road speed, it really is nice to drive, and you can really lean into the pedal. Beautiful gearbox, and yeah, beautiful powertrain as well. A great package. I can imagine they are just a hoot to drive around the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Although, I've got to wonder, Peter, in these conditions, how easy it must be to get your tire temperature up and to maintain them in these sort of nimble cars. A word from Michael Grenier, who's just gotten out of the number 26 Mercedes AMG GT3, the Pro Sport racing car. We, of course, heard from his teammate Anand Christodoulou slightly earlier on. Lots of code 60s around the tracks. That's where some of the 1,200 marshals deployed come into play. Lots of oil and just not easy to survive. They're struggling with low tire temperatures, and so at least for that particular Mercedes, that's their biggest weakness. But they're in the top 10, and that's their goal. So with a clean car, about 13 hours into the race, not far away from the sunrise, I think they're looking pretty good in that Pro Sport camp.
They are, yeah, and they're also a bit of an outlier too. I mean, running on the Goodyear tire, they're their colleagues, if you like, running on. Well, in the case of the Windward cars, they're running on the Michelin, which has been the winning tire for so many years now at the Nürburgring 24. 8 wins in a row for Michelin, so they are kind of against the curve there, but with someone like, particularly with someone of Adam Christodoulou's experience, that makes all the difference. Having someone that knows the car inside out and back to front and knows the circuit the same way, and having someone like that on your team. We've all worked on teams before, whether it's in, you know, at your job or indeed in an amateur level in sport. If you have that star player or team member who can lead the way and can lead by example, it makes all the difference. And someone like Adam is they're pretty much the ideal example of that. Into the pits, the Karcher, number 62 HWA Evo. This is the car that has Adam Adelson, Sebastian Asch, Luca Ludwig, son of Klaus, who drove the original versions of these cars back in the day, and Marcus Winkelhock, a 3-time winner of this race. And this car, they have no excuse but to keep it clean, because of course Karcher they make hose pipes and pressure washers, and I've got a Karcher pressure washer at home, and it is a very, very handy thing. Although I probably should use it a little bit more than I do, but very good to get the dirt of Scottish roads off there. Now, we talked about the Max Kruse Racing Golf that was potentially going to be taking the lead of SP4T with the Subaru in the pits. Well, the Max Kruse Golf is in the pits, and Johan Kristoffersen is working the pedals, pumping the pedals, and something is not right at all for that VW Golf GTI.
No, that is a worrying sign, the lack of urgency that we were talking about just about 10-15 minutes ago, topping up what I would assume is brake fluid potentially, but anytime you've got to bring the car into the garage area, it's always a worrying sign. And something like the brakes, it's not especially around a track like this, not something you want to trifle with. You want to make sure you have got it working correctly. And to talk about safety, we've just seen a change in the TCR lead, where one of the Hyundai TCRs has cycled back to the front there. Peter, they had a tire blowout during one of our NLS qualifier races a couple of weeks ago at Schwedenkreuz, which is one of the worst places to have a tire failure at a high-speed part of the track. And so they limped the car back around. Great to see that they were able to fix up the damage and are back in the lead of their class.
Yeah, they never give up, do they? I do remember that particular moment. You're right, Schwedenkreuz, about the worst place that it can happen. So fast through there. You do not want anything letting go at that point. Well, first time competing in deep darkness in the middle of the night at the Nürburgring 24, Max Verstappen, you would not know that that is the case. He is looking like every bit the Nürburgring 24-hour veteran, as he has disappeared up the road from the sister car, the number 80 Winward Racing Mercedes-AMG, same team, same car, same tyre, and he has left Maxime Martin, who highly regarded as one of the top sports car racers in the world, and he's absolutely left him for dead. 25 seconds to the point, Arjuna, where you start to ask the question, you know, Maxime is, as I said, very, very highly regarded. You wonder, is there something afoot inside that number 80 Mercedes-AMG car? Is there a problem? Is there now a hangover starting to appear from the contact that they had at the Tiergarten? I'm not saying there is, but you have to ask that question, because that's a lot of time for Maxime Martin to lose to Max Verstappen.
And for those that missed it, the two Winward run Mercedes just got a little bit stuck behind slower class cars down into the final corner, and on the outside the Ravenol blue and orange car, a little bit of contact and squeezed off into the grass. Now, if there was damage, you would have hoped that we would have gotten some sort of word, especially when Mauro got out of the car. So I'm going to assume that whatever happened there was relatively minor. Obviously, nothing's minor at speeds closing in on 270 kilometers an hour, but they got away with it. Clearly, that's not maybe the crux of what we're seeing. I just wonder if maybe Maxime is not as quick as Maro was. Even in a lineup with the talent that they have, we know that some drivers in the car may just be quicker than the rest of their competition, and so that's something for us to keep an eye on. Some great memories on pit lane, by the way, of all the liveries that we see in this field, but also that the Foxtail still is on track, as is, quite remarkably, a BMW Z4 heading out of the pit lane and back out onto track.
You're blending together two things you never thought you would see. The Foxtail, of course, made famous by the Opel Manta that it used to be adorned on the top of and flap away all the way through the race with Volker Strycek in the team. And the reason why it's on the BMW Z4 is because Volker Strycek is competing in that car. And Volker Strycek in this race, he has entered in two cars, in an Opel Corsa and that Z4. Now both aren't looking like it's going to be a class win, but you never know. And he is one short of the overall record for class wins here at the Nürburgring 24. He has 15 at the moment. Heinz Joseph Bern is on 16, but if he were to win both of those, he would become the most successful driver for class victories here at the Nürburgring 24. And you wonder for Volker, it's almost a matter of time, because he's just always here. He won his class last year in a McLaren Artura, and it seems that there's so many teams out there who would love to have, again, someone of his experience. Can you imagine the knowledge that he would have if you're spending a whole weekend racing with him? Think of the questions you could ask of him.
I mean, the experience that exists around this track is an untapped resource, I think, for anybody who is going over there, and that includes people maybe watching and thinking, oh, you know, this is a public road, I can go and rent a car and drive around. There's lots of great resources and people around this community that will help you get out onto track. And a race as big as this, Peter, we shouldn't forget 161 teams. There's a crazy amount of people around, not just the drivers, but there's all the mechanics, the pit strategists and media, marketing, the finance people. Lots of people think that the only way to get involved in racing is to be part of the actual driver lineup, and that's not true. You can make sure to get involved in many different ways, as our pit crews get to work right now inserting themselves into the race. Driver change for one of the windward Mercedes, but not the other.
A little bit of a stagger for the Mercedes-AMG windward cars. So Max Verstappen, a superb double stint. The opening stint going toe-to-toe with one of the best of his generation, Maro Engel, multiple pole sitter, winner of this race in the past, and he was matching him toe for toe. And then in the second stint, battling away with Maxime Martin, a guy who's had wins at Le Mans, has won his class here at the Nürburgring 24, a works driver in sports cars for many, many years, and he's absolutely dusted him, totally dusted him in the last stint, pulling out a big, big gap. 27 seconds it was at the last timing point before they came in to the pits. A driver change for the Verstappen racing car. Max Verstappen jumping out. It'll either be Lucas Auer or Jules Gounon jumping in. We'll confirm that when they go over the line. So a bit of work for the number 80 Windward Racing crew to catch back up again to the sister car. It is Jules Gounon who has jumped aboard. Jules, a super experienced guy, very, very funny guy as well. Maxime Martin staying aboard, so it's Mercedes-AMG factory driver showdown here over the next hour, but with Jules Gounon with a little bit of a head start.
In many ways, Peter, this feels like an iRacing Nürburgring 24, seeing Max hand over a car to a teammate. You and I, obviously coming from the world of iRacing in our past as well, we've seen Max in this position many a time before at a 24-hour race, sometimes on the same weekend as a Formula One Grand Prix, but this is a very different experience, and now he hands over, and I can only imagine the conversation that was had. We'll get a really good sense from Jules Gounon get out on track, warm himself up, get into the rhythm, and then compare his lap times with what Maxime Martin's able to do, because maybe we're getting to that part of the race where these drivers are now getting ready for the sunrise, Peter. We aren't far away from our teams and drivers being able to say they've survived the night and seen the sunrise here at the Green Hell.
Well, there's a lot at stake for particularly the Mercedes-AMG factory drivers that are part of this this effort. In fact, the only one who isn't is Max Verstappen. And because Mercedes haven't won for 10 years, most of them have therefore not won the Nürburgring 24 before. So Gilles Gounon has just got on board. He's won the Rolex 24, he's won Petit Le Mans, he's won lots of stuff, and 3 times a winner at the Bathurst 12 Hour. But the Nürburgring 24 is an omission on his CV, so they're determined to get that victory. And I think, you know, this is a Nürburgring 24. They all have their own different story. I mean, last year it was a dramatic head-to-head between ROWE and Manthey going into the last couple of hours. And 2024, it was the huge delays of fog and what have you, which ended up stopping the race very, very early. And it was actually really working towards being an all-time classic. It's one of the races that never was, sadly. 2023, Fricadelli winning in their Ferrari. But this year, I think this is more one that's going to be, you know, it's going to come down to those 2 cars, and how will that interaction be? I mean, judging by what we saw at the Tiergarten about an hour or so ago, you know, with the little bit of contact at high speed between Verstappen and Engel, it looks like we should see them battling all the way to the flag.
At some point, there will be no team orders, it seems, especially with the gap that they have. They continue to almost sit 1 full lap in front of the rest of the field, so definitely something that we'll keep our eye on. At some point, one of the teams may try and do something different on strategy. Maybe they can eke out 1 more lap on fuel than the sister car. And I say may, because that might not be something that the team says we want to do. Maybe they say, we'll let it be settled on track by our drivers once that final pit stop window is worked through. Because, again, remember, when they come down to pit lane for the final time, which lap, how many minutes left in the race, that also will determine how long their final pit stop will end up being. So there could be some strategical games to be played, but it could also end up being a straight fight on track between 2 very strong driver lineups. Yeah, the rules are certainly unique here at the Nürburgring 24 in terms of pit stop time. I mean, but generally speaking, the last pit stop of the race, the further into the race that is, and it's done minute by minute, there's a kind of sliding scale table, but the further into the race or the closer to the checkered flag that you take your last stop, the shorter that stop will be. So at the moment they're on an identical strategy, but let's see. I mean, it's very, very difficult to get an extra lap, of course, 25 kilometers more. The Subaru is back running again in SP4T. Carlo Van Dam, multiple winner of this race in class, has got going. Now the Max Kruse car, the Golf GTI that was chasing it, is also back out on track. So the mechanics have had their race. Now it's the turn of the drivers. Van Dam versus Johan Kristoffersen. So let's hope that they settle that one on track. But we mentioned SP4T, one of many, many classes here. Arjuna, take us down the rundown of how things are looking right now in the other classes outside of the overall race. Of course, our leaders in the overall race, having just cycled through pit lane, still a little bit more separation, splitting some of the other classes. And in the Porsche Cup 2 class, made up of the 992.1 generation Cup cars, it's a Black Falcon 1-2 with the Team Zimmermann 900 in front of the Team Liquamoly by Black Falcon, the 902. The Mola Motorsports car sitting 3rd in class as well. Not much separating them. Then in SP10, the GT4 base class, Hofur Racing by Bonk Motorsport They're one of our Pro-Am entries. They sit in the BMW M4 888, first in the combined Pro and Am running in SP10 Am. It's BSL Racing Team, the 171 Porsche that currently leads in class. We've got a slew of BMW racing categories. The BMW M2 G87 class is led by the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport 878. They're a little bit down the road from the leader in the BMW M240i Racing Cup. That's the Kelvin Motorsports 669. And our leader in the BMW 325i is the Gruber number 100. Working into some of the production-based classes, let's talk about the VT2 front-wheel drive class, because of course 5 class cars in the category. It's the Cupra Leon KL, the 471 that leads there. In the rear-wheel drive class, with 9 cars in the category, it's the Adrenaline Motorsports Team Manhattan Wheels 500, the BMW 330i that leads over a Toyota Supra with some separation covering them. In that SP4T category that the Subaru has returned onto track with, still a 4-lap advantage over the Max Cruiser Racing BMW Golf GTI. So the crew have done their work in pit lane. Now let's see what the drivers will be able to do. In SP3T, that's of course the class where the Dacia Logan runs down in 6th position. The leader is the Audi TTS 317. And last but not least, an update for Cup 3, where W&S Motorsport lead over Speedworks Automotive, the 962 over the 971. 5 overall positions split them as well, as we begin to see the first signs of, I would say, a bit more light scattering around the track. Or is that, Peter, just the way that the sun is maybe beginning to make its way towards the horizon?
I think we're probably still a couple of hours away, I think, before the sun just starts to peep in the horizon. If you'd asked me at this time in the race last year, it might have been a different answer, of course, because last year the race was held the week after the Le Mans 24 hours. So it's, but of course, a little bit earlier this year. And at the moment, we've got 6 yellow flag sections, 3 slow zones, and 5 code 60s all around the track at this 2026 edition of the Nürburgring 24 hours. 10 hours and 50 minutes left to go, with the number 3 Windward Racing Verstappen machine of Jules Gounon, who leads by 19.3 seconds over Maxime Martin. So the gap is relatively steady at the moment between those 2 cars in the early stages of the stint. Maxime Martin staying aboard the sister car, the number 80 Windward Mercedes-AMG GT3. Volkenhorst Motorsport right now sit in 3rd, but there's a kind of a group of cars that are all quite evenly matched, who are all taking a turn at a point on the podium depending on where the pit stop cycle is. The Volkenhorst number 34 Aston is one of them. Behind them right now is the Rover Racing 99 BMW of Dries van Tor. Then it's the 81 BMW M Motorsport M3 Touring, driven by Connor De Filippi, which is in the overall top 5, occasionally stepping onto the podium when the pit cycle comes round. But in the fight for that machine, I think exceeding everybody's expectations. We knew the car could be quick, but potentially not quite as quick as this. And I think there's got to be a bit of pressure, you could argue, Arjuna, for the BMW Works drivers who are in the Rover car with the, well, let's be honest, the winning tyre. Michelin is, going for their 9th win in a row. They've got all of the equipment they need, and they may well be beaten by their colleagues in the M3 Touring.
And we were saying earlier, even if the win is off the table, I think that's priority number 1 now for any BMW inside of the top 10. For those wondering, I was talking with Neil Verhagen a couple of weeks ago, and he was telling me that you can feel the difference in airflow, obviously, with the different aerodynamic flow at the rear. There's a wing that still is there, but it's kind of placed on top of some bodywork. Down into the foxhole, Peter, I am starting to see some orange cresting over the horizon. I would wager we're still probably an hour and a half away from some proper sunrise. But why do I bring this up? It's the first sign for some of these teams that they'll be able to breathe and say, we've survived the night at the Green Hell, and hopefully there's only going up from here.
That's the hope. That's the hope, yeah. And where will, you know, when we get to the end of that race, where will the BMW M3 Touring be? It's coming around Metzgersfeld at the moment. It's certainly got some, wow, there's nothing wrong with the headlight flashers on it as it blinds the M2 racing car in front of it, now down through Callanhard. And I love the fact that this car, and part of the financial model for it to happen is that the car has already been sold to a private collector. So that was basically what's been a major part of the financial arrangement, is that a private owner has, we have no idea who it is, but a private owner basically committed to buy the car before and will receive the car after the race and whatever it does in the future. And if you're a race car collector, what a cool piece to add to your collection.
There's not many truly one-of-one in the world, right? This is a one-of-one like no other. The only question I would have is, does he have the choice of it being rewrapped in the original livery in which they raced a couple of the NLS races in and originally unveiled it with all those amazing quotes from the April Fool's announcement of the video of the car a couple of years ago? So congratulations to the very lucky future owner of this car. Now, I say potential future owner because still 10 hours and 45 minutes to go, and this track can very much still bite back.
That it can, yes, that's a very good point. That's a very good point. But if it does make it to the end, I think you throw a lacquer over the car, a clear coat over the car, preserve its N24 condition from when it finished, and preserve it, but make sure that it runs. This is a car that, of course, those who have bought a ticket to this race and come to attend, made the commitment to come here, I mean, they're going to have some stories to tell. It was, they go, oh, have you been to the N24? Yeah, I went the year where Max Verstappen competed in it, and there was a BMW estate car running in the top 5. It's one of those great pub stories for years to come. The 130 apt Lamborghini in the pits right now, with the mechanics paying a little bit of extra attention to the rear left corner. We have seen a few brake changes going on over the course of the last few hours, and judging by the little tray sitting there, Arjuna, hopefully that's just the routine service that's going on right now.
Maybe doing a quick drain of some fluids, potentially with some time remaining. Again, we've seen in some cases when, especially in the SB9 class, they finish the tires and fuel, there's a bit of sitting and waiting around before they release with the mandatory pit stop times. Smoke from the right front of the, well, leading BMW M240i. Ricardo Petrolo behind the wheel for Kelvin Motorsports. Now, is that just smoke from the brake itself? Has it somehow seized together because they are trying to leverage something out of not just the right front but the left front? So maybe this is just a regular brake change, but there is a bit more urgency, Peter, than we've seen in some previous sequencing down on pit lane.
And this is where spare a thought for the mechanics who have got to perform at their best when they're tired. It's 4:15 in the morning local time at the Nürburgring, and many of the crews, of course, it's not just the race itself, it's the build up to it, getting the car prepared, getting the car to the grid, etc., etc. Brake change going on, but not particularly quickly. This is the 669 BMW, one of the BMW M2s, which are so popular here, particularly for drivers going through their Nürburgring permit, but also those who want to race them competitively, because there's so many. In fact, it's a BMW M240i Racing Cup car with Zeno Babacan, Max Kurtz and Riccardo Petrolo. But it's, yeah, this repair is not progressing how they would want.
Well, I guess the other thing, Peter, is this is not a car necessarily designed with a quick brake change in mind. Go back a couple of years to the Ferrari 296 victory that you mentioned. That was in part because the car was designed to change the rear in about 2 minutes and change, right? So it was an integral part of the car's philosophy from the conception phase of the project. Slightly different for a car maybe more intended for sprint racing, and the crew getting to maybe have to work a bit harder in this endurance setting. Lots of work for our Cupra leader in the SP3T category, and I think finally the 669 has been able to finish whatever it was working on with the brakes. They're topping up the fluids as well and asking the driver to pump the brake pedal. So it's a busy time on pit lane. They're not the only crew. Look at the space, or the lack thereof, between them and the number 40. It's one of the other BMWs. That's really, really close to them. It's a 474, excuse me.
Car drops off the jacks, should be ready to go pretty soon. Fire up that straight six BMW engine. The 54th edition of the Ravenol ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring raging on through the night. And at the front of the field, overall, the gap is coming down. Jules Gounon is not able to hold down the pace of Maxime Martin. Maxime Martin, who lost quite a bit of time to Max Verstappen in the previous stint. Well, he's gaining it back now on the sister car, the number 3 Verstappen Winward Racing car. The gap's now down to 15 seconds, Arjuna, so it's starting to turn back in the other direction.
I think what that tells me is both drivers aren't necessarily pushing too hard. We're back to where we were about 3-4 hours ago, where very much running a pace at the front of the field. And I guess that's what happens when you put Maro Engel and Max Verstappen in. They kind of only have one gear, and that is not necessarily maximum attack, but about as close as you can get. Now, a bit of drama as there's some fluids in the pit lane directly in front of the Dynamic GT Porsche. Luke Hartog has hit the pit lane, and I don't think that's fluids from that car. I think that's one of the other teams that's sharing that area. But fortunately, I don't think that's going to cost the team too much as the crew gets to work.
So that's the number 54 Porsche for, 55 Porsche for Dynamic Motorsport. Hartog on the podium overall in that car last time around. I think it was maybe one of their pit mates that's left that fluid on the pit apron there, which must get pretty mucky over the course of the event. 10 hours and 39 minutes to go. Jules Gounon just steadying the ship a little bit. The gap now back up to over 16 seconds. Interestingly, the number 55, the Pirelli shod Dynamic Porsche we just mentioned, had a puncture. So that is why they are in the pits right now.
Interesting. So wonder where on the track that happened as well, and just how much time that they may have lost. The car itself, from the angles we've seen, hasn't shown too much damage, so driver did a good job not to go too fast and fling the tire carcass around and damage the bodywork. But just a quick now tighten on all 4 corners of the car, and I think they'll be ready to send it off and away. I'm pretty sure the tape's one indication, but also the lack of the yellow paint. They've already had to change the front of that car at least once in this race so far, Peter.
Yeah, quite useful when you've got the yellow and black corporate colours of Pirelli on the car, and you've maybe got one panel that needs to be changed from yellow to black, and it's not as noticeable actually. But it's definitely had an endurance race as the 55 dynamic Porsche. They're just pushing it back, angling it, ready to go back into the race. Luke Hartog, the incredibly tall Dutchman, a really nice guy, has worked very, very hard to get to this level of the sport. When he was just a young man in his early teens, he went along with his mother to an adult party, as many of us have done over the years, where if your parents are going to an event and you need to come along and go with it. And he went along with his mum, and he was trying to extend his racing career, and he was finding it difficult to get the funds together to keep progressing along. And he met this guy who used to sell this quite strange looking barbecue, and he was really struggling to sell them. And young Luke said, oh, I'll sell them for you, and if I can sell this amount of barbecues, will you sponsor me? And that's exactly, he went round to all his mum's friends and sold them barbecues. And the thing is spare a thought for his mum's friends, who, how could they say no to a young teenage racing driver trying to make his way? And do you know what the type of barbecue it was? The Big Green Egg. And now, of course, they're all their age. So it was Luke Hartog, one of the big steps he made on his racing career was funded by selling Big Green Egg barbecues.
Amazing. And you say big steps. Well, just regular size steps if you're Luke, because he is probably one of the few drivers in the world who I would not be towering over. I'm 6'5", 196 centimeters. Hartog is 200 centimeters or 6'7", which still think it's crazy that he's able to fold up his frame and fit into one of these race cars. But he not only does that, he's very quick as well. Looks like a compact cockpit in, I think that's the GR Yaris, maybe one of the leading Yarises that's getting some work done to the rear end of it. I tell you what, you said it's a messy pit lane by the end of this race. It's also a busy pit lane, Peter, because you're sharing your garage area with multiple different teams. You may be all doing different things at different times, and it doesn't all quite align nicely, so you can be left alone. This must be a quite chaotic race for the teams and mechanics to make sure they don't make any mistakes.
It is, yeah, particularly in the depth of night. The Toyota GR Yaris running on Bridgestone tyres. There's a huge number of tyre brands involved: Bridgestone, Falcon, Michelin, Pirelli, Goodyear, Yokohama. What else am I missing? Quite a few. Pirelli, etc., etc. The Toyo, and on and on. There's a huge number of tyre manufacturers take part in this event. Off goes the little Toyota into the event. Coming back to Luke Hartog, I always think he looks like Jörg Bergmeister behind the wheel. Big, tall guy behind the wheel of a Porsche 911 GT car. And do you know how he trains on the simulator, Arjuna? It's not on iRacing. Do you know how he trains on the sim?
Oh, you're going to have to tell me. I have no idea if it's...
Richard Burns Rally.
He's prepared in Richard Burns Rally to come to the Nordschleife.
Every race. He says he loves the...
Amazing.
He says he doesn't like to practice on the track that he's going to on the sim, because then your muscle memory can be ever so slightly out. But he said the sensations and the tyre feel through the car on Richard Burns Rally simulator helps him to prepare for going in and to adapting to different grip levels and different weather, etc. So there you go.
Incredible. Issue on track for the sole surviving Ford Mustang GT3 happened at the Hohenrhein chicane Mustang runs out of track and clips the tire barrier on the left. We'll have to wait and see if that car returns to the pit lane, as has the number 800 Volkswagen, and showing the battle scars on the front left is the As Best Racing SP3T entry, DSG Volkswagen Golf 7 GTI TCR. But another one of our cars, great livery on it, red and black. I presume GT4 Porsche. Then just in front of it in the Cup 3 class as well. And for anyone wondering why we've, for those watching in Vision, got a lot of footage of things happening on pit lane. Well, our hard-working team from around the track, I think, has gone and grabbed a quick sleep before they return for what should be an action-packed sprint to the checkered flag. And so a mix of onboards for us to keep an eye on, as well as all this action on pit lane. What it's really showing us, Peter, is how many cars are not just showing the regular battle scars, but replace body parts as well.
There's lots to do, including over at the Dacia Logan garage. They've got the car on the jack stand on the left-hand side. It's propped up on the left-hand side to do some work on that. Getting some information from out on the circuit that towards the end of the lap at Hohenrhein, which is right at the end, the chicane after Tiergarten, Frederick Vervisch actually went off the road and very slightly grazed the tire stack on the left-hand side. He has continued, and at the moment his pace looks fine, so no damage, but that must have been a bit of a hair-raising moment for the Belgian ace. I'm going to say it while we have the chance, Arjuna. We have 0 yellow flags, 0 slow zones, and 0 code 60s. So we have a clean racetrack. We now might see some actual finished lap times. In fact, we've just seen an improvement, best lap of the race for the SPX class. Connor De Filippi, get this, has just done an 8-minute 16.3. That is quite amazing in the BMW M3 Touring, and I don't think, in fact, that might actually make it the fastest BMW of the race. I'm just quickly checking my timing information, because it is quite close between the BMWs. Oh, so the fastest BMW of the race is the number 1 car, the Rover car that's now out, 8 minutes 16.257. Conrad De Filippi, 8 minutes 16.323. So if Conrad De Filippi can get another quick lap in, he could take that M3 Touring to be the quickest car of the BMWs in the entire race.
Right now, quickest car on track is the Red Bull Team Apt Lamborghini with Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel at 8:11.762, which is only around 0.6 off that car's fastest lap of the race, which I believe is the fastest lap of the race as well. So your point about clean track, some good lap times, well, we'll get a good idea as to Jules Gounon versus Maxime Martin, where their pace now sits. If it's been the give and take of traffic and slow zones, that's been a contributing factor to the gap being cut by around 2.5 seconds down to 17.6 seconds. And there's no question about it to me, Peter, increasingly more and more there's some light coming through the horizon, and we are getting into that part of the morning where our drivers will just be incentivized to push that bit harder. And with a clean track in terms of yellow flags, we're going to see some quick lap times.
We're looking from the start-finish straight back over in the direction of the Hatzenbach, a beautiful outline of the Nürburg castle, just outlines in the sky. As you're right, Arjuna, just the very first glimpses of Sunday morning daylight starting to appear, and that does give one hope at this point of the race, with still 10.5 hours to go, but you've broken the back of the race. And Red Bull Team Apt, pole sitters, and I think they have the fastest car, even quicker than the AMG Mercedes on there. And they are using that to wonderful effect at the moment. At 8 minutes 11.7, how much further can they get up the order? Can they get onto the podium after that real disappointment at the start of the race with the puncture?
I mean, it's remarkable to see how well they've been able to fight back. See how the morning goes for them. Another car that I think we'll have to keep an eye on through the sunrise is the Porsche for Lion Speed GP. It's a mega lineup behind the wheel of that 24. I think it's probably one that a lot of people had circled with Lauren Heinrich, Lawrence Vantor, and Ricardo Feller. They've just driven past Jules Gounon and back onto the leading lap, Peter, and so that's crucial, I think, in many ways. A bit of a sign that the pace of those Mercedes, like we said, is maybe not as quick as what Verstappen and Engel were punching in an hour or so ago.
No, not quite. But interestingly, the Lion Speed Porsche, which at the moment's been driven by Lawrence Vantor, former winner of this race with Audi, and he has just gone past the leader, Jules Gounon, but only to get himself back onto the lead lap, so that puts him over 8 minutes behind the leader. But the fact that he's really flying right now and pulling away from the number 3 Windward AMG, it proves that that car, that Porsche running the Michelin tyre, could be in the mix to put a quick lap time in there as well. But we'll keep a close watch on that, because the fact that you get a Nürburgring 24-hour layout, the track layout with no yellow flags, no slow zones, no code 60s, it's a rare opportunity. There's always something going on around the circuit, so this is a chance to get some indicative laps in there. And Maxime Martin trying everything he can to run down Jules Gounon, but Gounon has steadied the ship. It looked like Martin was going to keep running the gap down, but last time 8 minute 21 for Gounon and 8 minute 23 for Maxime Martin.
Well, having said that, Peter, Sector 3 was where Verstappen was so impressive. On this lap alone, Martin has taken 2 seconds out in that third sector, so he is really starting to push, and the gap has come back down from about 17.5 seconds at the start of this lap to 14.6 right now as he bounces over the curbs. This is a lot closer to what we were seeing from Engel and Verstappen in terms of the body language of the car. Does seem a bit darker at this part of the track, not seeing that sunrise peek its way through, partially because it's rising in the wrong direction as we drive away from that part of the track right now, down into Flansgarden, and this is where the first part of traffic is going to catch him in a little bit. 161 cars, but we've seen some attrition, Peter, so combine a little bit more clean air around the track with those lack of yellow flags. Maxime Martin bit between his teeth, avoids getting too much air underneath the front of the car as they dive down through the Bell-Off S's. That was a mistake that Verstappen made in the opening couple of hours of the race.
Well, now we might see a little bit more of a shift in positions and shift in order, because we've had a pretty disturbed last 3 or 4 hours or so with lots of code 60s and code 120s, etc. And even I'm as fast as Jules Gounon in a code 60 environment. So therefore, if you've got superior pace, you can't deploy it if there's large parts of the track that are being slowed down for incidents, etc. But the fact now that the track is completely clear, thinking about the number 84 fifth place car, the Lamborghini for Red Bull Team App, Mirko Bertolotti is faster than anyone by several seconds a lap right now, and the longer that the completely clean racetrack goes on for, the more that he can flaunt that advantage. But if you're a Lamborghini fan, you've got to be thinking this was the one that got away. The Lamborghini have never won this race. In fact, it's very unusual for a non-German manufacturer to win. Ferrari broke that mold in 2023, and Lamborghini appeared to start this race with a car that was capable of winning, and it's it's been stripped away. But this fight back from the Red Bull app team is going to be compelling viewing and listening over the next few hours.
Listening quite literally, because could this be the swan song of that wonderful V10 scream from the now outgoing Lamborghini Huracan GT3, the successor, a complete in-house development by the team at Lamborghini, the Temerario GT3. Peter, you had the chance at Sebring a couple of months ago to walk around the car with Andrea Caldarelli and get a couple of highlights technically around what makes it so different and unique compared to the previous Huracan that it replaces. And while, you know, there's some reports on this side of the world, in the European side of competition, that it's maybe having a bit of a slow-baked launch, from everything that we've heard in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, where FAF Motorsports were the first to debut the brand new car, they're very happy with the continued development of their own knowledge of the car. They're not too much worried about the car itself. They're still working to find that window and get the most out of it. And we've seen some pretty good efforts so far in the 3 races it's run so far. But it's very different noise, Peter. And I know that was something that you were quite interested about. The way, was it the type of engine or the way that it was mounted? It was one or the other.
It's the configuration of the engine. So the new Temerario is a flat plane crank V8, so it's with a turbocharger, so it's very different sound to the Huracan. As you mentioned, that beautiful V10 was such a familiar sound here at the Nürburgring, whether it be in the back of or in the middle of the Lamborghini, or in the middle of the Audi R8 that's won so many times here in the 24-hour race, but also in the Nürburgring Langstrecke series. But it's the new Lamborghini, the Temerario. I can't wait to see it race here at the Nürburgring, because it's a beautiful car. I mean, like you say, I got the chance to get up close to it, and remember that the GT3 is a customer category, so there are customers who spend a large amount of money to acquire these cars, and then an even larger amount of money to run them. So if you were, all I would say is this: if you were a customer of that car and you arrived at the racetrack to see it for the first time, immediately the fit and finish of the car is absolutely exquisite. The carbon fiber work on it looks glorious. The ergonomics of the car are really well thought out. And performance-wise, there's no doubt, with the driver lineups that they have in Lamborghini Quadricorsa, but also the engineering team that they have, they will get the car dialed in. As you rightly say, it's already been very impressive in IMSA, ran really well on the streets of Long Beach, and no doubt it will be strong going forward too. And yeah, can't wait to see it. Does it have the same sound as the Huracan V10? No, but it's a really impressive piece of kit. But you're right, what a way for a Lamborghini to send the Huracan out on a high. Is it going to be a win? It's going to be very, very unlikely right now, but I really don't think that a podium is off the cards, as Mirko Bertolotti, again, he's put in the best 6th sector of anyone in this race. In fact, if you take into account the qualifying races, it is quicker than anybody went in any of those qualifying races, or indeed this race as well. So Bertolotti is flying at the wheel of that 84 Lambo right now.
He's, I think, got caught in some traffic on occasion on this particular lap, but to have done an 8:11 when everyone else is in the high 8:19s, around that sort of threshold, it shows a lot of the potential of that car. It might not be the actual end for the Huracan around the track. Like you say, it's a customer car, and there will be some customers that may still want to compete with it moving forward. Much like there were some customers that said, you know what, let me bring a BMW Z4 back for maybe one final swan song. So hopefully the V10 Rumble is one that plenty will be able to enjoy. We saw, by the way, the Dynamic GT Porsche in and out of pit lane relatively quickly. Well, right after that, Luke Hartog has been dinged for going a bit too fast in a code 60. So again, just another reminder, Peter, that it happens to everybody. At a track like this, with all the things going on, it's so simple to slip up, and that's a 45-second penalty as a result to the Pirelli-powered Porsche.
That's very frustrating for them. Such a strong effort last year to get up onto the overall podium. One of the Porsche Cayman 981s with a wooden block underneath the brake disc. A little bit of fiddling around the caliper and the brake pad. In fact, it's not even a GT4 981, it's just a pretty much standard Cayman they are getting prepared. The sun just on its way towards the Eiffel right now. There's a light shade of blue appearing in certain parts, almost an orange glow starting to just peek over the horizon, and that gives hope as this race rages on. 10 hours and 17 minutes to go, with Jules Gounon leading the way by 14.8 seconds from the number 80 Windward Racing machine of Maxime Martin. And you think of that trophy cabinet, which is very quickly accumulating at Windward Racing, Arjuna, with Russell and Bryce Ward, the team that they run. In IMSA, they've been the benchmark in their category in the GTD class for several seasons now, but to have a 1-2 at the Nürburgring 24 overall, could that be their best day in the team's history?
I've got to wonder at what point a manufacturer is going to come along and say, let's continue to work even more closely. And maybe this is the first signs of that with Mercedes, right? The Windward Racing team running both Verstappen Racing and the Ravenol cars this year, committing maybe two of the most stacked driver lineups in the SP9 class as well. I think you talk about their competitiveness, at least in IMSA, and I think I mentioned it earlier. They rival some of the GTD Pro teams, which are manufacturer-backed teams, while Windward is just running there as a customer team with now multiple Rolex wins, multiple IMSA championship wins, and of course a rather successful European racing operation as well. I'm a bit surprised that the Windward, or the Ward in Windward, Russell and Bryce, maybe they should have the opportunity to come out here and race, because both are very quick in their own regard.
Now that is a good point. That is a very good point. And if they wanted to, they could. But that's one to follow up at the next IMSA WeatherTech Championship race, Arjuna, to ask them if that's on the cards. Of course, Russell Ward, son of Bryce Ward, who of course runs the team and drives in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship with a lot of success. But and Bryce in the Michelin Pilot Challenge alongside Dan Arrow, who of course is in this race too. So yeah, I'd like to see that. I wonder actually if Bryce and Russell are over this weekend from the States.
See if we can send some spies down to pit lane to figure that one out for us. But I know Bryce keeps himself busy with things outside of racing as well. Russell, I think, takes a bit more of the responsibility for the team itself. So, maybe Russell's busy getting ready for the next IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship round that they'll be racing at, which I believe will be Watkins Glen, one of our IMSA endurance championship rounds. Those Windward Mercedes, by the way, I do feel as though Maxime Martin is a little bit quicker right now. The gap for a moment was down at around 13 seconds, but chipping away as the sun rises is the blue and orange Ravenol machine.
We briefly had a code 60 at the Kittelbacher hole, but quickly that's been removed. Back to a clean racetrack again. So with that clean racetrack, Maxime Martin trying everything to try and run down Gilles Gounod, but Gounod just meeting every attack with resistance. The gap sitting very, very steady around 14 seconds, although Martin on the last lap was able to pull out 2 seconds from the gap as the line speed number 24 Porsche comes into the pit lane for service, getting filled up with the pistol grip pump at the moment. Michelin wheels and Michelin tyres are off the car at the moment, but that's nothing to be concerned about. The crews bring out the tyres at the last moment to pop them on and head out onto track. But line speed, it is a shame that they had those issues early on in the race because, yeah, they definitely have a driver lineup as good as the Manthey Grello car. Same equipment, same car, same tyres, so no reason they couldn't have competed, but hasn't quite gone their way. And you wonder as well, Arjuna, that Windward have been, I mean, both the Mercedes-AMG GT3 that they use, but also the team and the drivers, they've been pretty much perfect. And it's actually the others that have made the mistakes. They have been the ones that haven't made them, and that's why they're enjoying such a gap right now.
And I go back to the previous couple of NLS stumbles that they've had, right? You go back to the first tyre misuse where they used one extra set in what was meant to be a win. They crossed the line, saw the checkered flag first before post-race it was taken away. Then Max, when he was driving in the qualifiers a couple of weeks ago, he got a bit of damage to the front, so they've taken all of that and they have learned. And so there was so much chaos. And for the car that's just left pit lane, the Lion Speed Porsche, Lauren Heinrich making contact with a BMW on the formation lap. So they didn't even get to really start the car with a clean slate. So yeah, for the pair of Mercedes 1 and 2, it's been one of those weekends where so far in the race, things have gone okay, with the exception of Mauro Engel's moment in top qualifying. The joys, by the way, of social media, Russell Ward has just sent me a message. He can confirm that both he and Bryce are at the track, and I hope they are enjoying their experience. Maybe not racing, but I'm sure there's plenty of enjoyment to be had in that paddock right now.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. I hope they're, yeah, like I say, enjoying. I would think they are enjoying it right now. Slashed, incredibly stressed, I would think, also, with 2 cars out front at the moment. And this is the stuff of dreams for them, you know, to start the team and to bring it to the level that they have takes a huge amount of commitment, time and resource to do so. But these are the days, surely, as an owner, Arjuna, that you dream of, and probably how you get involved in owning a race team and running a race team in the first place, because having the world's best in your cars competing in one of the greatest events in the world, 1-2, as the sun's starting to rise, little bit of pink sky rise, which normally means pink sky in the morning, shepherd's warning, but anyway, that's one aside. But this is what it's about for people like Bryce and Russell, who put a huge amount of effort into their team, and at the moment they're being rewarded.
For anyone that did not catch the IMSA race at Laguna Seca a couple of weeks ago, the emotions around our GTP winners when the first privateer win in the GTP era with JDC Miller Motorsports, and I got to chat to John Church right as the car crossed the line, and then again in victory lane, and you could tell all the stress behind the scenes that it takes to put on a racing program. It's not easy. There is a lot of work that happens, and so that's where I think for Russell in particular, you know, when he's at a race weekend as a driver, he gets the opportunity with the great team that he's built at Windward to turn the owner side of the brain off and focus a bit more on the driving. It probably has the owner side of the brain turned on a little bit more this weekend. That's a long way to have to run to get alongside of the car, but maybe just trying to warm up in these very cool, chilly conditions as the sun begins to rise for the 918 H&R Porsche.
It is very, very chilly out there, as 4 degrees Celsius right now for here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. That's puts the tyres through their paces as well to perform at that level. And of course, through a long nighttime stint as well, the track temperature will be pretty low as well. And the track actually very greasy and mucky in places too, with the rain that there's been through race week and the various bits of contamination on the track. It's ever evolving. And coming back to the minimum pit stop time as well, Arjuna, you've got to think that having that slightly longer minimum pit stop time gives the opportunity for the outgoing driver to actually brief the incoming driver of how the track has evolved over the course of that stint.
I think that's invaluable in a race like this as well, right? When you're at a track with just 10, maybe 15 corners, you know, there's maybe only a couple of things that you might want to mention. At a track like this, with all the different things that you might want to highlight and call out to your co-drivers, those extra seconds to be able to stand there and just relay that information without needing to go over to the radio, which at that point, the driver's strapped into the car, there will be so much adrenaline going, you know, it can be a difficult situation, and then they're spat out into the stop and go of the yellow flags and slow zones that have once again started to creep their way onto the track. There was a Porsche, I believe, on the right side just before the second mini carousel, slowing the cars down as they make their way onto the Dottinger Hoa and Frederick Vervies in the HRT Ford Racing Camo Mustang. Blasts his way past some of the traffic. I wonder how much of the experience that he had driving that Ford GT Mark IV around here a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about fast Fords. 6:15.977 in a track-only Ford GT. Remarkable lap, but I wonder how useful that was as prep for the 24.
I would say it's got to be pretty good. I mean, Fred Vervies has got a lot of experience around here anyway from his days as an Audi works driver. Fred, he won the race twice in the past with Audi, but that's an extraordinary time, 6:15. When you think of the immortal race lap record on the Nordschleife from Stefan Bellof in a Porsche 962 in qualifying trim, where they would turn the car up to significant amounts of horsepower. Okay, tyre technology's come on an enormous amount in the 43 years that have passed since that amazing day, but that is enormously fast. I mean, the only lap that you really could compare it, actually, but you're obviously going up another level entirely, is the 5:19 from Timo Bernhard in the 919 Hybrid Evo. That is, I mean, I still watch that and think that's sped up. That's fake, surely, but it isn't.
It's one of those things that legitimately looks like it comes straight out of a video game, doesn't it? Some of the onboards from some of these record-breaking laps, it is remarkable. I think you're right. You'll always learn something, and it's not just the driver that's probably learned something, but Ford, the manufacturer, they've probably gathered some data that they can then apply to the Mustang. The tires, those were Michelin tires that he was running on. All of those improvements that Michelin is making to their road tires, you know, that there's some back and forth with their race tires as well. So I'm sure lots to be learned. The 830 Hyundai TCR taking a quick look at the right and left fronts just to maybe make sure that the brakes that they've changed a couple of hours ago have bedded in okay. But that's our leader that is into the pit lane, and they've got a 3-lap advantage right now with 10 hours left to go. We're kind of at that point in the race, Peter, where your main priority in many cases is just minimizing your time in pit lane.
It's so true. Yeah, it's so true. I mean, I think particularly in some of the other classes, if you can run a clean race without any unnecessary delay, you're never going to be far away. Even if you've not got the outright pace, it's generally about that, particularly at this race, I think, more than anything, again, because there's no free kicks at all. The full course yellows, safety cars don't exist. here. You lose a tenth of a second. That's a tenth of a second you need to gain back, or a second, or 10 seconds. It's so punishing to errors and mistakes. So that's it's so true. Just keep out the pits. That's what it's all about. Mirko Bertolotti has just brought the number 84 Lamborghini Huracan into the pits and gone back out again, sitting in 6th. So the good thing about that, Arjuna, is that you know, they are getting closer and closer and closer to that podium fight, and if they can keep that pace up that they've got right now, there's only 2 yellow flags at all on the circuit, mainly at the Dottinger hole. Actually, they can keep flaunting that pace that they clearly have to keep pushing and try and get themselves back up on the podium.
Yeah, they're fighting the walking horse Aston Martin, Nicky team at the wheel right now, as well as the Row Racing BMW M4 GT3, which of course is still in a kind of focus to try and finish in front of the M3 Touring. As much as the podium fight is a focus there, Dries Van Tor will be also focused on keeping the wagon in the rear view mirror. A couple of notes that have trickled through on our live ticker. One quite interesting one. An incident for the number 13, one of our Cup 2 AM cars, the car graphic by Kurt Eck Motorsports Porsche Cup car. That happened at Hohenrhein, and it's NLS managing director Mike Yeager at the wheel, fortunately able to pick himself out of that one and head back out onto the track, so minimal impact. The other one's a quite unusual one, Peter, and that's why I'm highlighting it. There was a note that had flickered through about 30 minutes ago that there was a driver in the BMW M240i's who had their Nordschleife permit revoked, much like we had heard with Timo Glock slightly earlier on. Well, cue the clock 30 minutes forward, and the stewards have overturned that penalty previously imposed. He now only receives 1 point and a 56-second time penalty, but he's no longer excluded from the event. So clearly race control taking a second look with whatever extra footage was provided by the team, and the 4-driver lineup continues unchanged.
A salmon hue starting to persistently appear over the horizon at the Nürburgring, and a pretty actually patchy amount of clouds. A nice clear sky actually in most directions around the circuit, from the main epicenter, of course, of the event, with all the paddock and media buildings, the Dorrant Hotel, which is a big part of Nürburgring life, of course, the hotel which is about 50 yards from the side of the track. Great place to stay if you take in the event, and you're very likely to see a lot of the drivers going up and down in the lifts after their stints. And we are heading closer and closer towards the daytime hours here at the Nürburgring. It's just coming up to 5 a.m. local time. First light starting to appear. Sunrise will be not far behind it, but a perfect time to catch up and remind ourselves about everything that has happened so far in this extraordinary event. It all started in overcast skies, a chilly Nürburgring Nordschleife, but it hasn't kept the sold-out crowd away, with a record entry piling down towards turn 1 with 24 hours ahead of them, and the drama started straight away. A minute contact between the two Red Bull-backed Mercedes and Lamborghinis, and causing the 84 Lamborghini to pick up a puncture. But the pain didn't stop for Lamborghini. The number 130 car, Marco Mappelli, jumping the start, wasn't great for BMW either. The 99 Rover car spinning around after an impact from the rear from the 48 Black Falcon Porsche. But as always at the early stages of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, the SP9s cutting through the slower class traffic with aplomb, and Maxi Paul putting on a show in the Conrad Lamborghini. But Red Bull does in fact give you wings, because Max Verstappen going over the crest at the Beloff S very, very nearly ended up in the barriers on his opening stint of his first ever Nürburgring 24, but he survived and might go back to look on that quite fondly, actually. Unfortunately, not so for the number 75 Audi crew. Their car careering off the road at Schwedenkreuz, one of the fastest corners anywhere in the world on any racetrack. And that car severely damaged and out of the reckoning. For Manthey, they were running up front early on, as were the realised Kondo Ferrari crew, who had a really fast race car, but a mistake at Hatzenbach, a little bit impatient and clattering off both barriers either side, and then into a third barrier, and that car completely destroyed and out of the reckoning. And still the front runners fell by the wayside. The number 16 Scherer Sport Audi of Alexander Sims running into a car in front in a slow zone. That car was too badly damaged to continue, and that was it. But the heroes of the day, what's the bigger hero? Max Verstappen, four-time F1 world champion, or the M3 Touring? Answers on a postcard. You could argue it's the family estate car that's grabbing the headlines even more than the rapid Dutchman who is taking to Nürburgring life incredibly well. But over at Manthey Porsche, after running well at the start, an oil spill causing Kevin Estre to spear off the road, rear of the car, clattering into the barrier in front of all the fans at Brünchen, and that was game over. And likewise for one of the HRT Fords as well, Kevin Estre absolutely distraught. It was game over as well for Arjun Maini in the 64 Ford, slipping on exactly the same oil slick and ending up in the barriers as well. Two front-running cars out of the running. So with several front runners out of the way, the M3 Touring with Connor De Filippi on board, absolutely heroic around the outside of the Verstappen windward Mercedes and braving it in changeable conditions, the rain battering off the windscreen and putting on a real show. Aston Martin are in the fight for the podium, with Falkenhorst number 34 running up there strongly, but as the rain came down, the Mercedes came to the fore. Lucas Auer battling away in the number 3 Verstappen windward AMG against the sister number 80 car. And then as darkness fell, the rain mercifully eased, but the anguish did not, because Raffaele Marciello making a fairly clumsy error into the back of a BMW Z4, and likewise Maurice Schuring in the 44 Falcon Porsche doing exactly the same thing into the back, careering off the barriers, and it was race over for both of those aforementioned cars. And another problem in traffic for Alessio Piccarello in the Dunlop Porsche, going down the hill through the Lauda links and into the barrier. He went at over 200 kilometers an hour. The same fate for Steve Brown in the Black Falcon Porsche 992 Cup. Into the final parts of the 2026 edition of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. 9 hours and 54 minutes to go. We're well past halfway now. The light is starting to persistently emerge on the horizon. Now more of a kind of mango shade rather than salmon in the sky. A little bit of a threat of rain around 1 o'clock, a couple of hours before the end of the race, but doesn't look like it's going to be much, but might be enough to spice up things with the checkered flag in sight. But it is Jules Gounon who leads for the Mercedes-AMG Team Verstappen racing team, run by Winward. And he leads at the moment by 14.1 seconds from the other number 80 Winward car, driven at the moment by Maxime Martin. Dries Vanthoor for Rover Racing BMW number 99 sits in third. Then it's Nicky Thiem in fourth for Volkenhorst Motorsport. And yes, the SPX class leader, the BMW M3 Touring 24H, leads in SPX and in the top 5 overall. But the car we've got a close watch on right now is the number 84 Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini of Mirko Bertolotti, who is absolutely flying right now and trying to drag themselves back to get a good result from this one. It's Peter Mackay and Arjuna Kankapati with you in the Global Broadcast Centre. We'll be doing our own little driver change in the Global Broadcast Centre in about 25 minutes time, and taking you through uninterrupted flag-to-flag coverage here of the 2026 Nürburgring 24-hour. Arjuna, your reflections so far on what we've seen in the first 14 hours?
Well, I've got to say, one of the more chaotic Nürburgring 24s that I can remember in recent memory, at least the first 12 hours or so. It started, of course, on the formation lap with the contact for Lauren Heinrich in the Lion Speed GP Porsche with a slower class BMW as they were completing their cycle laps. One of our sitters on the front row got a puncture and didn't even make the Nordschleife. They had to hook the right and make a trip back down to pit lane to repair their car before navigating onto the full loop. So right from the drop of the green, we kind of got that sense of what sort of race it was going to be. And one thing that I've been sitting here and thinking about is the iRacing Nürburgring 24 is actually maybe the closest match to its real-life counterpart. Yeah, you don't have 161 cars on track. You may not have the different variety of all the different classes necessarily, but I don't think there's many sim races where the sprint nature of the 24 hours translates over to this race as well, Peter. And we even saw that with Max and Mauro in about 2 hours ago, right, when they were both pushing and there was no question from either of us. The body language of both of their cars, they weren't leaving much time on the track, and it's just been a really fascinating race to see where the reality of needing to survive and be there at the end, attrition, somehow being forgotten by the 41 SB9 cars that entered into the 24-hour race.
And it's so pleasing to say that 41 SP9 cars. That's the best SP9 entry we've had in many, many years. And a quality entry too, and so much variety, so many brands there of both car and tyre. That's really, really important to have so many different parties engaged. Up towards the Caracciola carousel for Mirko Bertolotti, the man on the charge in the 84 Red Bull Team Abt Lamborghini. It's pitch dark there. I mean, absolutely full dark. Whereas at the start-finish line in the Grand Prix track, it's a nice amount of daylight there. But that's the amount of ground that this track covers, 25 kilometres. It has to be seen to be believed. So if you're listening on RS1 or tuned in on the live world feeds and you're on the fence, do I go? Do I take the time off work? Do I have the time? Is it worth the money? The answer to all of the above is yes, go. Just book it, just go. Whether you want to camp or stay locally, do it. It has to be seen to be believed, and this is the event to come to see the sheer amount of passion of the fans who come here. It will absolutely melt your brain in the best possible way, and I'm afraid you'll be hooked and you won't stop coming back.
The best part about it is you can kind of meander around the track through the race and see all the different spectator sights, and I'm sure different vibes from different parts of the track. Like you said, some parts, because of the way the elevation kind of hides it with the trees, there's not much sunlight, but some of our camera shots show a real disparity between the darkness at the bottom of the basin, effectively, and then right above the trees where there is a bit of sunlight starting to poke its way through. Busy time on pit lane for Winward Racing as they get to work. Now, if the form book is to be followed, no driver change. Jules Gounon will stay in the number 3, but Maxime Martin should be jumping out of the number 80 Ravenol, blue and gold, and handing over to one of his teammates.
I love the livery on the Ravenol car with that sort of shiny metallic blue on the bottom layer and the bright gold, the metallic gold as well. And all of the pit crew have matching helmets. So we've talked a lot about headwear through the night. We talked about the pink eyeballs that were on the top of one of the crews, car controller, the fluffy unicorn hat, but ever the factory standard team, Winward, they've even got all of their mechanics in that beautiful Ravenol navy and gold too.
Well, you said...
sorry, Arjuna, brake change for the Verstappen car, which of course the Ravenol car, the 80 car, had already done.
Still got 90 seconds though for in the time from when they started, so should be okay. You said eyeballs. You missed one of those words out when we were talking about the headwear earlier, made it a little bit more descriptive. The Winward team do like their flair. For those that have watched IMSA races in the past, they have an anime character inside of the car, and one of their crew members in IMSA does wear some funny headgear as well. So that carries across the pond. In the time that the brake change is going to be done here, there's also now an opportunity for the driver who's completed the previous stint to now compare braking performance to the next driver that gets in, Peter. I think that's one of the other things to think about. Some people have done the driver change and brake change together. The Verstappen Racing Mercedes has offset them, and so an opportunity to maybe tell the next driver, right, we've got this much more, you know, maybe 10-15% more braking performance, and to go from there.
Now, of course, Jules Gounon will have done stints, change brakes in the middle of his stints hundreds of times in the past. And in this very car too. I mean, if you're a factory driver, you're so busy racing in multiple championships at once. Not unusual for a factory driver to be racing 30 weekends a year. And often in pretty much the same car the whole time, albeit operated by different teams, but it's the same sofa, it's just pushed into the room by different people, more or less. It's and I would think when you're a factory driver for something like AMG and you get into one of those cars, it must just feel like that nice, warming, reassuring pair of your favourite slippers and that pair of jeans that you just will never throw out and your favourite T-shirt all on at the same time. It's just home for them. That's their office. That's where their desk that they go to every day, and various other metaphors. So he will know exactly what to expect of how it's going to feel with those new brakes fitted. And that's 2 hours since the Ravenol car did the brake change. So you could make an argument, Arjuna, that the Verstappen car, the number 3, will have a little bit more brake left when they come into the last couple of hours.
Let's wait and confirm if maybe there was also something to do with that has seen the gap shrink, because now that Fabian Schiller has taken over in the Ravenol Mercedes, it was down to 12 seconds. So a gap that at one point was as large as 20. It was a good effort from Maxime Martin in stint 2 to push the tempo, but nowhere as quick as Mirko Bortolotti. He was shaved a second off of the fastest lap of the race as the sun rises and we are well and truly in happy hour. An 8:10.034, and to put that into context, looking at my lap chart right now, I am not seeing another car that is below an 8:20 right now. So yes, we're waiting maybe for a couple more cars to come across and give us some representative lap times and maybe others to finish up their pit windows. But he is absolutely flying right now.
He is, yeah, really impressive. Still 2 seconds away from the outright race lap record. In fact, it is the race lap record is even better than the qualifying lap record. The race lap record was set by a Pro-Am class car in 2023, the WTM Wochenspiegel Ferrari of Daniel Kelvin, who set an 8.08.0 in that race. The Ferrari was locked in that day. It was the Fricadelli Ferrari that won, but it wasn't the only Ferrari flying that day. The qualifying record still stands from Raffaele Marciello that same year, 2023, an 8.09 flat. So an 8.10 flat is very impressive as well, but still a bit to go. I feel that Daniel Kelvin's Ferrari lap record will stand for many years to come.
I think that probably came as well after one of the repaving projects that they did too. So maybe a time when there was a lot of grip and less degradation. That's what makes this track interesting too, is that as much as the corners may not change too much in terms of they go right, they go left, but obviously bumps are developing, and sometimes when they need to quash those bumps, the repave kind of changes the characteristics of some of those corners. And so some things to keep in mind. It's a quick conversation, but not too lengthy for the BMW driver change. So as Dries Vanthoor jumps out, we'll see who gets in once the driver ID gets confirmed. Pro Sports, it's an almost 8-bit looking livery on that Mercedes. It's very retro, blue and gold. It's a quick tighten of their Goodyear tires because, again, open tire regulations. Michelin's running at the front for the Mercedes that run 1 and 2. Slightly different manufacturer for a car that was targeting a top 10 finish.
I have to say the Valkenhorst Aston Martin of Nicky Team right now, I think they're running very well. They're running on the Pirelli tire, which Pirelli got their first podium in many years last year, and looking in a position to challenge to do the same again, and to take on Michelin here is the results don't lie. The results are clear. In the last 15 years, the only manufacturer to beat them was Dunlop, and they've only done that twice. So Michelin are completely dominant at the Nürburgring 24, and right now the car in first, second, fourth, sixth, 7th, and so on is running a Michelin tire. So it's they are the benchmark. But what's really pleasing is that there are more manufacturers coming in of tires to try and take them down, and that competition is what drives that performance forward and makes it so exciting. I think it's one of the things that's brilliant about the Nürburgring 24 and indeed the Nürburgring Langstrecke series is that there's different brands of tyre in there. And Valkenhorst, new deal with Pirelli and running on the podium at this moment in time, mixing it right up there with a big bunch of Michelin cars. In fact, the leading Yokohama car is the BMW M3 Touring. We're running out of superlatives for that amazing creation. And you think actually as well, Arjuna, you look at the gestation of cars that went on to be very successful in GT3 that took a little while to get up to speed, and many new GT3 cars take a while, like any racing car, take a while to bed in. It's not actually been that long a gestation period for this car.
No, I would guess the development time was somewhat limited as well. You don't get unlimited opportunities to go out and test machinery, but to keep something like that under wraps as well, they did a good effort there. Into the Pro Sport Mercedes, that is it 8-bit or 10-bit? You'll answers on a postcard to steal a line from PMAC. But into that car is Chris Lullam, and while so many will have talked about Max Verstappen, and we've mentioned, of course, Team Redline now renamed as Verstappen Sim Racing with Max's involvement in that program. Well, Chris Lullam shared a Ferrari with Max Verstappen last year when Max first made his trip to the Green Hell. They did win that race, albeit maybe with a slightly reduced entry list. And Chris, I think, is a real success story for what sim racing can do. Chris had opportunities in real racing, but obviously, like many, budget is often an issue. And so he pivoted into the world of sim racing, joined Team Redline eventually, plenty of success along the way. But when Max Verstappen gave him opportunities to jump into GT3 machinery and prove his case, he took it with both hands. And so he's done some racing in radicals, re-announced himself in the real racing world. And last year, such a successful campaign in GT World Challenge Europe. It's quite remarkable, Peter, to see how far Chris has been able to come, all because of that pivot to sim racing and realizing that he could show his worth and his talent in the virtual world rather than finding budget to go out there in the physical world.
Do you think he's shaken off the Silly Lully nickname, though?
No, and I was trying not to mention it, but I have got many messages that we've got to bring it up. Yes, his nickname from the team, Verstappen Sim Racing. Max Verstappen will call Chris Silly Lully, and I do love, there's a smile on Chris's face that you see when he's around racing, and that's the silly in him. He just comes alive around race cars, and it's been great to see.
Yeah, it is. It's wonderful. He thought that he'd maybe get away with that. He's in the car right now, Arjuna, so we can get away with it, calling him his team nickname, Silly Lully. 9 hours and 37 minutes to go in this one. And Fabian Schiller now, who's got on board the Ravenol number 80 machine, and the Mercedes-AMG, and the gap is just trimming down slightly, 13.3 seconds. It's game on at the front. Are we going to see these two windward cars coming back together?
Morning, Peter. Morning, Arjuna. Had a good night?
Good morning. We've had a very good night, thank you. And you?
Slightly shorter shut-eye than I anticipated, but that was a management rule rather than anything else. Just want to chime in about Chris Lullam. I interviewed him out in the UAE at the start of the year when I was working the pits for Dubai 24, and very quietly spoken young fella. But there's an air of confidence about him that I rather liked, very matter-of-fact. Just to bring in a quick weather report as well, as we've pulled into the car park, what, 15, 20 minutes, no, a bit more than that. We were in the car park just before 5 and sat there because we didn't want to brave the cold, to be honest, Peter Snowden and myself. Heard you do the update just after the hour. 4 degrees Celsius. And the bizarre thing is, it's been so clear overnight that the temperatures have dropped down, but everywhere coming up to our commentary position, so we're out by Kelberg, just to the south and west of here, and it was such thick fog when Peter and I came out of our accommodation that I had to check to make sure that you guys were still talking about cars going around, because I felt sure there'd be silence. So I turned up the feed. Oh no, they're still going around. We better get ourselves in then. What a night for the Windward Racing guys. I heard you saying that Russell and Bryce were here. I mean, it's formation flying, but it looks to me, Arjuna, as though they have been, and looking at the lap times right now with a clear track, they're controlling this race. They're running it at the pace they want to.
I think they're back in that state, John, but there was, without a shadow of a doubt, a period when Max Verstappen was not quite in maybe 10-tenths mode, but maybe 9-tenths mode as he pushed himself to the lead of the race and built up a little bit of a gap. I don't know when we're going to see the relaxing of team orders, but both cars are quick. I think we've seen all the drivers be quick as well. It's a lot of management, like you say, as we finally welcome the sunrise.
Peter, there was a close moment just after you guys started at the end of the Dottinger Hall. I'm not sure whether the two AMGs touched, but Maro Engel was sent off over the dirt, so there was certainly no after you, Claude, at that point. Max was pretty forceful in holding his teammate back and squeezed him onto the grass. That could have been disaster. We've seen brothers do that before, sort of an internecine battle between those two at the front of the field. It's sort of calmed down a bit after that. Do you think the radio chatter was going backwards and forwards?
It's a very interesting thing to figure out what's going on, because Maro Engel and Max Verstappen were dicing together and they were running together, but it looked like they were both pushing. But no doubt they probably just backed off half a percent after that big moment. I mean, serious moment at Tiergarten. And the example you give about Dries and Lawrence Vanthoor is a perfect one, because neither of them yielded, and it didn't look like Maro or Max yielded, and it could have gone very wrong very, very quickly. But what we did notice, when Maxime Martin got into the car and Verstappen went on to his second stint, he cleared off. He built 20 seconds. And to the point where we're thinking, for someone of Maxime's experience, you thought, is there something maybe not right with, wrong tire pressure or something? Because, you wouldn't expect that. But actually, it might have just been one of those golden stints that we talk about for years to come. And that gap that they've built, that was Verstappen. When he was in the car, he made that difference.
Talking earlier on to Maxime Martin and also to Gilles Gounon, as we're just, 5 minutes away from official sunrise. First light was just after 5, but official sunrise in about 4 minutes' time. Arjuna, there's a myriad of tyres that they can choose here, not just tyre manufacturers, but tyre compound. And certainly Gilles Gounon early on been taking a lot of unwarranted stick from some of the fans about his pace. He was out on the wrong compound earlier on. He was out on mediums, and the car just didn't like it. The conditions around here overnight have been very cold, so I'm guessing they've been running softs all night. We don't get that information here, but I think the key thing is that we don't know all of the information, and we don't know what the drivers have been asked to do either.
No, and that's what often makes this sort of racing so hard. The first hour of the race as well, trying to figure out when drivers want to come down to pit lane, because that sets off then the rest of the race in your strategy with our mandatory pit stop times. So I really look at this phase of the race that we have seen right now as one where these drivers have just all kind of been pedaling, John, and setting themselves up for what we've got remaining.
Except Peter Mackay, that Bortolotti car, who's just reset the fastest lap of the race in the Red Bull app. This was the car that was on pole position and got the puncture. A case of what if, I heard you saying earlier on. They're 6 minutes, nearly 7 minutes back from the lead. They're about, actually, they're almost exactly a minute and a half, or just under, away from a podium position. The race is not over for the miners on the podium, and not wishing any ill on anybody at this stage. Anything that goes small, as the Valkenhorst Nicky team car just puts in its fastest lap of the race, we really are in happy hour right now, which is great for us watching the timing screens, but that is also danger time for the drivers.
It is, but I think it puts a bit of context to just how impressive Mirko Bortolotti's pace and the Lamborghini Huracan's pace is right now, because Nicky Team, who knows this place inside out, back to front, multiple world champion, he's just put in that car's best lap of the race, 8:16. That's 6 seconds slower, 6.6 seconds slower than what Bortolotti has put in. So that is how much of an edge. But I hate to sound pessimistic, but if you're Lamborghini right now, you're thinking this was our race. And in one case, you could say with the 130 car, they've chucked that opportunity themselves. But the minute amount of contact instigated by another car caused them a puncture on the first corner. That is brutal. And for that Red Bull App team, they've been coming here for a couple of years now, and they've always had a strong car. They've always had a strong driver lineup, and for a variety of reasons, it's just unravelled. But they could have won the race more than once over the last few years, and they're probably going to be going home tonight going, "Oh, that was ours," and it just didn't work out again.
I like the Ricky team car sitting in third there, Arjuna. That's been not exactly a stealthy run, but we haven't had to call their number and name about anything. I can't think of them getting involved in any incidents, any close shaves or anything like that. So that's the good side. There has been some less than good news overnight, and no less an experienced driver than Timo Glock, another former Formula One driver. I think we've got 3 in the race this year, who sped through a code 60 at 112 kilometers an hour and got pinged for that, and becomes another driver to have the full force of race control come down on him.
And it's where technology comes in so useful around a track as long as this. We don't need to rely on marshals or anything for any of that. No, it's all just done by GPS and an automatic recognition of when the driver is making the mistake. I think Timo had unfortunately made that mistake previously in the qualifiers a couple of weeks ago, so accumulating a couple of those DMSB penalty points, and unfortunately becoming one of at least 2 drivers to have been excluded from the race during the event itself. Although we did see something that I don't think you often see, John, which is a driver being penalized, being told he was excluded from the race, and then about 30 minutes later, race control coming back and saying, no, we're reversing that penalty. You're still going to get a point in 56 seconds, I think it was, but you can still finish out the race, which again, it goes to the importance of the safety processes to allow safety vehicles to run on track at the same time as these GT3 racing machines.
Yeah, I think there was 3 before that. That would have been the 4th, but as you say, it was looked at. The case was played by the team, and it was found in their favour effectively on appeal. Gentlemen, thanks very much indeed. Go and get yourself a cup of Tregothnan tea or sacred coffee to get you through the next couple of hours, and we'll speak to you in a little while again at the Global Broadcast Centre. Thanks, guys. And it's Peter Snowden and me, John Hindhaugh, for this Dawn shift. We are the Dawn Chorus, not perhaps as tuneful as some of the wildlife around here, as we're coming up on official sunrise. As I look off to the right, the castle bereft of the scaffolding that we've seen around it for the last few years. And also what is coming in, which there was none overnight, is clouds. Now, good, because it'll maybe warm us up a little bit, but we've not yet had that much vaunted proper rain that everybody has said. The rain that we were expecting has not arrived, to paraphrase the great Le Mans line. Good morning, Peter, and a night of, if not domination, control by the 2 AMGs at the top of the standings.
I would say, yeah, measured, isn't it? Keep doing it, keep attacking, but not without a little bit of, you know, not necessarily incident, but certainly a few closer calls. I think I'd love to be a fly on the wall with perhaps Mr. Verstappen and Engel. Have a chat at some point. That would be quite interesting. I don't think we'll be privy to that one, but as you said about the one we had a few years ago with the Van Tour brothers, you know, I've forgotten who it was. It was Raffaele and Marciello that tweeted very quickly after that incident, said, "Oh, to be a guest at their Van Tour Christmas dinner."
Yes,
like, yeah,
exactly.
Very good,
yes,
very good. But this is what happens. We sit here and you say quite rightly, John, like, you know, it's almost like nothing's changed. It's in control, it's measured, it's whatever, and yet they're still battling, and it's fantastic, and it's starting to come into light now. And I've been called many things in the past, John, but tuneful's never been one of them.
Everybody can sing. It's just a matter of getting the exact right amount of alcohol, I think.
I see. That's the metric, is it?
I think so, absolutely. Marco Holzer aboard the 911 GT3 Cup Manthey E-Fuel Griezmann car. That car is the SP Pro leader in 27th position as it goes across the finish line. She's in a different part of the straight than the start line, and that maybe have been the cause of that issue at the start for the number 130 Lamborghini. Marco then on to the Grand Prix circuit, looking into the rising sun for a moment. Off to the east, he plunges downhill towards the bottom of the circuit. BMW M Motorsport and their M3 Touring. What a run this has been. Running with M4 GT3 running gear and a specially designed and constructed body from a revised B-pillar backwards, because the front doors, of course, are a bit shorter than the two-door M4, and that has caused a change in how the drivers get in and out of the car. And at the moment, that car is in 4th position, just under 6 minutes away from the leaders. BMW in the pit as well, which has been off, and that is the number 40 BMW Z3. That car, we've talked about those two cars actually a lot. One of them was the their team car was having a bit of problem earlier on, was going slowly with Henry Volkenhorst at the wheel, but that car has clearly been off the number 40. Good to have that back. That's another fan favourite. And another brand in the top 10. At 9 is Frederik Verwisch for HRT Ford Racing. Good showing from them. Just now on the end of the lead lap. Actually, I thought I saw the leader hoving into view, Gilles Gounon, to put a lap on that car in 9th position. To work out when they come round. Certainly the top 6 are still on the lead lap. We'll give you an update in about 23 minutes time of the class leaders. Good morning from the Eifel. It's just gone sunset for Kuiper Hoffman in San Jose, California. And he and Dave Alcock have been keeping the virtual seat warm for Snowy and I whilst we've been away. Excellent job by Arjuna and PMAC. It is...
PMAC needs to get used to being up all night now, doesn't he?
Yes, congratulations to PMAC and Lucy on the arrival of the newest member of the RSL collective. Just a week or so ago, just under that, Robert Keith Kenneth Mackay, and already, I'm sure, being introduced to the gentle sound of motorsport in the background.
I thought I was going to say your tones.
Well,
yeah. We're 2 or 3 minutes, John, off the official sunrise figure. It's 05:39 now, and it's 05:42 is the official sunrise figure. So almost there, and it's you say some great views, lovely colours, and apart from completing the lap. The last lap of the race and taking the checkered flag, which obviously is every driver's favourite bit because you've actually done the job. But
yeah.
in romantic size of a 24-hour race, this was always my favourite stint. If you got to do this, is the twilight one, and the sunrise one. Sorry.
The drama, however, continues out on the circuit. Now, who is that? That's.
Is it a Mustang? No, is it a Mercedes?
The I'm trying to work out where it is on the track. We've got yellow flags at the foxhole, but that isn't the foxhole. Or is it just coming out of the foxhole? We'll get that for you in a moment. And let's see.
Right, it's to Adenauer Forst. And
Oh, it is, so it was the exit of the foxhole. Okay.
It's the 169 entry, which I'm just going to look up. I know I've started with the number there, John. Apologies.
That's all right.
It's come up on the GPS Auger.
That is the Der Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage, which is one of the SP10 runners. It was running in 59th position. 169, did you say?
Correct, yes.
Yeah.
It is 169 parked on the right-hand side. We saw neatly parked, tidily parked against the barrier, suggesting that it is something errant, mechanical, the fuse has popped out type thing, if only it was that simple, hey?
Right up against the arm quarter drivers. Right, what threw me out is that the notification was foxhole and the Fuchsröhre, and that wasn't that, but it was the exit of the next section of the track.
You're absolutely right, though, John. You're actually closer with foxhole because it's come out to the rise of that, and you've got the right at the top of that, and when you start to go left into Adenauer Forst, that's where it's pulled up.
Morning to Blur Fiend as well, still tuned in Central Florida. Addison has been keeping her dad company. Dad's race, as she's saying. I'll say good morning from Germany to you, Addison. I know it's evening with you there. And Saki tweeted to us about 2 hours in and still going strong at 14 hours in. 9 hours and 17 minutes to go. Officially, sunrise has been passed. The camera's making it look much brighter than it is, but all of a sudden there's a huge amount. Peter Mackay called it salmon. It's almost Gulf orange and Etruscan orange kind of colour, isn't it, with that blue tinge around. I always think you need a good bit of cloud cover to get you a really good sunrise or a sunset, and everything, all the clouds, the higher clouds as well down to the south, now being lit up by the reflection of the light from the sunrise to the east. Just looking at these lap times. Rover Racing down to one car after the Raffaele Marciello thump into the back of the BMW. That was the number 40 car again. Although that car had been struggling just a little bit getting the fuel in, and it was a fuel issue that had that car pushed away. Whether it was exacerbated or indeed there was more damage than we realised from that incident, but the car went back into the garage. They popped the passenger side, the right-hand side door open. Had a good ferret around in there for a while, Peter, but fairly quickly that car was pushed out the garage and back into the paddock. So last year's winner will not repeat, and we've been saying all the time how hard it is to repeat here.
Yeah, and these teams are so well drilled in their understanding of the cars by the time they get them onto a track and into a race of this caliber, certainly, that they can ascertain pretty quickly whether it's repairable or not. And it's drivers, whenever they damage the car, whether it be their own fault or not, unless it's absolutely a stinker into the barriers, if you've clattered something, you always think you can get it back. You always think it's repairable, because you don't want it to be that bad. You don't want that walk of shame with the team. And it's when those mechanics, engineers, technicians all take a quick look at it, and in a matter of seconds, you can see the look on the face, or the shoulders drop, or they just, you get the universal, no, it's out. And it's a horrible, horrible feeling.
You might wonder why those cars don't get fixed and thrown back out again. But the big teams have come here for a win, maybe for a podium, but certainly they're looking for that. Dan Harper for Rover Racing in that number 99 car. He was facing the wrong way fairly early on after being the outside car in basically a double billiard-style plant going down the hill through the Old Ford curve on the Grand Prix circuit.
5 turns into the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So he's now done his 12th pit stop. Dan stayed behind the wheel of that Rover Racing 99 and is 5 minutes behind the leader. Just over 5.5, actually. And then it's the BMW, also having done its 12th time down the pit lane. BMW Touring, I should say. Valkenhorst has done its 13th stop and therefore has dropped behind the BMW, having been running in 4th, and that's on the pit stop cycle that those two swap places. The Lamborghini, the Red Bull liveried Lamborghini, which is the car that started on pole position, still running strongly, the number 84, Bortolotti, fastest man at this happy hour. And he's done his 13th stop as well. So there is a little bit of a tactical and fuel difference between the front runners, Peter, but they're all, even now with 9 hours and 13 minutes to go, it's generally speaking, it's been 8 laps, apart from the first stint. And there was 1 or 2 people who came in after 5, 6 and 7. 7 is probably the most they could have done on the first stint because of the long lap. And that was off kilter for a little while, but then when we got that first big incident where the people knew there were going to be barrier repairs, they started coming in, and it sort of evened out after that. But I have noticed there's been 1 or 2 7-lap stints through the night, which I'm slightly surprised at. So as I say, there's a little bit of a tyre and fuel offset at the front of the field.
Yeah, we had the pleasure, didn't we, of Maxime Martin in the booth early yesterday, who's one of the drivers of the number 80 second place Winward Racing Mercedes, and he was saying that you asked the question of, do you think about strategy? Do you change from that 8 lap? And he just said, no. He was quite emphatic that really, unless anything changes, you just keep banging in those 8 lap, and get it in the book. He said, and basically until you get to about this part of the day, and you've got sort of, maybe 6 hours to go. I'm pretty sure that's silly, that's 3 hours away, but you've got the bulk and you've got 3/4 of the race done. Then you can start to think, if you've got that foundation of 3/4 of the race of 8 lappers, then you can start to play with ideas, and you've got a little bit of variable. But no, you just carry on doing it. It's solid, it's reliable.
74, 75 minutes for a single stint, double that, of course, for a twin stint. Randy Sherwood's been listening in San Diego since the start on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited Network, free, uninterrupted, all around the world on RS1. Plenty more sports car and endurance racing to come as we're heading in to, well, if IndyCar have the month of May, then sports car racing have the 6 weeks of May and June normally. We've got the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, we've got a couple of IMSA races, one on the streets of Long Beach, then the 4 hours of the Michelin Pilot Challenge at Mid-Ohio, test weekend for Le Mans 24 hours, the Le Mans 24 hours itself, still in 6 hours of the Glen, CrowdStrike, 24 hours of Spa, which is the 3rd round of the championship, to which the International Championship, to which a handful of cars in this entry are involved. Quite an interesting concept, actually, with the first 2 rounds, the Bathurst, the Maguire's Bathurst 1000, Mount Panorama, and this race. They are rounds of the Intercontinental GT, but they are not sanctioned by them. they basically come along and transplant some of their entries into this race and Bathurst. The CrowdStrike 24 Hours, that is the series' own race, originally obviously a touring car race, and transformed into that championship's centrepiece. Then we've got another race that's got a lot of heritage and been taken over by ICGT, which is the 1000k of Fuji. And then a race that they created themselves, the 8 Hours of Indianapolis, will end up the season. The interesting thing about this race for the Intercontinental GT runners is that they are absolved of running the series partner tyre, which is Pirelli. A lot of the teams and manufacturers will be here anyway. And they are given dispensation to run other manufacturers' tyres and still register for points, as it were, for the championship. There is a separate podium, I think, for ICGT runners here. There certainly was at Bathurst. I seem to remember that we had some confusion about some pictures that had been taken. Hello to Monty and Billy, Pacific Northwest. They've been in since the start as well. Jesse in Australia. Panda Express. No, the studio is nice and fresh and lovely because we keep opening the door, by the way. Hello to Checkered Flagman in New Zealand. Already well through Sunday. Incredible sunrise over the castle. Looking great. Mark Daniels says, in pain but still watching from hospital in Glasgow. Mark, I saw your tweet earlier on. Thanks for doing the long hours and we wish you a speedy recovery. I don't know if it's ever good timing to have to spend a time in hospital, Mark, but at least you've had something to keep you going and having to worry about overnight telly. Connor Black listing it from the start as well. And Biel Suarez says, seeing that HWA Evo, makes me really regret selling my grandfather's 190E. At RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Did you ever have a 190E? I lusted after the Cosworth version.
Didn't everybody?
With that ridiculous pushchair handle, the pram handle out the back as a rear wing.
Absolutely, the shopping trolley one.
Yeah, absolutely.
A quick update on the Door Motorsport Aston GT4 that stopped at Adenauer Forst. Well, it's got itself going again.
Oh, has it?
Well, I'm not sure
it's
what
moving.
pace, John. And it's gone all the way through Meckersfeld, Kellenhard, Versheifen, Exmoeller, bear with me, Bergwerk, Kasselchen, Kottertol.
On the track?
On the track, Caracciolo Carousel to the beginning of, so we get to the end of Kottertol and you start that climb up to the carousel, yes? Whereupon it stopped and now calls another code 120 as it stopped there. So
right, okay.
That would suggest something intermittent where the driver and the technicians are talking to one another, an alt control reset, doing all sorts of things, and it's got somewhere. Quite what pace it's got there, I don't know, but it is now stopped again at the track, so hopefully that will be recovered and can continue. Lamborghini in for Mirko Bortolotti, change of driver there. Let's see what lappage he's been doing. My other screen up to my right. And where is the Bortolotti 84 gone to? Decided not to be on there at the moment, so let's just refresh that. Even the computers are feeling the pain at this time of the morning.
Nice leisurely pit stop. There's been some brake changes overnight, as chronicled by Arjuna and Peter. Oh, big off at Arnberg. 2 cars, 3 cars involved. 2 SP9s and one of the BMW classes car. Just heard the... Oh, there's oil down.
Touring.
There's oil down.
Touring as
and
well.
That was the BMW M Touring. And has managed to rally cross through there with Jens Klingmann behind the wheel. But there's definitely something on the track. The track is contaminated. There's one of the McLarens going through. I think that was the Artura, though. There must be something on the track for people. It's a super quick area. You brake there, it's a little bit bumpy. Let's see what's happening. But a magnificent save from Jens Klingmann.
Yeah, only just missing the Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW 898 that's in there, the M2 racing.
TTS is off. That's a class leader.
Yeah.
That the white, green and red car. There's contamination on the track. We saw this earlier at Brunchen 2, claim 2 of the top runners, just on 9 hours to go. And it's in the same place, just where people are turning into the corner, and nobody's really on it. The yellow flags are out. There's just no grip there. We did get a frost and ice warning. Oh, that's Porsche's going off as well. That's the 48 car. Another one of the Black Falcon machines. Very lucky to miss the stranded BMW that will not come out of that gravel on its own.
Quick thinking of the driver in the Porsche there, the 48 just saw it, realised it was going to understeer off and went left and went behind.
Unwound the lock.
Yeah, as in, I'll keep going and keep my foot in. 2 things, miss the car that's there and maintain momentum to get through the gravel.
This next one's going to have a problem as well because it's a bit wide and it loses the blue and white Porsche there. It's on one particular line. The track contamination flag is out as well. And that needs to be out a little bit further back as well. Double yellow's been rained. It's not raining there. We did have the ice and frost warning on the way in the Genesis GV70 electrified, which is our transport. So zero emissions transport down to here for Hindhoff this weekend.
Do you remember that last night, though, when we had Maxime Martin again? We talked about this. Arenberg had this big magnet on it yesterday at this point. And we said, what's the problem? And Maxime just said, you're coming down through, don't forget, you come over Flugplatz, you're coming through Zweitenkreuz at one heck of a pace, 260 k's, he was saying, I think it was. And then you've got a very quick brake zone into there, where a little left, kink left, into Arenberg, which is a big right-hander, and that's where you're having to brake in such a short distance. And if there's contamination on the track, it just catches you out.
And once again, we've got the big old Dodge Ram pickup truck coming all the way up from Flugplatz and to Zweitenkreuz. And so that's an awful lot all the way up. So I wonder then if it's not so much what's at Arenberg as Jules Gounon, the leader, tiptoes round that area. The sunshine will be right in his eyes as he turns right to go down. And we've got a code 60 at that point, and I think that's a very, very good call, because that is treacherous. I wonder if it's contamination on the tyres coming up the hill rather than what's actually there. Oh, magnificent bit of timing at the end of the code 60. And we have seen, haven't we? So it was the Porsche number 455 that came in that started it all. I don't think, oh my goodness, the Dacia lights, you could see the huge slick of contamination. The BMW actually hit the wall, but there were 2 cars ahead.
It was number 80. It was a number 80, the second place car. Went all the way up and just kissed.
It was Fabi Schiller, was it?
Yeah, it was. All the way round, and the BMW went off behind it, and Schiller went all the way around the outside and nearly just scribed the circumference.
So Gounon must have been slightly in front of it when it started, and he's just come round for the second time. The 48 Lausch racing car, that's another SP9 car, just missed the back of the stranded BMW. Who did we put in that BMW? I don't think it's his oil, I've got to say that, as the Valkenhorst car is now under tow by one of the VW SUVs and coming back towards the pits dead stick. Well, what is it about Arenberg? We had a huge incident for the 80, what was then the 81 lead of the 75 Audi. Driver has rightly stayed in the car until help has arrived.
And especially as he's just rotated gently 45 degrees around to the right, he's on the left-hand side of the car, so the best place to be is on the left-hand side of that car.
Correct.
Any kind of impact is going to be on the other side of it, so minimise that risk.
So that BMW is going to have to be towed away, the G87 M2 racing car. It's the AL Otis Dacia and Kinoshita car. Well, that's woke us all up. Jens Klingmann, now was he due into the pits in the 81 BMW? I can't tell you, but he had a wild ride, and I mean a wild ride. That was extraordinary. Great thinking, though, as he comes into the pits from 4th position. This is his 13th stop. So the Valkenhorst Nicky team car will go back through. There's going to be a driver change as well. Jens gets out, cool as a cucumber. Anything happening in that stint? No, nothing, we're fine. Nothing, not a thing. No. Bit of gravel, yeah, gravel all over the place,
yeah,
mate.
Went to the beach.
Yeah. Did he ever? Well, it's a station wagon, you know, had lots of stuff in the back.
Dropped the picnic off.
I can't remember who it was yesterday who said, can we have a special class for station wagons? And I really love that idea. SPX Touring or SPXW. Because there's a few of the tuning houses like BMW M who have them. I really like that idea.
And I think it's Taccio Otis that's in that Horst car that's in the gravel.
Right.
Because it is well and truly beached for the moment, no pun intended.
So the incoming driver for BMW being briefed by his colleague, and we're hearing that the number 67 Ford, which is the best place of the HRT Ford racing cars, just gone through Breitscheid with a flat right rear tyre. Thank you to Roger. Eyes and ears around the circuit, tweeting in at, X, sending us an X message, RSL at RSL underscore studio, hashtag RSL N24. So that car scored 7th at the moment, bit of clean up to do for the BMW. How close was Jens Klingmann? Saw the Cayman going off ahead of him, gets the slide on as he goes across the contamination on the track. Oh, closer than he probably wanted to first of all the beached BMW. The Porsche Cup 4 car ahead is shedding bits of bodywork. Klingmann gets his car back under control and just straightens the wheel out so he doesn't bog down. That was actually both of those drivers, Klingmann and whoever it was in the little Porsche, did a very good job there to keep the momentum going. Don't panic, don't brake, don't put too much steering on. That's deep gravel there, Peter, and
hugely so.
You normally don't get out of that. And if they'd gone very sideways, they wouldn't have.
And those things evolve in a matter of milliseconds, because you've got the stationary car there, you want to miss that. You want to miss the car in front that's probably going to go in and out at a different rate. You want to miss the barriers, so there's lots you want to miss, but you've also got to try and keep the car going so you don't just bog down and become a static target in the gravel yourself, because you've lost your place, for Klingsman certainly, which is nice and high up the order. That's just coming out of the pits now. Jens Klingmann coming out it was 5th, it went into the pits. It rejoins in the M3 Touring 24-hour H car, it's called. Its full title. It, of course, is leading the SPX class still. And rejoins back on it, right in front of our race leader, Jules Gounon, in the number 3 Winwood Racing AMG GT3. Now, Fred Vavic's got a problem in the 67 Mustang.
Well, this is the one that's got the flat tyre that I mentioned to you a moment. This is the camouflage car, the Bundeswehr car, that was sitting well inside the top 10. Already dropped one place to the Red Bull Apt Lamborghini.
Sounds like a bag of nails. It sounds like a charity tin rattling, doesn't it, that on the way back?
He's still got a long way to go here. And the white flag will go out as he goes through. Frederick Vervisch then with corrective lock on to try and mitigate the rear tyre. He's basically just ticking over.
Yeah, he's at Hoacht now, coming down to Whipperman. And of course, the danger of that
right
is
rear.
You've got to keep out of the way of other traffic as well. You're now suddenly massively disadvantaged, not just from a performance perspective, but you are now dangerous because you're so slow. So a really smart driver, and we saw that with Fred Vavich there with a bit of onboard, that he was on the right-hand side of the track and obviously used his mirrors and literally jinked 45 degrees across the track to the left-hand side, knowing what's coming up next, allowing the cars that are coming up faster on their race speed still to have the correct line and the correct approach to it. But you've got to be really, really on your mirrors all the way back, and he's got a long way to go.
He has.
The lap still.
And that's going to drop him out of the top 10. Right there. That's
if it doesn't do any other damage, of course, the tyre, I think the car was still on the rim, wasn't it, John?
It was. He's done a great
job. The danger of
job.
that is it disintegrates and delaminates as it flails round. It can take out wiring looms, all sorts of bits there, sensors and all that sort of stuff that's in there. It's the collateral damage it can do, because a flailing tyre doesn't do a lot of good inside a wheel arch.
No.
There's floors, there's vents, there's all sorts of things in there that, yeah.
Yeah, underneath that right rear wheel arch. Into the pit. No, sorry. I'm preempting something I'm expecting. Gilles Gounon and his teammate Fabi Schiller at the front of the field, blissfully, they were unaffected by the issue at Arnberg. And they are now, well, they must be due a pit stop shortly. They're being out 5 laps, actually, because they're on the same 5, is it 6 now? Because they're on the same as Dan Harper from memory. They are on the same pit lane strategy. So, yes, 6 laps they've been out. So they'll go to 8. Hello to Gavin Lawrence, watching with daughter Grace in Canada.
Interestingly, John, the 898 Valkenhorst Motorsport BMW is still in the gravel at Arnberg.
Yeah.
They haven't managed to get it out yet. And that's been there 5 odd minutes now.
Yeah. Long time no speak, Gavin. And hello, Grace. Hope you're enjoying the racing. Andrew says, totally agree. We need class first day cars. Volvo, BMW, Audi, Porsche. Oh, yes, we could. They'd have to bring back the Panamera with the ICE, though. Genesis. AMG, of course. Do they do C? You're a Benz aficionado.
Yes.
Work with them. Do they do C63s in wagons?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do now. The new C63S with the 2-litre 4-cylinder engine in it. With a staggering... John, you and I are of a similar age. And we used to have the metric of 100 brake horsepower per litre was the figure to have.
Yeah, massive.
World's most powerful production 2-litre engine at the moment is the AMG. 476 horsepower out of a 2-litre. Plus it's hybrid.
Right.
So you've got another 200 plus at the back, another 204. So you have, in a road car that you can go and buy, 680 horsepower available to you in a road car.
And you can fold the back seats down and get a sofa in it.
Kind of money when we were kids.
Yeah, and you can fold the back seats down and get a sofa in it.
Yeah. Or a Labrador.
Or a Labrador.
Or a Labrador on the sofa.
Yeah,
exactly.
Oh, dear me.
And also intelligent four-wheel drive now.
Oh.
Incredible. So, format just unbelievable.
Now, this is significant. This is the Toyota GR Yaris, the 109 car, the GR Rookie Racing car. They were leading their class earlier on. And that car with the bonnet up in the pit lane. Jules Gounon leading the race overall. Blue flags waving. Who's up behind Jules?
I think that was for the Hyundai that was just that Gounon's just gone past.
I don't think it is. I think that's the Bilstein car behind him, is it? No, no. I bow to your younger eyes.
You're very kind. You definitely need coffee.
Well, whoever it is, he's really hanging on there. And it's not one of the leading. I'm trying to work out who that car might have been lapping or unlapping. Slow zone at X-Müller has been upgraded to Accord 60 now. So Jules Gounon with the added excitement of having the sun in his eyes as he comes through some of the most difficult corners in world motorsport. Staying well away from the curbs, I notice, as he comes over the brow before dropping down to Brünchen 1 and 2.
So the car that's hanging on to him, as you put it, is the Max Cruiser Audi, number 19.
Right, that's the, is that the alternative fuels?
Correct, it is, the AT1, yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
So that is probably the leader in that class now, after we lost the 75 car.
Getting strong line coming that to Tom Coronel and Duncan Heisman in that with Christian Kohlhaas and Jan-Jaap van Roon teaming up in that. The AT alternative fuel powered LMS GT3 Evo 2 to give it its full title, R8.
Schnitzel, thank you for running through that. Schnitzelarm Racing. Schnitzelarm, if you're not aware, first of all, Philip Ellis in that car, Jem Hartling, Kenneth Hare as well. Schnitzelarm is a chain of restaurants which serve, any ideas? Yes, that's right,
vegetables.
Yes. Vegetables are optional. All schnitzel, all day. Comes back out, hitting the statutory time. So expect the two leaders into the pit lane in team order. They're with three at the front. They are the right way round for the way they've been pitting. 23 seconds now. Low-hanging clouds in the valleys around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but not the temperature inversion that we thought might have caused some problems. And thank goodness for that. There's a Toyota station wagon as well, a GR, in Brazilian stock car, says Biel Suarez. Oh, retweeting that. That's an outstanding piece of kit. Here's Fred Vervisch. What a job he's done to get the HRT Bundeswehr machine into the pit lane. It's the right rear tyre that was flapping around and making an awful noise. Dropped down from 6th to 11th, just getting it back. Oh, Peter, look at that. The tyre is still on the rim and it stayed. That's had an explosive decompression. That, to me, is debris damage that you've seen there. But it didn't come off the beads, never mind come off the rim.
And I think a lot of that is down to Fred Vervisch doing an absolutely brilliant job of doing everything he's not trained to do as a racing driver, i.e. drive slowly and bring it back. And that, I think Joe said yesterday, wasn't it, the one thing as a team manager you'd be telling your driver all the time on this is patience, patience, patience. It feels agonising to drag it back so slowly. Every part of you wants to drive it back, even 5-10 Ks quicker. But it isn't. Just drive it back steadily, and it absolutely reaps dividends bringing the car back in one piece. We mentioned about all the collateral damage that can happen when a tyre in that wheel arch causes all sorts of problems. It didn't happen, but if you notice when we the cameraman scanned onto the pit box before that car was even anywhere near the pit box, they were ready with the whole rear floor and diffuser.
Yes.
In case it happens, composite can sort of pop it off, replace it, plug and play, let's go. But now that said, there's going to be a driver change on that, and it looks like that now hasn't happened.
Ah. Yes, there was driver wandered out with his...
Yeah, and he just wandered back in with his seat as well.
So it was at the top of Adenauer first.
Yeah.
So he got a wiggle on there. My goodness, that's 3/4 of the Nordschleife that he's got that back.
But I think you nailed it with, it's picked up some debris, John, by the way that suddenly just wriggled. It just lost the back end, didn't it?
My money there is on either the rubbish that's been brought onto the track or some bits of bodywork that was shed at Arenberg.
Yeah, agreed. There's lots of damage. Now, has Vavish stayed in the car, or have we just missed the driver change and it was actually Vavish walking back into the garage? Because they've got this car's in army camo livery, as are the driver's overalls. So the car will go out of the pits in a moment. This is the '67 Mustang we're talking about that's been dragged carefully all the way back for sort of 3/4 of a lap by Fred Vavish, and it'll go out of the pits any moment now. And the Lumirank will tell us what the driver name is as it updates on the pit exit.
Beautiful morning. A little bit of cloud cover coming in. Might help with the temperature. And the Bilstein number 26, Bilstein coloured number 26, that's Adam Christodoulou's car among others, has just gone Buffalo Gals right round the outside of the VW Scirocco. All 4 wheels on the dirt there, but survives. The 67 HRT Ford Racing cars had Chris Mees installed in that car, and as by the time it's come out the pit, was circulating, I think it was 6th or 7th at least, on the pit stop rotor, and now has dropped all the way down to 14th position and more than a lap, considerably more lap on the off the lead lap. Hardy spectators making their way back in this morning when Peter and I came in. Thank goodness for the very clever LED matrix adaptive headlights. A lot of people on the roads around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In fact, even when we left yesterday evening at midnight, never seen traffic like it, but people walking literally 2-3 miles back to their cars. Like huge tracts of land that the locals have designated as parking area with, I presume, some kind of orienteering notes and a compass to give to people that park there.
We're certainly going to get step counting, aren't they?
What were they ever? Dear me. Sun full up now for a good 15-20 minutes. No, more than that, 40 minutes. Right, let's quickly look at some of the class leaders before it fires off again. We know about the front of the field. The 5th position is held by the SPX leader, which is the BMW Motorsport M3 Touring. 3 minutes and 40 seconds off the leaders there. The Cup 2 battle is, as ever, tight and is hovering just outside the top 20 at the moment. It's Black Falcon versus Team Liquid Moly. Both of those cars went off at Arenberg into the gravel. The 900 car and the 902, as we've got the flatbed recovery vehicle with the girder bar on the top to lift the car up at the balance point. So those two Porsches are separated by a lap now. Possibly not. I'll give you a read on that when they come through. But that is the 900 and the 902, and the Müllner Motorsport 918 is in 3rd position in that class. We've got some class leaders just outside the top 30. The Reiler and Schnag BMW GT4 Evo is the SP10. That's the GT4 homologated cars. That is the number 145 in 31st. In 32nd, Cup 3, W&S Motorsport, 718 Cayman. That's the 952. And they are just under 4 minutes ahead of the Speedworks Automotive similar car, the 971. And they are in 32nd and 33rd on the timing screen. Writer Engineering's Porsche GT3 Cup car leads SP7. Pit lane for SP Pro, the Manthey 992 car, and a problem for the 59 McLaren. That's the black and gold car. Is there something hanging off the left-hand side there of that car? On the Grand Prix circuit, it's Guido Naumann.
The rear wing doesn't look in the right. Oh, no, you're absolutely right, John. There's something let on the after the front.
Part of the sill. That must have been contact with something on the Grand Prix track. Keep an eye on that. I'll keep the update going. The Subaru WRX SP4T88 car, that is leading. The SP80 leader, literally in a class of its own, is that McLaren. We'll get to that in a moment. A BMW class for the M2 racing cars is the number 878. That's the SRST Sorg Rennsport car in 56th and 57th. Another leader in class, the 320 Four Motors GmbH for Porsche. Just about gets that McLaren Artura into the pit lane.
You're absolutely right, John. It's the sill, and there's a lot of door damage to it there. There's been contact. Yeah.
It's one of the Porsche Cup 3 cars.
It's done a radiator on the McLaren as well, because as it turned right into the pit lane, there was fluid spewing out.
It's the bright orange Cup 4 car. Let you look for that while I continue on. Four Motors, as we mentioned, in AT2, 320 and 57th. VT2 rear drive, Adrenaline Motorsports 330i, number 500. They're pitted close together. Those two have just come together. We can just get the camera to go down a bit. I'm pretty certain that the Porsche that hit him is the next car down in the pit lane. Awkward. What else have we got in class leaders? 240i, we've just got to, I think, there. That's the GT Tyres Motorsport number 605, just a minute and 44 ahead of second place, which is Kelvin Motorsport, and then Adrenaline Motorsports right there as well. It's the 440, that sort of tangerine burnt orange colour. Audi TTS, having been off the road at Arenberg.
With a touch of McLaren. With a touch of McLaren colour.
Indeed, yes. That's the SP3T winner, leader at the moment. The 317 in 66th position. Front wheel drive VT2 is the Golf GTI, number 474. And they are in 71st position. Adrenaline Motorsport, mentioning their name again. This is their Porsche Cayman CM12, the V5 leader, 444, 73rd position. We have the BMW 325 class now inside the top 100. The number 100 car is 90th. And leads that category. Also inside the top 100, the SP80. That is that McLaren, but it's losing time as well in the pit lane now, but only to itself. The AT1 Max Chrysler Racing Audi. It's lost a lot of laps, but in 99th position now. Tom Coronel behind the wheel of that car at the moment. BMW 325 CI leads the SP4 class. That's the number 152 in 106th position. SP2T, Toyota Gazoo Racing, the GR Yaris is still in the pit lane, the 109 car. I mean, the 106 was in the pit lane as well. As I recall, no, that would have been the 109. I was looking at it upside down on the bonnet because they had the bonnet up. Sorry, it's been a long night.
Driver change for the lead car. I think it's Gunon's out, and I think it's Junker Dare that's gone into it, John.
Really? Okay. Interesting.
No, it's Lucas Hour.
I was going to say it should be Hour on the rotation. 150th position, SP3 leader. That 318 Ti is the last of our leaders. The 110 Toyota Rookies GR Yaris is out of the race, been out for a long time. 410 Porsche Cayman, see above comment. Valkenhorst Aston Martin Vantage, getting on for 100 laps down now. And a number of other cars have had problems. Max Kreuzer racing the AT1 car with a huge incident, but that car's been rebuilt and it's out on the circuit again, according to this. It's 87 laps down, but I'm reserving judgment on that one. I don't think that 75 car is out. There's the big V12, normally aspirated machine, rumbling out. That was your race leader. I think they will get out before Dan Harper comes round, but by the action of that pit stop, Dan will be, for a moment at least, back on the lead lap in the number 99 Rover racing car. Good morning. Oh, the little squeal. As they're not spinning the wheels that much.
It's a chirp, isn't it?
It's a little chirrup, yes, a chirp to add to the dawn chorus we were talking about. That's as much as the diff spooling up as he turns right on that slightly less grippy concrete.
And of course, it's quite a shiny surface in the pit lane there compared to the racetrack, so there's less grip, so that's why it just made that interesting little sound. So both our lead Mercedes back out, cars from Windward, numbers 3 and 80. It is still Dan Harper in the number 99 Rover BMW in 3rd place, and the Valkenhorst Aston Martin in 34 of Nicky Team. Dan Harper, I mean,
What a talent.
what a talent indeed. Part of the BMW junior team, 2 of his other drivers, that Neil Verhagen and Hesse in the
Max Hesse,
touring,
yeah.
in the BMW touring this weekend. But as you said, was it 5 corners into this race? Some near 18 hours ago, he got turned around with that domino effect of 1, 2, 3. He was on the outside, he lost out and got rotated and had to drop all the way to the back of that first pack. Start group, not just outside of SP9, the whole that pack, and has worked his way back through, and is still, currently in a podium position.
Yeah, already a winner in the FIA World Endurance Championship, won at Imola at the first round. It should have been the second round, but ended up being the first round of the championship. Frederick Vervies saying, we lost a lot of time due to tyre damage. The cause was a small excursion. I went off the track a little bit due to the oil slick, and I'm fairly certain I damaged the tyre in the process. It wasn't too serious, he says, so we can continue. Yeah, so my summation about the oil slick further back around the track in the first third of the track has blocked track in front of the leading car. Will cost it a little bit of time, and Gilles Gounon still listed at the wheel of the number 3 leading car, but I thought I saw Lucas Auer get into that car, if I'm brutally honest.
You did, yes.
All right, let me check timing again. It might just take a couple of sectors to warm through on this chilly morning. Yeah, Lucas Auer and Fabi Schiller. Now, third position.
And Dan Harper pitted as well.
Yeah, Dan Harper has come in to make the pit stop that puts him to 13 times down the pit lane for service. So Nicky Team's now back up to 3rd for the Aston Martin Vantage, but Nicky considerably off kilter with the cars ahead, and I don't think he's got all that much more to do in that Aston Martin. And this is not the time for my pit stop screen to start playing up. Thank you very much. Oh, it does this once in a while. It's cleared all the data, and I've got a feeling. Oh no, it's got a back. Phew. So Nicky Team has got 2 laps left of sitting in third position. Dan Harper has just pitted after his 8-lap stint. It was 8-lap stints for the two leaders as well, so exactly on target. Peter Snowden, John Hindhaugh, live and free around the world. RS1, the audio part of our broadcasts. No blocks, no breaks, no interruptions. All part of the Radio Show Limited's network of channels, both audio and video. Video this weekend, World Feed TV, available free via Nürburgring 24 official channels on the YouTube or 24h-renan.de/live. There are some territories that have restrictions, the US and France, with other options for watching there, but you can still listen to our sound. And you can join the conversation at RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24. Got the Listeners Collective on WhatsApp as well, which some of our colleagues are keeping a weather eye on. 6:30 in the morning, Central European summertime. Intervention vehicles out on the circuit. At the end of the hats and back, not much that they can do about that. The leaders go through. And Hugo de Wilde now behind the wheel of the number 81 BMW M Motorsport Touring 24H. Andreas Roos, the man at the head of the racing programme, saying there would be a touring tour. The car is going to be seen in a few more places, and talking to the CEO of BMW M, Frank van Meer, earlier, and that car will be going into the collective hands. Now, scrambling of another Seat Formento, just going on to the early part of the Nürburgring Nordschleife as well. That accelerated very rapidly. That's 2 now on that area of the circuit. Now, we're also hearing that the incident between that sort of brick-coloured Porsche, the number 440 Cup 4 car, and the 59-door Aston Martin, 59-door McLaren, and that's been investigated. Now, got a bit of a battle going on. Coming through past that intervention vehicle, 7th position, 7th and 6th, I said Hugo de Wilde, actually 6th and 5th, isn't it? It's Hugo de Wilde and Luca Engsler in the Lamborghini Huracan having a bit of a scrap. A decent gap between 4th and 5th. 4th is Dan Harper, about 3 minutes between those two. Oh, now we're being told it's down to 11.5 seconds after the... yes, because Dan's just stopped, of course, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. So, about 3 minutes 20.
Yeah, stayed in the car though, so he's dropped from 3rd to 4th. And Nicky Team in the 34 Volcanos Ascenders jumped him because he hasn't pitted.
I tell you what, at Arenberg, it's still slippery on the turn in there. That the oil dry or whatever it is hasn't gone down there. That was coming up after Flugplatz and into the Schwedenkreuz area. Hugo de Wilde is taking no prisoners in that touring, is he?
Well, he's got room in the back of him to take it if he does. But they've been beautifully, beautifully driven. All the drivers of this car, I seem to have enjoyed it, as we heard from Andreas Roos yesterday, saying that never mind building it and getting it past the engineers and finance and all that, but the drivers just loved it the moment they drove it, and I can see why. And I don't know, it's just got such an appeal about it. I just absolutely love the look of it.
NG Auto Art. Hello, Neil. Good morning. Up on the coast of the east of England. Had to pit for energy replenishment at 2200 hours UK, and it took longer than expected, but I'm out of the garage now. Hear what you're saying. What have I missed? Well, that's a very good point. We'll have a little catch-up just after 7. But the story of the night, other than Timo Glock blazing through a code 60 at 112 kilometres and getting his ring permit revoked, and just before we got to the dawn, there's been the measured dominance, I think you've got to say, of the two Winward Racing AMG Mercedes GT3s. Generally speaking, there've been 3 from 80. It was 80 from 3 earlier on. There was a little clash between the two cars when Maro Engel and Max Verstappen were in the cars, resulted in Engel having to go pretty much straight across the grass at the end of the lap at the Tiergarten. Fortunately, you can do that without hitting the curb there. Settled down a bit after that. God, you got a filter. He's had his Weetabix this morning, hasn't he? The Shell Helix colours adorning the side of that fabulous touring bodywork on the BMW. Underpinnings of a BMW M4 GT3, but obviously not homologated as a GT3 class car, so it's in SPX. SPX for X for experimental. And there's a lot of love for that car. Aston Martin back in is the... Yes, now this is Nicky Team starting the 14th round of pit stops. I said he'll be in shortly. That was 2 laps ago. 2 laps is 16 minutes, of course. 8:27 on his in-laps, not hanging about.
It's not. It's Nicky Team, though, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course. What am I thinking? Yeah, sorry, Peter. Yes, bring me down to earth. Valkenhorst Motorsport with the famous Aston Martin wings on the front of it, which is an enamel badge, even on the racing cars. There was some talk about putting a decal on at one stage, and I think they did turn out with decals, but...
No, absolutely not. That's not Aston Martin.
No, and I think that was the conversation that was had. And in fact, there was a whole set of beautiful enamel badges representing the countries of the drivers who drove the cars. And they were all hand-done at Le Mans a few years ago.
Yeah, made in the jewellery quarter in Birmingham.
Correct.
Badges, yeah.
Correct. I believe Sarah in Crew has got a set of them. If I am not mistaken. Yeah, these things stick in your mind when you're wondering what to talk about at this time of the day. What do you think the HWA cars will, the HWA guys will think of the debut in the 24 hours of their 3 190 Evos? The old Parkside livery, the green and black car from back in the 90s. That's one of the liveries. They've got the black and white one as well, which we've seen before. Prototypes and specials. There is a BOP. You can have an normally aspirated or a turbo engine. The V6 twin turbo on these, not the same configuration as they would have had back in their DTM days. Fantastic lighting arrangement on the front. Somewhere north of 520 horsepower in that car.
Sufficient, isn't it?
It is. It has the look of an old car. Resto mods and reimaginings of cars very popular at the moment, Snowy. The 198, some people might have thought was a strange choice. You've got things like Lancia 037s and various Ferraris from down through the years. But there's no doubt the 190E in its road-going form and in its racing form, which is, of course, what this one is built to pay homage to, it was an icon, and it was a hugely important car for Mercedes-Benz at the time.
But it's like the BMW Touring you've mentioned. It captures the imagination. It's something that's slightly quirky, and you suddenly think, oh, what's that? And I don't know why, but it just makes you go and look at it.
Beautifully put together.
Superbly done.
A lot of carbon on that car. The centre section is the old 190E, but the bits around it very much HWA. Will they be happy at the moment?
Every reason to be. No reason not to be, I'd have said.
Second place car in SPX is their number 61 car with Renger van der Zande behind the wheel. 7 laps off the leader, so therefore 7 laps off their leader in class as well. Running inside the top 30. And see if we can find that. I know one of them had problems before we even went off last night. So third is the Roland, sorry, Roland, like you say. It's because we were talking about Roland Ash. Ash Jr. is in that car, the 62. That's 29 laps down and sits in, where have I just put that? In 106th place. And their delayed 63 car, 42 laps back. And that is 4th in SPX, running in 131st position. The Writer Engineering KTM Crossbow, that has been much delayed. The dark red car, the other SPX. I was hoping for a bit of battle between some of those cars, and it sits now 57 laps off the class and overall lead in 141st position, and is still in the pits. Now, what's happened to the Valkenhorst Aston on its outlap, or maybe its first lap? Oh, overflow. Lots of overflow. From what? I mean, that's not a fuel overflow. And what have you got?
I think it is actually, John.
Is it?
I think it is on that right rear quarter. Because there'd be nothing coolant down that end of the car.
Well, you think not?
No.
Unless there's a little radiator for maybe a diff cooler at the back.
Maybe, but
I don't know the architecture, I'm afraid, of the Evo Vantage. I was looking hopefully at Peter.
Yeah, I know the GT4 one a bit more.
Yeah.
But, things can vary, but it's a massive difference between a GT4 and a GT3 car.
Yeah.
But it certainly fills from that side, so I'd have thought that's. I think it is a bit of fuel overflow. I think it overfilled, but it was a slow-mo we saw on the replay, wasn't it?
Connor Black says, can we have a commentary booth, Cam, like you have at Le Mans? Honestly, you probably don't want to see us right now. Our studio vision will be in operation for Le Mans from the Wednesday of race week. We've got exclusive live coverage of test day the Sunday before race weekend, and every single moment of Le Mans cars on track covered for you. Live, free, no blocks, no breaks, no interruptions. Starting, as I say, from the test day, under a month away now, and we'll be on air around the track as well on FM. As soon as we get the frequency confirmed, we'll let you know. And actually, talking about Le Mans, a lot of you Ford fans, opportunity to go to Le Mans in style this year with Ford, and they've got their hospitality just looking over the forward chicane at the end of the lap, of course. And there are, I think, 1 or 2 places still left. All the details, and I will tell you that it is extremely good value. Includes infield parking as well. All the details, Ford Racing Le Mans .com, I think. I'll look that up for you. Well, as I say, it is very good value. Yeah, FordRacingLeMans.com, and there are packages that will take you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, packages that will take you Saturday and Sunday, and packages for the whole week. And Peter Mackay and I did some broadcasting from the outside of that. Not that they wouldn't let us in. We were on the balcony, right?
should have got a ticket, John.
Yeah, Wednesday, June. How about this, Snowy? You know what it's like getting to Le Mans. Wednesday, June the 10th to Friday, June the 12th. So this is the starting point for the weekday package. Ford Racing Hospitality, which is trackside, gets your ticket to get in, your parking pass, food and beverages, all covered. The terrace. There's driver appearances, TV screens, gift bags, all of that sort of stuff. You even might get to meet some of us as well. How about €1,100 for those 3 days? That's under £1,000.
That doesn't sound bad to me. I know it sounds like a chunk of money when you say it initially, but given that what you've just described there, what's a ticket to Le Mans?
Well, there you go, straight away.
What's that,
yeah.
70, 80 euros?
Oh,
easy. Easy?
Yeah. The weekend package.
Car pass?
Yeah, the car pass you can't buy.
Exactly.
Simple as that. There's a weekend package if you're arriving late, and so Saturday and Sunday is €2,400, and for the whole week it's under €3,000. So from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday to be a VIP guest of Ford, and there's all of those packages. There's all kinds of bookable events. So pit lane tours. They've got a shuttle bus down to Arnage and Indianapolis. No charge for those. That's all included in the price. And as I say, it is Ford Racing Le Mans.
Well, that's not a visit. That's a proper experience, isn't it?
Yeah. If you want to do Le Mans properly one time, maybe if you've got a special birthday or an anniversary coming up,
like a 21st or something.
Like a 20th wedding anniversary somewhere near Le Mans. I'm just saying.
Do you want some water to clear your throat? Yeah, of course, yes. Have a sip.
Yeah. 10th.
This is why we don't have a studio camera.
Exactly. 10th of June.
Exactly.
10th of June is my 20th wedding anniversary to the responsible adult.
And congratulations to you both.
Thank you. Some people said it would never happen. Some people said it should never happen. We've just clocked over 100 laps, by the way. 16.5 seconds between the 2 leading AMGs, with the Aston Martin Vantage another, let's call it 5 minutes behind. And
I'm sorry, John. I was thinking out loud. Sorry.
Just a little battle beginning to get interesting now. Dan Harper is closing on Christian Cronjes. I'm not calling Jesse last night. That was the pair of us yesterday. Rover Racing against Aston Martin, down to 3 seconds, and an 8:15.3 last time around on what was a clear lap in terms of neutralisation of sectors for Dan Harper. 8:15.5. Now, is that now the fastest BMW lap? No, it's still the Touring with an 8:14.3. That's a little bit of in BMW battling there.
Now, who set the 8:14.3 in the Touring? Was it Neil Verhagen?
It was whoever was in before Hugo de Wilde. Well, I can tell you
that was Gent Klingman.
I think it was Klingman.
Klingman, yeah, it was. Yeah.
Let me stand by, caller, and I'll have a look.
I just thought it was some scene battle between the former BMW Junior teams,
that'd have been
Hargood and Harper. Just like you might, yeah. Oh, you get the estate card. There's going to be bragging rights. You know,
of course there is.
You know, there's going to be Mickey taking, but.
Lauren Heinrich for Lion Speed, the number 24 car, rather under the radar, had an incident early in the week with some damage. An 8.12.555 for the Porsche factory driver in the Lion Speed number 24. The SRO Motorsports McLaren 720, that's clocked its fastest lap of the race as well. That sits in 16th in SP9. But it's Dan Harper at the moment who is closing down the Aston Martin ahead. Aston Martin has just come out of the pits. Let's not forget ourselves. There.
Yeah, of course, and Dan has stayed in that car and he's picked up, so he's dialed in, whereas the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston in front of it had a driver change from Nicky Team to Krogner's.
Yes.
So he's got to get used to that, to where Dan's in the rhythm, if you like, which does give you a little bit of an advantage.
Yes. And remember, he would have got warm tyres, if not fully hot tyres. He would have got warm tyres. Christian Cronjes then 1 lap into his stint. And what have we got for Dan Harper? I think Dan Harper's on a double, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is. Still the fastest lap of the race, I think, if I'm correct in quoting this, John, is the Red Bull Huracan with an 8:10.
Yeah, held the fastest lap for a long time.
Yeah.
When it came out of the pits after that first lap puncture, that first Grand Prix circuit puncture, because there was clear air. But then Bortolotti, at the start of happy hour, just before we came on duty, was ripping the laps off. 8:10 fastest lap in race trim here is an 8:08 flat, near enough. That was Daniel Kalvitz in a Ferrari in the year Ferrari won, but not that Ferrari that Daniel was driving. And actually that is faster than the qualifying record as well. That is, so the outright record is the race lap record. I was trying to find out how long Dan Harper had been in the car, and the answer is he has been in 2 laps. So that is pretty much a real... Oh, Nicky Team pitted only after 7 laps in the Aston to hand over to Christian Cronjes. Interesting. Hugo de Vilder's been out 5 laps now in the BMW number 81. Sits in 5th position. And Fabi Schiller and Lucas Sauer, just to go back to the top of the timing screen, they've been out for 3 of what will be 8 laps, 5 to go. Try and put that the right way around. So Fabi Schiller not quite able to see his teammate 15 seconds up the road as he begins that climb up and over the rise, heading up the hill towards one of the fastest corners in world motorsport. A left-hander at the top of the hill. Incredible. Schweidenkreuz, the Swedish cross. Now down through the foxhole. Super smooth there now, but the curb at the end of it, just as you come into Adenauer Forest, you can't now ride that. You used to really run across the curb, so it has taken some time out of it. You can't ride up on the curbs and straighten it out. So coming up to 7 o'clock in the morning, and we'll have a little catch up for those of you maybe just coming back to the circuit and tuned in on RS2. We're coming back to the World Feed TV. Hello to Glenn from Dorset. Now, did you get up early or have you not been to bed yet, Glenn? Matt Hunter's back with us as well. Tea is better than coffee, says Ryan. Controversial there. We like to keep our options open. Tregothian tea has been the traditional tea of choice from here at the Nürburgring. Peter Kate, one of his former sponsors and partnership there when he was racing for Aston Martin. And we did coin the phrase, never underestimate the restorative effect of a good cuppa. I'm a bit of an oddity because I do drink my tea black. Not very strong, but no milk, no sugar.
I did not know that, and that is rare.
I don't take milk in any hot drinks. That stems back to when I was a vegan. So I threw out sugar and threw out all the dairy. Coffee, Sacred Coffee, Tubbs and the gang. The coffee of motorsport. They invest an awful lot into young drivers. Fabi Schiller's pushing along there. I might have heard a little scrape there. He's coming up to mud curve in the second place car. That was either the car hitting the ground or just riding up on the curb.
No, you absolutely. It was riding the curb. I was watching exactly the same thing, John, and thinking.
Was it catching the front splitter on the curb?
Yeah. Because you're running the extremist of the right-hand side of the track, where there's such a massive runoff area to the right there. Oh no, wait, not on that part of the circuit. There's not even room for a width of a wheel there. But such is the precision of the placement of that car by Fabian Schiller. This is the second place AMG number 80. He just ran over. There's a bit of curb there, so it's not grass, so it's fine. It's solid. So typical racing driver. What it's not, you know, what are track limits? Well, the barriers. So there's a bit of concrete. I'll use it. And as you say, you can hear it again. That splitter just chafing and just chattering.
Well, Maxime Martin was telling us, well, we saw scuffed sidewalls on a couple of cars. It was Grello that was still in there, and the Max Verstappen was just coming in the mid car. Got out in the number 3 car. And I thought, wow, he's scraped along a wall or another car somewhere. Yellow flags for Fabi Schiller, as it was a white flag actually. Comes through to Ho Act because there's a car on the circuit, an intervention car. And he said, no, we just ride very gently up against some of the more severe curbs. There's no straight-on curbs like there would be on a city street. They're all slightly at an angle. But there's quite a lot of curbs around here, Peter, and they do change now and then.
It's the laconic way these drivers say that. They go,
you can barely feel it.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. You just ride up against it, helps you straighten the car out. Oh yeah, right. At 260k or whatever it is, more grounding out by that car. Being asked about the Dacia, the true star of this race, the Dacia Logan, which is the number 300 car, isn't it? It did have a problem earlier on, but it came back out. I heard Arjuna and Peter talking about it. So I'm looking from the bottom up. I hope that... And there it is, 122nd position, running. 37 laps off the overall leader and 6th in SP3T. The next closest car is the Max Kreuzer Racing GTI number 10, and they are 7 laps behind them. And if they're looking at the podium in class, the dizzy heights of an SP3 podium, SP3T podium, then it's another 5, so that'd be 12 laps. And that is the Audi RS3 LMS DSG, one of the touring TCR cars, but running on, not running in TCR, running in SP3T because they want to use a different make of tyre. Free tyres at the front of the field in terms of free tyre choice of manufacturers. a little more proscriptive for some of the cup classes. Coming down to the last third of the race, and the two Winward cars, now just 14.5 seconds between them. Third for Aston Martin, fourth for BMW, for Valkenhorst and ROWE Racing. So time to give you a little bit of a recap of what's been going on since last we saw you. Can you believe it's 16 hours since we got this race underway? Can you remember? We had the two Lamborghinis locking out the front row. The Lamborghinis never been on the front row before, and they did it in style. The two apt Red Bull racing car. It was an awful start for the pole sitter. It's a brilliant start for the outside pole sitting number 130. Unfortunately, he crossed the start line, which has been moved closer to the first corner, ahead of the pole sitter, and had to take a penalty. Dan Harper got spun around on the Grand Prix circuit, 5 corners in. So the 130 green and white Lamborghini tried to scuttle off into the distance. Its teammate, by the way, had got a puncture and was straight in the pits at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. And there began the fight back. Perhaps the most surprising Lamborghini was the number 7 Conrad car, which was right up in the top 10 for most of the first half of the race before it had a problem and dropped away. And that car falling out of contention. Max Verstappen almost had a huge incident when the front end of the car got airborne, and it was by pure luck, because the front wheels weren't on the ground, so there was no input from the Dutchman. I bet he had his heart in his mouth there. It's about 6 inches away. Condor realised Ferrari, 2 wheels on the dirt, trying to pass a cup car, and paid a heavy price. The Yokohamas not giving him any grip on a very wet circuit. Alexander Sims ran in the back of another SP9 car in a really bizarre accident. He got the car back, but there was too much damage to the blue Audi. The people's favourite. Not what you think. Well, it's a battle of two, isn't it, between the BMW M3 Touring 24H and Max Verstappen. Great early double stint in the daytime for Max Verstappen, turned the car over in the lead. Then 2 bizarre incidents down at Brunchen 2 with the Grello car, Kevin Estre, who had been closing in on the leaders, getting caught on an oil slick, not his fault, and it was underlined by the fact just such a lazy spin, by the way. As we said straight away, we thought it was contamination on the circuit, and just disbelief from Kevin Estre. Underlined, we knew we'd made the right call when Arjun Maini, who was also cracking on in the 64 Mustang, when he followed the Grello car in, there was no doubt that there was no doubt that the BMW was going very nicely. Conor De Filippi, in his first time at the Nürburgring 24, having a cracking battle in the damp. It was drizzling. He was on slicks. He was loving it. Maro Engel was watching his car in that battle as well. Valkenhorst, Aston Martin, giving it their all. Raffaele and Marciello making an uncharacteristic error and hitting very hard the back of one of the Z4s, the 40. The other car, Maurice Schuring, couldn't decide which way to go, and the 44 Falcon Porsche was also in the barriers. Alessio Picariello for Dunlop, again, while passing cars in the dark, just got 2 wheels onto the grass, and that was the demise of the 44 Porsche, which again had been running right up the field. Beautiful sunrise this morning, just as Peter and I came on. One of our action areas has been Arenberg, another oil slick or fluid contamination. started taking cars out. One of the BMWs was the one that got stuck there for the longest time, and it almost claimed the second place, number 80 as well. Big slide for Jens Klingmann. Inside the top 5, he kept the BMW M3 Touring running and lives to fight on. He's passed that car over to Hugo de Wilde, who's been very quick indeed. But as it stands, with 103 laps in the books, it's Winward Racing leading out. I mean, those highlights that we talk about and the catch-ups, the guys try to keep them at a reasonable length. Otherwise, we'd still be talking at the top of the hour, the next hour, because even through the night, actually, less